Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Donkey Kong Weekend. My name is Jiggy, and I'm going to be hanging out with you for day 2 of all Donkey Kong speedruns. Super excited. Today's run list is incredible. I am super excited about literally every single one of these runs, and I hope you are too. We are starting off the day with Tonkatsu's Donkey Kong Country Returns HD any percent run. Then we have the trilogy. We have Donkey Kong Country 101% with Supreme, Donkey Kong Country 2 102% with Void, Donkey Kong Country 3 with the true ending with Laugh. Laugh has been working super hard on that. I'm super excited about it. And then we're wrapping it up today with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat any percent with Laura D. Bunnykins. So I hope you're excited for some bongo action, and I hope you stick around with us all day. Thanks for typing 1 in the chat. That means you were here last night. You heard my my request. I want to just jump right into this. Let's get right into this. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD with Tonkatsu. Tonkatsu, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Hello, I'm Tonkatsu. I'm a Japanese speedrunner of some Donkey games, and today I'm gonna show you the latest one. I'm super excited today.
It's great to have you. We're super excited to show this brand new, never before released, ever before Donkey Kong Country game. It hasn't been released 3 times. Super excited to have you. And we also have the legendary Donkey Kong Master Spike Vegeta. Spike, how are you?
Oh, thank you. I at least a master about yapping about it. Big time lover. Obviously, the Donkey Kong series probably my favorite of all time, and it just promotes, or it sports a bunch of the greatest 2D platformers of all time. Tonkatsu here is an absolute legend in the speedrunning community. You've seen him recently doing runs of the Donkey Kong Country games, the GBA Donkey Kong Country games, has worked a lot on the Super Nintendo Donkey Kong Country games. As you can see right here, working on Returns HD. First time, I believe, ever running any version of DKC Returns. And has already, in a very small amount of time, already put up a very, very solid run of this, and is continuing to work on it every single day. Yeah, this is a super, super cool run, and a super, I think you would agree with this, Tonkatsu. This run is very hard. So, with that being said, Tonkatsu's going to be getting in here, going to be playing on the modern mode difficulty, kind of based more so on, say, like funky mode from the new Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. He's going to have more health to work with. Both Donkey and Diddy will each come with 3 hearts apiece, and things are generally going to be a little bit cheaper in shops. So the money routing is going to be a little bit easier. With that being said, Tonkatsu, I believe we can leave it up to you to count us down, and we can start this one going and lead you all through all 52 levels here in any percent modern mode of DKC Returns HD.
Okay, so now can I get started?
You can?
Yes. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Here we go. Donkey Kong.
Yep. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. Now, we brought this up with you yesterday, Jiggy. Oh, where should you start in playing the Donkey Kong games? I would not start with this one. This one is funny
because I thought this would be where I would start, because Nintendo keeps, releasing this video game. I figured this would be where you would start.
They got to jam it down our throats. Listen, man, as a lover of the Donkey Kong Country series, I love that this game got released. I have opinions about it as a port, but I'm so glad it got released. I hope between this, Donkey Kong's inclusion in the Mario movie and the new ride, the new theme park you can go to, I hope this means we got another Donkey Kong game coming our way. But talking about the run itself, the game itself, we have got, a very nice triple bounce right there from Tonkatsu. That actually is going to net you a coin, again, to help with the currency of this run. We're going to need, anywhere between like maybe 40 or 50 coins throughout this, depending on exactly how many safeties the Tonkatsu wants access to. But yeah, you're going to be rolling and jumping with Donkey. Diddy allows you to have an infinite roll, so you can just press the Y button continuously, or L and R if you prefer that, or waggle with the Joy-Cons if you prefer that even. But also allows you to have a jetpack. that allow you to just hover a little bit of extra distance. Anybody familiar with Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze? That game added Dixie, Cranky, and Funky later on. Specifically Funky later on. This game only had Diddy, so he's your only animal buddy. Works way more as just a power-up to Donkey. Enhances his abilities as opposed to being his own Kong himself. That being said, there's extra levels in this compared to Tropical Freeze. We got 52 total levels at 90%, but they generally, assuming Tonkatsu's nailing all the strats and everything, they go very, very fast. Here we are already going into 1-2, and any runner would tell you at any skill level, this is the hardest level of World 1, actually. The biggest thing is there is a global cycle going on in this level with a wheel, a set of wheels at the end, a lot of verticality happening at the end of the level. And if you're just a little bit slow, nice skipping out on the damage right there by Tonkatsu. That's a very tight jump. And then bouncing off of this enemy, ideally, gonna lose a little bit of time right there having a double back, but is gonna dodge the damage here. Might still be able to make a decent cycle here, but it is these wheels that work off those global cycles.
Like, I call these trailer wheels. I call them trailer wheels. Yeah, because they were used heavily in the marketing for this game. So this is like the bit of level, the first bit level.
Oh, okay. I see. I didn't know this lore. Did you do some research before we got in here?
I just remember watching trailers for the Wii version of this game where they were heavily marketing the verticality and like the wheels of Donkey Kong Country Returns.
Ah, that's actually really cool. Now, Tonkatsu's able to move well here, can potentially skip out on that damage. Really nice. It's subtle to notice, but a piece of tech in this game is actually having fast climbing. So if you go up that moss on the walls, you would think, oh, you just want to hold up, right? You actually want to hold, if you imagine holding straight up, obviously like on a clock is 12 o'clock, you want to move up and towards the wall. So if you're moving up a left wall, you want to move more towards like 11 o'clock, 10:30. That actually enhances your climbing speed. Because if you go do that right now at 12 o'clock, you're going to get bit by that plant back there. But Tonkatsu outsped it perfectly. So must have had a really good angle on the joystick there. Now automatically moving along into 1-3. Tonkatsu can start moving as soon as that banana wheel is gone. Also, I'm sorry, my dogs are popping off in the background. I hope we can't hear them too much.
It's okay. I think everyone in chat wants to hear the dogs.
Wants to hear those beautiful doggos.
Yeah, I think they want to hear them, including me. I want to hear them.
Me too.
They're good. I'm glad we have all dog lovers in here. Ooh, nice.
I'm sure you can.
Oh, nice coyote timing right there from Tonkatsu. Already coming up on the end of the level right here. Rolling right there. Oh, I like just rolling through. I'm learning this off stream as well. I ran the Wii version many years ago. As there's a lot of like, I'm picking up what Tonkatsu's putting down here. Little strategies to save time as we go. The speedrunner's got to get nerdy with it. Already moving into here to the fourth level of the run. We got 1-5. This is the first level that really showcases kind of one of the classic Donkey Kong Country tropes, the barrel blasting. And it's obviously one of those, if you know all the shots and the timings and everything, you can blast through these levels literally extremely quickly.
Blast like a cannon.
Like a kid, like barrel. How was the barrel blast run yesterday?
It was a blast. It was a lot of fun to see the spiritual successor to Diddy Kong Racing.
I'm sad I didn't catch. I know Angie was doing Diddy Kong Racing as well. One of my unironic favorite video games of all time. Best racer, no doubt. But now you get this beautiful blasting section right here. Blast, 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 blast. Oh, he missed. No, he didn't. He knew there was this secret path up here, and you could just keep blasting. If you do this level, ideally, there's almost no waiting involved whatsoever. On these pillars, they do kind of pull a fast one on you, where they go straight up for just a second, so you have to time those. And this can actually be a little bit of a tight jump, yeah. A lot of runners will throw on a very small hover with Diddy, because that's a little bit of a glitchy ledge there at the end that can just push you down for whatever reason. But super well done level there by Tonkatsu.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done, World 1 so far. Obviously, as we said, like the hardest part is definitely the verticality there at the end of 1-2. And now we keep talking about classic Donkey Kong Country tropes. We now go into the first of the auto scrollers of the game and the first of the two different types. We got the minecart level right here. A little bit of platforming beforehand, where we can kind of point out, I'm gonna finish swallowing my ice right there. Make sure to stay hydrated, everyone. That a little quirk about jumping onto platforms in this game is you actually want to make sure sometimes you almost get like a ledge grab that lifts you up if you jump up on the sides. Ooh, Tonkatsu though goes, I'm learning stuff as we go. Actually able to get a roll jump there, barely catching the right side, really good. And the only thing that really saves too much time in the minecart levels is kind of like we saw with Tropical Freeze yesterday with my run. You want to just jump up slopes. You want to jump over the down slopes. That just allows you to maintain your momentum a little bit better, and just save you, handfuls of frames throughout the level. Other than that, though, what these levels are really infamous for, you see up there in that top left corner, see how you get 6 hearts? Oh, this game's probably easy. I can take 6 bits of damage. Not on the auto scrollers. You run into anything, you miss time 1 jump, there goes an entire life. You'll also lose Diddy, which can potentially mess with strats later on. So casually, all of the auto scrolling was definitely a big reason why a lot of people found this to be like the hardest Donkey Kong Country. Especially some of the rocket barrel levels we got coming up here, starting in World 2. We're already nearing the end here of the first minecart level. And big thing that Tonkatsu has to make sure is going well is his coin routing, as I brought up earlier. You're going to have to utilize coins to buy a number of things from shops, primarily the keys to take secret paths. So right here, we got 3 coins right there. Want to make sure you took that lower trajectory in order to snag all of those. So that's just set up perfectly. Again, on modern mode, it's not as tight. Keys are only 10 coins instead of 20. But it's still good to make sure you're staying on top of that the whole time.
Was modern mode introduced in the 3DS version, or is that a Switch exclusive? Do you know, Spike?
I believe that is in the 3DS version. I know the 3DS version at least came with the extra hearts, where on original mode, you only get 2 health for Donkey and 2 health for Diddy. So at least to some extent, I believe just straight up modern mode is in 3DS. Maybe a part of them was like, listen, this is gonna be too hard. I'm playing this on a 3DS. This game's already super hard. And now, speaking of super hard, we got actually one of the hardest bosses to optimize in a speedrun sense. That's right, here, boss 1, we've got Mowgli. So, okay, nice early hit right there, not the optimal hit. If you hit him like in the first couple of frames, he stops moving before he even moves across the arena. But Tonkatsu wants to make sure he gets the damage and then gets him to go into a skidding motion. So he wants to make sure he lands in front of him. That way, when he jumps over him, it'll bop his backside. That puts him in a skid, and then he can go for those nice, really clean double hits. And able to knock out the boss. Loses Diddy right there, but there's a relatively quick Diddy you can pick up right at the start of the next level. One thing that I actually love about the Donkey Kong Country Returns Tropical Freeze dual, I can't think of the word. I'm trying to think of the
duality.
Not the duality. The duology. The duology. That's the word I'm looking for. Is that if you're really good about how to break open the Buddy Kong barrels, so in this game, just Diddy, you can basically lose no time to that. If you know how to like roll grab as you're coming out of the roll jump, you grab the barrel and chuck it. Diddy will then snap to you like frame 1, and you basically don't lose any time in stride. That being said, this one's a little bit of an awkward one to get to, so we'll see how Tonkatsu's able to deal with it. Either way, you don't have to play too much of the level with just Donkey. Nicely done, yeah, and able to even get that bop off the crab as it came up. So lost just a little bit of time there, really nicely done. This, though, another one of the kind of gut check levels hurt here early on in the run. Yeah, it's hard to time those just correctly. Can try to go for a bop off of the crab right here. Yeah, able to get up on top. And now we got this death defying. They want you to ride that across, but instead we're just going to roll down. We're going to jump. We're going to utilize these enemies to get across and to the checkpoint pig. The scariest aspect of that's the first checkpoint of the level. So if you unfortunately miss that jump, you're all the way back at the start and you don't have Diddy once again. Nice flick right there from Tonkatsu. Gonna be setting up right here to get off these crates and try to bop his way across. This is a very, very scary section of the level here at the end. Trying to make sure you know exactly the cycles of all of those platforms. So nicely done by Tonkatsu. Some really, really tough execution going on in that level, and was able to make it all the way to the end without dipping in the water even once. Here we got 2-2. I'm going to try to see if I remember the level names or not. We got Sloppy Sands. This one's relatively straightforward on the outside. Probably one of the biggest things to note about this and just DKC Returns HD in general is they actually converted the Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze physics over to this one. And the primary thing is that if you go play the original version on Wii, and I imagine 3DS as well, the bopping off of enemies to get those big boosted jumps is actually super, super. We're gonna reset up, all gonna be able to save it. Let's go, Tonkatsu. Yeah, kind of got caught with the pants down right there, but able to adjust for it. Yeah, right there, you see that boosted bounce? You're able to do that in the original Wii version, but they're actually just a few frames. It's tough to get those. So a lot of strategies in the original game were built off of neutral bombs, as in I don't have to press any buttons for them. Now there's a lot more strategies because DKC Tropical Freeze just gave you a lot more frames to work with to get those boosted bounces, working off of those to get even more enhanced strategies. Nice job by Tonkatsu, catching that cycle right there of that barrel. And primarily just gonna try to avoid taking too much extra damage here and getting those fast climbs. You can see his donkey goes for those bigger grabs right there, really flying up. And able to keep Diddy, and to the end, nicely done. I forget how fast these levels are. Tropical Freeze kind of took an approach where there's less levels in the run, but they average more like, probably in the ballpark of like a minute 20 per level, whereas these, a lot of them on average go by in closer to like 50 seconds, I'd say. But there's 11 additional of them. And we get the second of the two styles of auto-scrollers. We have got the Rocket Barrel levels. And these were, anybody who played these back in 2010 on the Wii, or whatever year it was, these levels murdered you. I'll brag a little bit. I never thought these were that bad, but people casually had a really hard time with it. They're ultimately, all these are, I'm saying this for you, Jiggy, for when you eventually play these games. These are one-button controls. If you hold A, like Tonkatsu's doing right now, you just hover up at the top of the screen. If you release it, then you nosedive. So it's going to come down a couple times just to pick up the coins. Again, for those coin routing, there's no way to speed these up whatsoever, so you might as well get the money while you can. But yeah, other than that, just understand its momentum. Go up and down, dodge bombs, dodge sharks, dodge whatever. Now, there's definitely some levels in this game that have some pretty hard design to them in the Rocket Barrel sections, but you know, in general, just controlling this thing, gamers, I think y'all can do
it. Is there any way to go faster? Or
there's
no, it's
zero way to go faster. I remember
it's an auto scroller.
It is these, so the mine carts have like tech for them to go faster. Again, the jumping up and down slopes and whatnot, maintaining momentum. These are straight auto scrollers. As soon as you get in the barrel, you mash the button to get it to go off as fast as possible. And then once you're in this part, you're just going. So these are generally your little kind of nice mental breaks. A lot of people criticize DKC Returns that it had too many auto scrollers in it. As a speedrunner, I will say I kind of like having these because it's just that little bit of a mental break from how hard and punishing a lot of the strategies you have to go for in the rest of the game end up being. And there's a number of the auto scrollers that are not free either. A couple of them, especially once you get into like World 8 and whatnot, they're very hard regardless. So that means that we now go into one of the shortest levels in the run. Go ahead, Jiggy.
I was gonna say, from what I have learned yesterday from Tropical Freeze and this game today, it feels like Nintendo said, well, Mario's easy, so
yes.
if you want a platformer that's harder, Donkey Kong. I'll just like, not like entirely, but just a little bit, you know?
I feel like there was a lot of like mild criticism around the new, which by the way, I like the new Super Mario Brothers games. I think they're a little samey, but I think they're fun for sure. I think there was a little bit of criticism that like, oh, they were like too easy for people who were experienced like platformers and whatnot. So Retro Studios was like, okay, we got it, don't worry. This game legitimately, it sold really, really well on the original Wii version. I believe it sold well on all these versions, but I guarantee you there's a lot of people who played this game who picked it up and said, I can't do this. Oh, this is really, really hard.
They probably looked at like because the original, the SNES games are not easy either. Like,
oh, they're not?
They're not. Yeah, they're not easy either. I've watched enough Donkey Kong Country 2 to see, you know, like they're tough games. So I don't know, maybe Donkey Kong has always been, at least the country games have always been like, well, we have Mario World, and if that's too easy for you, here you go. Rare made these games, and then Retro Studios is like, yeah, we're gonna keep doing that.
Yeah. And they kept making hard levels now going into Stormy Shore. These two levels back to back, if you're going for like all the strats, these two levels kill a lot of runs. Stormy Shore right here, just a lot of tough cycles, a lot of tight platforming you have to do while trying to avoid the damage along the way. You got Tonkatsu rolling up here, throwing that barrel, just taking a damage boost and able to roll through all of that mess. Again, one thing that's nice about the modern mode category, you have that extra health, so you're going to utilize basically all the damage boosts you possibly can to get through it. Filling up on some more health right there because we have another at least 2 instances of damage that you're going to want to take. Trying to move through here, jump over this guy, clearing all the way to the last platform. That is a very tight jump. Nicely done by Tonkatsu. Gonna elect to keep the health, jumping back and forth right there, and now gonna drop down. Hover, if you do not hover right there, you actually will die. The camera does not keep up with you, and it'll scroll you off screen. Ooh, able to just slip through all of that without damage. Nicely done. Probably just gonna elect to take some damage right here. Ooh, and falling down into the water. That being a very, very difficult section right at the end of the level. So the problem is now Tonkatsu's gonna have to play all the way until halfway into the next level without Diddy. So gonna have to, as I said, because you don't have the hover, he's gonna have to just drop down and utilize some of the moss to make sure that the camera is able to keep up with him and not load him off screen. Yeah, just gonna have to let these cycles kind of go by. Tonkatsu doing a good job of adjusting for the solo DK life. Ooh, swag little barrel throw right there. Able to just catch the cycle, getting above that guy and getting out of the level. Well done to recover after losing Diddy. And now we go into Tidal Terror. Probably casually, I would say this is one of the harder levels in the game. And it's even harder. It is if you go for the time attacks in this game. There are, just like in Tropical Freeze, there's bronze, silver, gold, and shiny gold. I'm telling you all right here, chat, this is one of the hardest shiny golds to get in the entire game. You basically will have to do all of the strats that the top world record holders do in order to only stop like 3 times in this whole level. So as soon as it loads in the gimmick, you've got those titles coming in from the background. Yeah, if you're not behind something, you die. And right there, Tonkatsu has to make sure he doesn't try to go too fast once the tidal waves go away. Really, yeah, that was about as early as you could go because those linger for a little bit. Yeah, gonna like to wait a little bit longer here. Again, this is definitely a level that ideally you get out of the last level with Diddy to give yourself as much wiggle room as possible. Diddy is not exclusively faster in terms of just rolling, as opposed to Donkey is. But it allows you to just have more consistent strats, having that you're never losing frames to miss timing your rolls or anything. Oh, Kakatsu going for it. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. I wasn't sure if he was going to like to go for it or not. That is a very tight cycle, as you can see, barely making that before the water comes in. So able to get a nice 4-stop right there and get through the entire level. Well done by Tonkatsu. The final level there of World 2, the beach world. And just like Tropical Freeze, for whatever reason, World 2 is like incredibly hard for speedrunning. I would say the first level of that world and the last 2 we just did, those 3 are by far 3 of the hardest levels in at least the first half of this run and cause a ton of resets. Now heading here into the boss fight of World 2. There's a lot of videos online that have talked about like, oh, how does this game look? You know, it's at the end of the day, it's a 15-year-old Wii game. I know a lot of people criticize the crabs really don't look very good. The crabs look like GameCube bosses. There's a lot of this game that like they did make look pretty good. What were you gonna say, Jiggy?
I think it's Furgate. Is that what it is? Is that that Donkey Kong doesn't have good fur in this game?
Yeah, people have brought that up as well. It's
Furgate.
You know what? I'm happy because the biggest thing I think for a lot of people in the speedrunning community didn't give Donkey Kong Country Returns a chance because the only way you could control it on the Wii was actually with the waggle controls. You had your Wiimote and your nunchuck, and just like you would shake in Super Mario Galaxy, you had to shake to roll. As you can see, you roll a lot in this game. Which I thought was fine. I thought it controlled fine, but it absolutely was, I would say, a mistake on Retro Studios, Nintendo, whoever made the call, to not make it an optional thing that you could just press a button and get you where you need to go. It was really nice. Tropical Freeze offered that. And if you still want to waggle, you can bust out the Joy-Cons and use those for this. But yeah, being able to do it on a button is really, really nice. So I think the best thing about DKC Returns HD getting released is that a lot more people in the speedrunning community, like Tokatsu, Void, and many others, they're giving this game a shot. Because it's a very, very good speedrun and a very, very punishing one. Now heading here into World 3 again. We got 8 total worlds that we're going to have to move through in this game. While we're going into 3-1, Jiggy, if you want to promote it real quick, as more and more people have come into here, what is this event and what are we doing here? What can we expect here on day 2 of Oops All DK?
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, this is Oops All Donkey Kong weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. It's just a whole day of Donkey Kong speedruns. Today is jam-packed with absolutely incredible runs. We got ourselves Donkey Kong Country Returns HD right now, and then right after this, we are jumping right into the trilogy, doing Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong Country 2, and Donkey Kong Country 3 all in a row, so you won't want to miss that. And then we're ending the day with some Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. And that's gonna be a blast as well. It's the unofficial DKC4. That's what for the GameCube. So yeah, definitely excited about this. So if you like Donkey Kong, definitely stick around because we have some really awesome runs today. I'm definitely pumped for Void to take on DKC2 to 102%. It's gonna be a blast.
Absolutely, gamers. I want to know in the chat, what is your favorite? I'm just gonna say Donkey Kong game. It doesn't have to be a Donkey Kong Country. It doesn't. It could involve just the Donkey family, like Diddy could be in it or something. What is your favorite Donkey Kong game that has ever been released? It's a good chance it's been featured in this little 2-day event. Jiggy did an amazing job putting together the schedule.
Well, thanks for that. I actually, Spike, was super invested in Donkey Kong 64 yesterday. It was like this weird, because I've seen it, and I've watched people run it a little bit, but I've never watched like a full rando race of it. And I was kind of shocked about how like Rare kind of went bonkers on it. Like they did not hold back on that game.
No, it's because you haven't played it either, right?
No, I've never played it.
Dude, that's super cool. You got invested in it and you never even played the game. That game is definitely it is infamous. The rando is very different than the base game. I can tell you that very much.
Okay.
It is now. That being said, you should play it one day on stream. There is no other video game in the world quite like Donkey Kong 64. It's a good time, and it is. I mean, are you a fan of just collectathons at all?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I love me some Mario. Big fan of Mario. I have not played Banjo-Kazooie yet. I know that that's weird because of my name, but I haven't played that. But I like watching collectathons, and Hat in Time is one of my favorites. That's a solid one, and I'm one of those weirdos that Mario Sunshine is my favorite Mario game.
I'll accept it. It's fine.
I'm a Zelda guy, Spike. You gotta remember, I'm a Zelda guy.
Hey, Zelda games, they're great. GameCube era had a couple of bangers there. That being said, getting back into the run right here with Tonkatsu has done a really, really good job, actually, with the last 2 levels. Has had some really clean movement throughout, a really good re-pickup of Diddy on the last level, and tried to even go for a strat right there where you can actually jump off the side of a button. Was able to get the jump, didn't quite stick the landing, but then backed it up perfectly right afterwards. With this last section here in Button Bash 3-2 for the game, is you're trying to time it to where you just slip in on the, I guess from its perspective, the right side of the cheek. Ooh, really nice shot there by Tonkatsu. Oh, and then does the cute little setup. I love that. If you just blast on the second shot, then you'll always miss. But then if you mash out the second one, it'll always put you in on one of the better frames. So nicely done. Probably get the hardest level of World 3 right here in Damp Dungeon. It's ideally a pretty short little level, but there's a lot of pretty tight quarters that you have to get through and some cycles that got kind of messed up. Before that, though, first time we're seeing the shop items right here. Gonna be buying that key for 10 coins. There is a key in every single world that you can buy from Cranky. If you're able to do that, that gets you alternate paths through the world. This is by far the most important key to get in a speedrun because for the price of those 10 coins, we're gonna do this like 50-second level instead of 2 other levels, 2 other entire levels. I think both of the other levels are longer than this straight up. So this one just saves a ton of time. That's being said, moving into it, just like we saw with Tropical Freeze yesterday, anytime you are able to roll on a platform that is moving to the right, that speed obviously gets applied to yours. Ooh, really nice adjustment right there from Tonkatsu, as that's just going to speed you up as well. Move on those going to the right. Bunch of coins right there you can potentially use as a backup strat if you happen to be short on coins. But Tonkatsu in a more than fine spot here on the modern mode. Able to catch, just grabbing that right tip of the platform. And now going to take some intentional damage right here as you're not taking damage there is very, very slow. Waiting back there to set up the cycle of the platform, but not loading on the shark, so then you can just jump straight from the platform all the way to the barrel. Very nicely done on that camera manipulation from Tonkatsu. Yeah, that level is one of those, it might not have came off looking too hard. Tonkatsu was able to make some really nice saves. That level can be sneaky how difficult it is. But now we get to move into, for a lot of people, unless you're going for like the super sweaty strats, this is probably one of the easier levels in the entire run. It's the only time we're going to see Rambi. Our boy Void's not here, so I'll go ahead and say it. Heck, Rambi. He's definitely a little clunky in the modern Donkey Kong Country games. But yeah, for the most part, you are just going to be, you're going to get on Rambi, and you're just going to be slapping his butt the whole time. Just keep on charging. During
Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color yesterday, apparently Rambi is incredible. That was it was blasphemous, I know, but yeah, the Def Control was going on about how Rambi is incredible, and like there's all kinds of propaganda, Spike.
Oh my God! Wait, we're having a debate. Okay, We have to have a day 3 now where it's just a debate. We're going to get Phoenix right on the case.
Just a debate about Ramby.
Like, wait, was he really good in the Game Boy Color, DKC?
Yes, yeah. Apparently, that was what Def Control was saying, was that Ramby like saves so much time in that game.
He finally gets some love. That's incredible. It's also funny to see all these like one tile gaps that are way more than a tile. But if Ramby has one thing about him that's good in the modern games, he a long boy. So as long as one pixel of him is above a platform, he just keeps running along it. So that's the biggest thing. You're going to watch a lot of people play those, and it's even clunkier because they're stopping and jumping over each gap. You don't got to do that. Just keep slapping the booty. With that being said, again, taking that quick path through Damp Dungeon, we're already moving on to our third boss, and the first one that really has some pretty bad RNG to it. So the Ruined Roost, I believe the name of this boss. You have to hit him with 6 bombs. Ideally, you can take him out in like 30 seconds, but it's totally random whether he throws the bombs on top of you, which is what you want, or drops them like down to the floor. So he's already got 1 right there. Ideally, Tonkatsu can go for 3 for 3 here. Only getting the 2. This can still work out well. He's always going to come back to the left side. If he gives him all 3, you can potentially go for a 2-3-1, which isn't too bad. He's throwing 1 back, so probably, okay, going for a 2-2, so he's got 2 health left. Because he's past the halfway point of his health, he's always now going to go to the center, drop this nuke on the ground, just a literal nuke, taking out those bottom blocks, and then come over to the right side. Hopefully we just need 2 bombs right here, and we're good. Jumping up, grabbing that 5th bomb early, and able to knock him out. Ideally, you get 3 and 3, as you would imagine, but it's all pretty much up to him. You might think, can you just go down and get the bombs? The bombs just will not last long enough. You'll be chasing him around. You're going to lose too much time. It's not going to do it. So well handled right there by Tonkatsu. Going into World 4 now, which is primarily known as the auto-scroller world. They at least are a little creative with it. Thankfully, from a speedrunning standpoint, it's not literally just like an 8-minute section of auto-scrollers here. There are sections that are outside of the minecarts and whatnot that actually have some pretty cool optimizations to them. But by and large, you would hope this is your most consistent world as a speedrunner. Before we get into really the rest of the run, which is all difficult. That being said, we're going to roll down. We're immediately going to go for our first skip in this world. As we're not going to jump into that barrel, we're just going to jump straight across, pound this switch 3 times, and then jump into the background. As opposed to, it would send you back there, you hit another barrel, that sends you back to where Tonkatsu skipped over to, and then you're able to extend that into doing the whole thing. And too many back and forth. Just roll jump. That's all we need. Now, that being said, this is a kind of unique style of auto-scroller that is unique to DKC Returns. It's actually not in Tropical Freeze, where it's a minecart level, but you're actually standing on top of it. What that means is you don't do the normal, like the minecart just goes at its own accord. It does not pay attention to if Donkey's standing on it or not. So there's no like jumping up or down slopes or anything, but allows you to do some really, really swag jumps and go for some cool optimizations, where a lot of these barrels you see, we can just simply roll under them and go into the next one as fast as we can. From there, the sweaty optimizations is just landing on the left side of the cart. So you're, just so you start them up as soon as possible. Jumping into this barrel right here. Fun fact, in the original, you could jump into that even further to the right barrel. I think it might be straight up impossible on this version. It's one of the random little differences. Because Jiggy and I were talking about this before we started this run. Like almost having like maybe even like a hotfix show or something that analyzes super minor differences, version differences, with different, editions of a game. So you got the Wii version, the 3DS version, and the Switch version. And they all, if you speedrun all of them, they're all just different enough to be weird. Just like little stuff like that. Like it doesn't give you control for a couple extra frames. Maybe the barrel or the cart you get on is a little further to the left, or the barrel's a little further to the right. I don't know. They remade this whole freaking thing in Unity. So who knows what happened to it as it went. Either way, this is what we got.
But it would also be like really interesting because you said that the physics of this game are the same as Tropical Freeze, but then that means the Wii version has different physics. And then the question is where are the 3DS physics? Are they the same as Tropical Freeze? That's the real question.
Yeah, which I'm sadly, I've never owned a 3DS, period. Fun fact, I've owned a 2DS. That's what I've got. I played like 5 hours The Link Between Worlds. That game's great, by the way.
Good game.
Very good game. You didn't have that in your Oops All Zelda, did you?
No, because right now there's not too many runners of Link Between Worlds. In fact, I've actually been learning that game again. My old PB was 2 hours and 40 minutes, but now I just hit a 2 hour 35. So it was It was pretty good. I'm doing glitchless though. So
yeah, I know that game's got a ton of glitches in it. If I had one wish, and I was hoping it would somehow happen on Switch 1, there's so many cool speedruns on DS and 3DS that a lot of people don't run just because capturing your DS, your 3DS has never been the easiest thing in the world. I was like, man,
it's expensive. It's really expensive.
It is.
You know,
it is. Man, Nintendo, what if there's a DS or a 3DS shop on for Switch 2 now? I was wishing for it for years on Switch. All of a sudden, the speedruns of games like that, Super Mario 3D Land, so many other games would blow up all of a sudden. All the great Castlevania DS games, that would be so cool.
The hard part's the touchscreen, but if the Switch did something along the lines of like being able to go, I don't want to say dockless, but like you could plug it directly into a like HDMI then and acts as like a 2-screen experience, that would be cool.
That would be very, very cool.
That means Wii U games could be easily ported too if there's any specific Wii U games.
Because figure that's a lot of it. So we were like, oh, when's Wind Waker and TPHD coming to a Switch? And I was like, well, there's probably some level of functionality that was awkward because the controller by default is not just the screen and whatnot. But maybe one day. Nintendo, you just keep doing what you're doing. There's a lot of cool games coming out.
Keep making good games. We're down.
Keep making good games. We'll show them here. That being said, thankfully, World 4 is blissfully the shortest world by far in DKC Returns. This is the third and final level. We've got one more Rocket Barrel level that, once again, we can't speed up in any way other than just getting into the barrel and mashing A or B, your preference, as fast as you can. And then it's on to the boss fight, which is good because coming up after that, World 5 is... World 5 might just be overall the hardest world in this game. It's either World 5 or World 7. And in general, the back half of this run is very, very difficult. Moving through here, taking out the moles. A lot of people are probably familiar. They see World 4, and it's infamous being known for the bat level. We will not be going to the bat level in this one. Thankfully, the key sends us down a little bit of a faster path. It is faster to do 4-2 and 4-4, as opposed to 4-3 and 4-5. And 4-5 is the infamous big purple turd level, where the gigantic bat chases you. And that is like the level that walled a lot of people, and no one ever got any further. There's the giant bat chasing you in the rocket barrel. And again, people didn't know how to control the rocket barrel very well. And genuinely, his attack patterns that he shoots at you are pretty tough. You're playing a shmup all of a sudden. You're out here playing Gradius in Donkey Kong Country.
It's sad because like the gameplay wise of those rocket levels just kind of seems like, I don't want to say lame, but like you said, like smooth brain, like turn your brain off, make sure that you're going. But like cinematically, like those are pretty cool levels. Like that it was just a fun to watch level. But
absolutely,
it was more like a movie.
There's a lot of fun that they had, just the character in the moles, like the train releasing all the things and then flying off into the background and exploding. I was like, okay, this has a really nice like Saturday morning cartoon vibe. Not the Donkey Kong Country Saturday morning cartoon. That looks cursed as heck. But just I don't know. Retro had a lot of fun animating these games. And instead, we now
Spike,
go
you
into
didn't
the
like
fourth
the-
boss. What's that? The Donkey Kong Country.
You don't like
I've
the
never
Donkey
watched
Kong
it. I've
Country
never watched
show?
it. I've never. Have you watched it?
It's wild. Oh, it's wild, Spike. You should. You gotta give it a watch. Watch it on stream. React to it. It's
Oh
good.
my gosh.
That one and Captain N. If you've ever seen Captain N, but that one's wild too.
And for Nintendo, I guess.
Oh yeah. Captain N is saving Videoland from Mother Brain with his sidekicks Mega Man, Kid Icarus, and Simon Belfast from Castlevania.
Oh, is this like this is like 80s cartoon?
Yeah.
Very old. Oh,
It's
I've
like
never heard of
IP
this.
Central, like serial cartoon. Captain N's wild.
The only like old. I mean, I've seen a little bit of like the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. I remember having like a
but that's
VHS tape of
good.
like, yeah, that like by comparison is good. Oh, 100%. I also saw the
that one has
the
like
classic.
yeah.
Or go ahead. No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was gonna say like that one, the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, like it's the the cartoon, but the best part is that has cold opens where they have the live action Mario Brothers with their celebrity guests in Brooklyn. Like, it's just fun.
It was like part like SNL. It was like weird, dude. It's bizarre to look back at it.
Captain N's a little wild, and Donkey Kong is something.
I'm gonna have to check that out. That's a sub now. All right, to all my followers out there, we're gonna watch that. And of course, I've seen some of the friend of mine back in college. This is the old Zelda cartoon. Well, excuse me, princess. And that's been my headcanon Link till the end of time. That's just boot up Breath of the Wild. That's what he's thinking, dude. Anyways, now we move into World 5. This is, again, like I said, one of the hardest worlds in the game. Immediately trying to go off a little bit of a skip right there, bouncing off the top right portion of that mushroom. We're going to skip out on the left side and then make our way forward. Can potentially go for a little bit of a health refill right here. Takatsu saying he doesn't need it. Gonna be grabbing the vines. You can save like a frame on the vines by grabbing them and sliding down. That just kind of pushes it forward a few pixels. And now utilizing that boosted tropical freeze physics in order to just make that entire gap right there off just grabbing the vine. Diddy, very, very helpful for this level as you can hover out the ends of some of these sets of vines. Hardest part of the level right here, just trying to go through, taking damage, not getting eaten by that enemy. Ooh, and I actually really like that strategy by Tonkatsu going underneath right there. As otherwise, you are probably just going to take damage to the top one. That's probably only barely slower. That's actually a really creative strat. Now going right here, another tropical freeze boosted bounce. Ooh, if you're able to time that one right, you're able to jump all the way to the third vine right there. Thankfully, the checkpoint is just a little bit back. I'm gonna have to do this section now without Diddy. I believe you do get Diddy back right here. Yeah, you do. Try to potentially go for it again. It's definitely a weird cycle, off of trying to go from the death cycle there. So just taking the second vine into the third vine, moving right through. And with that, loading this vine on screen. We're already done with this level. That is probably the easiest level of World 5. World 5 is a monster. Just a lot of bottomless pits and very, very punishing sections. It was good to note earlier that in World 4, when we bought the key, Tonkatsu also bought a couple of Diddy barrels, and there's a level coming up that I imagine Tonkatsu's going to be using that for. As for the most part, the levels in this game are really good about getting you Diddy barrels early on. But there's one level coming up in this 3-level gauntlet, starting with here 5-2, where they don't give you a Diddy barrel until, I've always thrown out the number 92% of the way into the level, and it makes the level way harder. You have a lot less health to work with. Well, we'll see. But either way, going here now into 5-2. Some pretty difficult strategies trying to go for here. Be taking some damage. Otherwise, you'd be waiting there forever. And now I'm going to actually land on this platform, tilt it up just enough to where you can get on top of this, take this alternate path, and jump on top of this guy all the way to the middle of the pendulum right there. Well done by Tonkatsu, picking up that health, getting that Diddy refill right before taking the damage, which would have gotten rid of Diddy completely. Making their way through, picking up the extra health. Setting up, still keeping Diddy throughout all this. And then this is a cute little jump. Ryza comes up, whoop, and jumping you right up to the next platform. Taking some damage through there, grabbing the moss, and just getting past these enemies. And you can get some nice little flicks right here off of the platforms. Like to probably get a little bit of a health refill on Mr. Diddles. Getting on top of this guy. A little bit of momentum added to yourself right there with that swinging cart moving to the right. Ooh, nice save right there from Tonkatsu. And going right here to the end of the level. Well done, well allocated all of his different health for all the different damage boosts and whatnot, and able to get through it. This is, for a lot of people, this is the first true gauntlet of the run. 5-2, 5-3, 5-4. All these levels are terrifying and can absolutely cause long, long death cycles. Going now into 5-3, Flutter, Fly Away, where this level is like, it's more pit than not pit. And all the things you can land on, they're moving around. These little like train trails of different moving platforms. Immediately coming up, you're gonna try to just barely get past these enemies, and you're waiting downhill, down here, not trying to load those top platforms and their camera cycles on too early. Yeah, utilizing that second platform and just skipping that middle one completely. We don't need that. We're overcomplicating it. Use less platforms. Now moving in here, we're gonna try to move over each of these spiders. Nicely done. Barely catching that sucker. And again, having these platforms adding some momentum to yours. Rolling off, we got a barrel right here that the level suggests, but we say no thank you. Let the puzzle piece guide you to a nice saving of half a second. Great job, game. Thank you very much. And ooh, really nice platforming through that section. Beautiful movement right there to catch that off-screen platform cycle, able to catch the front part of that trail, and now moving into the final part of the level. This part can get pretty scary. Ooh, with the beautiful duck right at the end. That was a wonderfully done level there by Tonkatsu. One of the highlights of the run for sure. That level
in the chat. Wow.
That level is so terrifying. It's so scary. Love that beautiful duck right at the end to avoid the damage and then roll into the next one. And now this is the level that I was talking about. Tonkatsu does have a couple of Diddy barrels on ready to go. Is electing not to use them up front right here, but this is one of the hardest levels in the entire run. And it's primarily because, once again, like I said, if you lose Diddy, and there are many, many, many pits in this level with very awkward cycles to make, then all of a sudden, you're back to the start of the level and you've just got Donkey Kong for almost the whole thing. And try to catch one of these early cycles on the platforms. Nice. Roll through, neutral off the third one. Just catch that perfectly opening mouse cycle right there. Roll from 2 all the way to the edge. Now we're gonna try to weave our way through all this, not taking any damage. Beautiful section right there. And ooh, able to get all the way to that checkpoint. Hey, you have a little blow mechanic in this game. That's right, it's like one of the only times we ever use it. They got rid of that in Tropical Freeze because they were like, yeah, we don't know what we were thinking about this one. Oh, very scary movement right there. What were you gonna say?
How did you even use the blow mechanic on the Wii version? The Wii didn't have
it's the
microphone.
same button. First of all, very well done. That whole stretch of levels by Tonkatsu. That is an absolute gauntlet and very, very easy to have a blow up. But yeah, it's the same button as effectively it's a 2-button video game. Y being roll on this, so that instead being the waggle. So instead of you rolling where you're holding right or left, you hold down and then you press Y, and that'll give you the little blow mechanic. It's weird pacing for the level. Instead, they replace that with pulling plugs. In a Tropical Freeze, you roll up to something, you stand still, and you pull up on those. But yeah, it's I don't know. They were trying something. I don't know if it worked. But now all of a sudden, World 5, it slows down just a little bit. We get this very, very cool barrel blasting section where, oh no, Takatsu shot too early. Or did he? Barely bouncing off of that trampoline from below that flower. Some very, very fast barrel blasting sections. Already, ooh, that great energy, that great kinetic energy of these fast barrel blasting sections. Going up, bam, come down, bam, bam again. Gonna blast through these right when he has access to each of them. Very easy to miss any of these shots, but Tonkatsu having that memorization down and now bouncing off this flower with the hover all the way extending that to the platform. And now he's got to be able to time all these together, as once he blasts out of them, they're gone forever. Blast, wait, make sure some of these are auto blasters. Did we just have a perfect 5-5? I just had a perfect 5-5. Great job, Tonkatsu, on this World 5. Biggest mistake was the death on the easiest level. Back there, Vine Valley, the first level. One final level to go here in World 5. We got Muncher Marathon. Who doesn't like a good, and you're great 2D platformers, who doesn't like a good chase sequence? Where all of a sudden things are gonna be on top of you. There's a bunch of itsy bitsy spiders ready to gobble you up. But Tonkatsu's gonna be moving through the level, ideally very cleanly, in order to stay ahead of them the whole time. Ideally, you don't know whatever's chasing us. Just believe us, chat. It's a chase sequence level.
If you imagine being chased, it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Take some intentional damage right there, because all those spiders, all their cycles just started early in the Switch version. We don't know why. So there's a lot more often where we've had to change the strategies to basically every spider section. Ooh, that is a very tight cycle to make that top platform. Ooh, we're seeing a little bit of those itty bitty spiders. This is just an absolute layup of a damage boost. Climbing on the moss is slow. We don't want that. Ooh, love that little neutral bop. That little kiss off the frog right there. Nice. Crashing and bashing through all this. We were just talking about Crash Bash before this. That's on my brain. And now already into the last section. Some simple barrel blasting right here. A little bit to the right, a little bit to the left. And Tonkatsu's already going to be moving on all the way to the boss of this world, the Mango Ruby Run. Remember to stay hydrated, gamers. When I was a younger man doing commentary for these legendary speedrunners like the Tonkatsus of the world, I was able to just talk for hours. Now I'm sitting there like, oh my God, my throat's dying.
Need some water, you know?
Need a little bit of water, my gosh. Speedruns need more breaks.
I have a really, really controversial question for chat. I'm just curious to know if anybody in the chat actually likes water, you know? Really controversial. I know I might get thrown out.
There's like little stretches of time where I'll be like, oh, I really like I drink like LaCroix way too much. Terrible for your teeth. Don't do that. But all of a sudden I'm busting out some ice water and I'm like, whoever came up with the concept of water, good stuff, man.
It's true.
You did
it's
good.
true.
This hit. So yeah, the gimmick we got right here with Mango Ruby Run, we got 3 HP on it. And that's hit points for people that don't play video games. Yeah, whereas you can see, we need to slap each of these platforms. That'll make the electricity around his weak point go away, and then you can jump on it. A little weird when you get into those cycles. I think the game blew up. I don't know what just happened right there, but it's fine. For the most part, you want to go with the grain, how the wheels are moving around. Sorry, not wheels. What are they called, Jiggy?
They're trailer wheels.
The trailer wheels specifically. The brand of
trailer
wheel.
wheels. Yeah, the IP, the advertisement wheels.
The advertisement wheels, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know what you meant by like the
TV
trailer
commercial.
wheels. They're in the trailer, yes.
Yeah, they're from the TV commercial for Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Wii.
I was always happy when
those, Yeah.
I was always happy with that they advertised.
And it was it was those and the falling pillars that were in the trailer. That was a big deal for them.
But
break time now.
Yeah, we could definitely take a break here. That would be a great. This would be a great spot. Yeah. All right, everybody, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna have the second half of this Donkey Kong Country Returns HD run. So don't go anywhere. In fact, you can do me a favor while we're on break. I want you to join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role. That's where you're going to be able to keep tabs on all of our upcoming events and talk with the staff, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. Definitely use !Discord and join right now. Do that during the break. That'd be great. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Donkey Kong weekend. We're gonna jump right back into this amazing run. Tonkatsu, are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right, count us down whenever.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we are back laying some Donkey Kong spikes here. We're ready for more Donkey Kong Country Returns HD.
HD, the newest edition, just got made. You would think this game was the newest game with how Nintendo is advertising. They really want you to go to their Universal Studios Donkey Kong Country World. And you know what? It worked. I really want to go. Jiggy, do you want to go with me?
I want to go so bad to the Universal Studios Donkey Kong land. I'm pumped about it.
I want to ride the Minecart Madness. I want to see how fun it is. Ooh, coming up right here, there's actually a pretty cool level we get to come out of the break with. First of all, once again, those one tile gaps, we're going to roll over them. Tonkatsu doing some really nice boosted bounces. I love the camera barely able to keep up with you right there. And we're going to just skip those left barrels. We don't need those. That's too many barrels. Just go roll right under to the right barrel. And then, ooh, positioning himself just right. Having a beautiful level so far. In order to get that roll down the hill. We're talking about the level's done. So if you go right at it, able to just barely catch the bottom of that barrel, not having to use the up top left barrel. That was, dang, Tonkatsu turning on the afterburners here, coming right out of the break. That was like a perfect prehistoric path. Very, very difficult level. And that's definitely a good feeling going now into our next auto-scroller, our second straight up minecart level. Just gonna sit in it. We were just talking about riding Minecart Madness, and here we are. This is exactly what the ride would be, Jiggy, if we rode it. Just imagine all of the set pieces going on right here. This is what it would be if we go to Universal Studios. So we're gonna go down this thing, and then we'll go whoop, and there's deadly sludge below all the customers.
I wonder what it smells like.
Ooh. They made sure it was genuine. Like, oh, the ride was great, but it smelled just awful.
It just smelled like sludge.
You gotta make sure you time your bounces as you go through here, or you also die. Ride down, all the pieces are created in front of you. I really do, though. Anybody, can anyone be my date? We'll go to Universal Studios. I forget when it's gonna be available stateside.
May.
I know it's just in Japan.
It opens up in May.
In May, okay. And that's okay. That's stateside. Okay. All right. Well, I'll be there.
Yeah. I don't think it's in LA yet. I think it's only going to be in Orlando.
Florida,
if I'm correct. Yeah.
And then this will happen when you ride
that entire park.
You're riding on top of an egg as it's breaking apart. Make sure to time those jumps, or your ride's going to be real short. Again, it's like you said, Jiggy, with the auto-scrollers in this game, they did such a good job with the set pieces. They had so much fun making them. The absurdity of riding this egg as it's like breaking apart, jumping, you're dodging all like the spikes and everything. Very, very cool stuff.
They kind of disguise the auto-scrollers for like the casual players. When I think of like definitive auto-scroller, like TM level, all I can think about is Yoshi's Island, because that game is auto-scrollers. That's when you're like
Yoshi's
standing
Island,
at the side.
We agree. It's great, right?
Waiting. The game's incredible, but on auto-scroller levels on Yoshi's Island, you are just waiting to progress. Where this game, it's different.
I think all the time about the first auto scroller in Yoshi's Island, where it is just, if you look at a map, it's like 2 screens. It's nothing. But the level will take you 5 minutes to beat it because it is moving at a pixel per second. Moving across, so you're like, dog, just break the auto scrolling mechanic, and this level would be like 10 seconds long. Yeah, they really stretched that one out. Yoshi's Island, though, still fantastic video game. And now we go into a very cool level here in the speedrun. We got Weighty Way, just able to fit under that fire tiki right there. And another little thing that they changed about the physics going into this game for whatever reason, a hover doesn't maintain the momentum. So for whatever reason in this version, we just have to let that cart carry us down even further. Gonna ride this one down, cut out as many middlemen as we can, jumping straight into that barrel. Might have even seen if you got a clever eye, able to notice for Tonkatsu. Ooh, taking a death right there. We're right at the checkpoint. We're gonna pick up Diddy later on, where you can do a little bit of a grab near a ceiling. Donkey will want to grab the ceiling even if it doesn't actually have moss on it, and that'll allow you to like almost get like a little bit of an enhanced jump. It's a little bizarre. Ooh, a nice extension right there from Tonkatsu. Very ballsy going for the roll jump with Donkey. Again, that is not an infinite. And then having Diddy help you out. Now we get this death-defying end of the level, setting that down, and then immediately rolling off. As soon as you're off camera, start jumping and hovering. You get into that barrel just a few seconds faster, and you finish off Weighty Way. A little bit of a death, but really did not lose much time to it. Again, died right. If you're gonna die in this game, do it 1 second after a checkpoint. And there, the big thing was just having a refill up on Diddy. Yeah, starting with World 5, this game really never lets up. And this is another absolute monster level. Oh, I actually really like this routing from Tonkatsu, bringing in that extra Diddy barrel. Because this is a level where, ideally, you're going to take a ton of damage. And I would explain it. The level's going to mostly explain itself why you're going to take a lot of damage. There's a lot of spiky balls everywhere. The second time, and might be the last time we use the blow mechanic. If we don't have to, we don't. It, believe it or not, is not terribly useful to speedrunners. Okay, he's got another Diddy barrel that he can pull out whenever he wants. Ideally, without a Diddy barrel, you guaranteed will, I mean, unless you're going very slow, you're gonna finish this level with solo Donkey. You just need way too many damage boosts to make it fast. Doing a really good job through this entire hectic section. Now we're going down underneath. Hover to that, can potentially slip through that. Oh, very well manipulated by Tonkatsu right there. Able to slip through all those spikes. That's actually really hard to do. Now gonna be losing Diddy right here and making their way through. Gonna get this other Diddy barrel. Oh, and I really like throwing it right there. Rolling up that hill is very, very difficult with solo DK. So that makes it nice and consistent. That's actually a very creative usage for that extra money that Tonkatsu had routed in. Able to get Diddy back and make the end of the level a little faster and much safer. So very nicely done. That also particularly helps out speed up this section right here at the beginning of 6-6, where again, normally you would be without Diddy for the first like 15, 20 seconds of the level. Now instead gonna be able to utilize him. Ooh, okay, well, we'll show you what it actually looks like, I guess, in true any percent then. Yeah, this opening section, this level's like not too bad. This opening bit is like the hardest part. So biggest thing, ooh, nice, able to extend that with Donkey, a max extension, and then roll jumping. If you try to extend it too far, then that's gonna net you a death. Yep, picking back up Diddy right there. Skip out on as many of these platforms as possible. Gonna tilt this one up just a little bit for safety, drop down. Oh, where? Oh, that DLC enemy, what's happening? You're not supposed to be there. There should have been a gap on the left side. I think Tonkatsu got robbed. Now gonna try to land on the flat part at the top of these, ooh, I didn't know you could roll up that like that. taking notes. I'm writing it down. I gotta be better. I gotta be as good as Tonkatsu at this. I lost my train of thought there because I was making the joke all of a sudden. But now we enter like a pseudo auto scroller. We're Yoshi's Island up in here. Which, by the way, controversial opinion, while we're going through an auto scrollers, speedrunners dunk on them a lot, but they are not inherently bad design. There's really cool stuff you can do with them. And for a lot of people, the auto scrollers can be the hardest parts of the game.
Yeah, you know, it's the movie portion of the game. It's the cinematic, like they use it for whatever that they want, you know, to showcase. They don't want you to go fast. That's that's what people don't realize, is that like they don't want you to go fast.
And I think the Donkey Kong Country series does it masterfully. Again, like we said so many times, both rare and retro, they had so much fun with what happens during them. A lot of times they're the most memorable parts of the game. Speedrunners understandably are like, I want to go fast. Give me that freedom to move as fast as I can. But casually, I think they're fine. Show off your set pieces. Exactly, Makura. By the way, chat, I hope y'all are doing well. Sitting here at the start of Deku, of Deku, dude, of the Deku tree.
Deku.
Of day 2. I was thinking Donkey Kong and day 2. And my brain went, here of Oops, all Donkey Kong. Jiggy doing an amazing job here with this GDQ Hotfix special, putting together an amazing schedule of almost all the games that involve Donkey Kong. After DKC returns HD here by the one, the only Tonkatsu, we have got the entire DKC original Super Nintendo trilogy.
I'm definitely pumped about it.
Time.
It's gonna be a blast. It really is. Yeah. I think yesterday was stacked. Like yesterday, we had some really cool showcase games, games that don't necessarily get shown off here on GDQ all the time. And it was really cool that, you know, we got to showcase those games, and the runs were incredible. Every single run yesterday was awesome. So definitely, if you did miss out on day 1, you should go check it out. It'll be up on YouTube very soon. But also you can check out the VOD. Do that later though. Do that tomorrow. Go watch it tomorrow, because today you're not gonna want to miss all 3 Donkey Kong Country games. You're not gonna want to miss the rest of this run, and you're definitely not gonna want to miss Donkey Kong Jungle Beat that's happening tonight around 7:20.
If anybody's sitting there, like, obviously the DKC trilogy for the Super Nintendo is beloved. And there might be some people who are like, I'll watch the trilogy and then I'll go take care of other stuff. Yeah. Do not miss the Jungle Beat run. I'm telling y'all, it was from the quote-unquote dark era of Donkey Kong that they didn't do the countries. It was a lot more gimmicky. That is a legit speedrun, and it's a legit video game. I played that first time like 5 or 6 years ago on stream, and I had a hoot and a holler. And I imagine it's an audio nightmare with the bongos. But it's a legit platformer and a very, very well done run tonight. By, I think you said Lori D. Bunnykins is going to be doing it? I might have mixed up their name.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nope, you got it. Lori D. Bunnykins is going to be running the game. We're going to have the bongo cam on, so I'm pumped about it. It's going to be great. Yeah, that run will be around 7:20.
Here we got another. Make sure to check out the entire schedule today, chat. Don't skip out on all of it, especially if you're a big Donkey Kong head like me. Got a very cool level right here, very cool vertical level with a mixture of some really cool platforming, then into immediately some barrel blasting. And you can feel yourself literally ascending through the level and having this cool dynamic, just level design in general. Got to make sure we are moving to the left here on this barrel, otherwise you'll miss that shot. Barely making it, knowing exactly when you can blast up off screen. Catching this one, we got our last section of blasts right here. And to catch this one, blast again, damage boosting through here. Ooh, actually electing to skip out on the damage. It's debatable whether damage boosting or just blast or waiting a second is actually faster right there. Tonkatsu elected to go for the damageless method and through it. Once again, nicely done. And now going into the boss. So for the most part, the bosses have been pretty fast up to this point in the run. These last 3 are chonkers. And Unfortunately, it's something we talked about a little bit yesterday with Tropical Freeze. For whatever reason, when Tropical Freeze got remade, brought to the Switch, they actually fixed all the boss RNG. They made it to where it was the best RNG possible you could get from their patterns. I was like, oh, that'd be cool if Returns got the same thing. Returns did not. The RNG is, in fact, RNG. And almost every boss in this game has little instances of it. You'll particularly see it here on this next attack from he's not Mugly, he's like Smugly or something. Thugly, I think he's Smugly. It is random how long it takes for him to fall over on those attacks. And he's got one of those on each phase. Ideally, he takes like 2 steps back and he falls over. But, you know, we can't always be that lucky. So he can waste a little bit of time in his fights. The big thing to do here from Tonkatsu's standpoint is to make sure you want him sprinting across the screen as much as possible. So he doesn't want to immediately expose his weak point and pop on it. Then he'll kind of slowly jog into place. He wants to let him run all the way over and hit him at the last second as he kind of skids into the far left or far right side of the screen to speed that up as much as possible. Now we've got our second piece of RNG right here. Or no, that's right. I mixed up the attacks. Yeah, this one, he'll be doing that. Also, that flame attack is such BS, dude. There's no way you're going to know what's happening right there. Oh, he's dead to the... oh, that is bad RNG. Yeah, if he goes past the halfway point, that's definitely bad RNG. Now you got this flame attack. Oh, no, this is the jump. I don't have my script right. Who's my writer? Who put this together? Yeah, this one right here. You're not going to know what to do. If you don't duck, you're taking damage. Come on, Retro, what are you doing? How would I know? Now going into the third and final phase, the last real bit of like time save you can go for is he's gonna try to go for these fireball attacks where he blasts them up into the air and they would like split off into a bunch of little pieces. Instead, face take, and that ends the attack immediately. So a really, really good utilization of some damage boosting right there. And slide into place. What did he before this? My God. Can we get one good piece of fall over RNG? No. Had 2 like averages and 1 bad. I believe now. Okay, yeah. This was the other way to save a little bit of time. Make sure you stand on the far side of the arena. Kind of the same idea of letting him run across. By doing that big jump across, you just cut out as much jogging as possible. Now the 9th and final hit, this is the one where we want to hit him as quickly as possible because it is the final hit. Get the boss done. Get him out of here. Roll up. Punch him in the face. Dong.
Now, Spike, you said that you just because we just saw it. I'm curious, and it reminded me of yesterday's run. You said that in this game you cannot move during the Donkey Kong banana transitions, but you can in Tropical Freeze.
It's something that my theory is that was not intentional. This port does a lot of things well, and there are other things like the load times unfortunately got a lot slower. My theory is just something broke. It was not an intentional thing because you can like slap the ground. You have access to some of your buttons during the banana trail swinging across the screen. You just don't have control of your stick, so you can't move or anything until that's fully gone. Whereas in Returns Original, the 3DS version, and both editions of Tropical Freeze, if as soon as the banana trail completely covers the screen, then you can start rolling. And you're already, 10 paces down the road by the time it goes away. I don't think this game's ever going to get a patch, but that would be cool. Obviously, because that can also affect like little local cycles at the start of levels and whatnot. But honestly, not the biggest of deals. It'd be cool if it somehow got patched. I don't think it will. I think this is like the last big game before the Switch 2. You know what, Nintendo? Don't patch this game. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just keep working on Switch 2 stuff. I want the next 3D Mario. I want the next Donkey Kong Country. I'll throw Final Fantasy IX Remake on there. I know y'all aren't going to make that, but Square,
Spike, what if Donkey Kong Country returns 4K?
4K! They just keep going. I think I might be more upset. They released this for every console until the
They
end.
make it. It's like Skyrim. It has to be on the console.
The load times will get even slower, dude. It'll be great. Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate that this loads slower than a 15-year-old Wii game, but that's fine. I'm not gonna weigh in on that too much. Now we got 7-2. World 7. If I had to go one way or the other, I'd probably say World 7 is the hardest world in the game. A little harder than World 5. But yeah, this level can be a tough test of your patience. Going up, taking that top route right there so you can avoid having to wait on that platform. Taking 2 damage boosts already. And then going to bounce off this chicken right here. Gotta wait for all this. Wait a minute. And then as soon as you can, you just roll over those gaps. You gotta refill on your health right here. So making sure you don't go too fast, because if you slam into any of these walls, you're going into a pit. Ooh, Tonkatsu electing to take that damage boost. You take it one way or the other. Taking our second damage boost right there. Now, ideally, he lands right here with that electricity above your head and just duck into place. If you don't position yourself perfectly, as you would imagine, you take damage. You're gonna get squished.
Now, I feel like this level would be tough without Diddy because of the cycles, right?
Oh, 1,000,000%. Yeah. So keeping Diddy from the last level, very, very crucial to going fast. Ooh, Tonkatsu, beautiful, barely just making that cycle right there over that crusher. These pistons are very, very aggressive, but able to get through the level. Was not able. Like, that is the level that you can only go so fast through it. Your biggest thing is trying to not have a blow up, landing in a pit or anything. Because the real hard trail of this world is going to be 7-5, 7-6, 7-7. The button level trio. But with that, we're going to make our final shopping trip. We'll see what Tonkatsu elects to get here in addition to the key. Going to definitely want to pick up that banana juice right there. And you saving those 10 coins left over for the key, so you can go through 7-3 instead of 7-4. 7-4 is another pretty slow rocket barrel auto scroller. The level you get instead is the fastest level in the run. I think if you do it ideally, it's like sub 40 seconds. It's very, very fast. Gonna have to pick up Diddy here at the beginning, so we're gonna have to wait on one fist cycle and try to move through here. It's a pretty cool level. A lot of the little things you can do. Oh, nice. I was actually able to catch that one. I am also taking notes on that. I'll shout to anybody who can hear the music right now. I know there's Fear Factory. This game's soundtrack is not what Tropical Freeze is. It's still very good. It's just a lot of remixes for the most part of the original DKC. So Fear Factory, you got some aquatic ambience earlier in the game. Very cool stuff.
I wonder if this game was kind of like, I'm trying to think of what besides Metroid, because Retro Studios did do Metroid before this
Yes.
game, but I wonder if this was like their way of telling Nintendo we can do platformers too, and so the soundtrack was kind of like a last minute. Well, we just got to make it Donkey Kong, you know?
Yeah, 100%. Because David Wise did not work on this one. I don't, off the top of my head, know the composer of this. It's still absolutely got some bops in it. But David Wise coming on for Tropical Freeze, one of the greatest gaming soundtracks of all time. So, yeah, exactly. Big Fear Factory, chef's kiss, which I think was fine. I think this was a game in a lot of ways built off that 90s nostalgia of like, oh, you loved the Donkey Kong Country trilogy, right? We didn't forget about it. So I think it's fine to mostly use remixes and then let Tropical Freeze be that. All right, now we're taking it and we're making it our own. Here it is, potentially the hardest 3-level stretch in the game. We got 7-5, 7-6, and 7-7 sitting here initially with, I forget the name of this level. But yeah, some very, very punishing platforming cycles you're going for. Waiting up right there. Ooh, that is barely gonna make it. Ooh, Tonkatsu was not able to get his roll there, but was able to make it work. Getting that Tropical Freeze, boosted bounce off the enemy, and then gonna try to work across these while they're next to each other. Blasting early there so you can skip out on having to land in those slow blasting barrels. And here, the reason why we call them the button trio is because the gimmick of all of them, you have to find these buttons hidden in the level. and pound them. Otherwise, you won't be able to get to the boss of World 7. So, in addition to going through the levels fast, you also, please God, do not kill your run to forgetting these buttons exist. Have it in your memory. The next level is the one that's really bad about that. Anyways, now moving up, we're gonna do a cute little cheeky strat where instead of going into the barrel, we're just gonna land inside that rotating maze and use that to get across this gap. And now we enter the final part of the level, where normally there's a lot of waiting going on right here, but Tonkatsu's gonna try to go for some pretty cheeky strats in order to do very little waiting at all. Rolling up to here, rolling off this, skipping that chain platform completely, getting on top of this guy, grabbing this chain, grabbing the end of this chain, allowing him to get all the way to the end of the level, skipping out on about 2 or 3 of those, and giving himself that perfect opening to get to the end. Nicely done by Tonkatsu. Some good saves in it. That'll jump off the chain platform at the end. Very, very cool. And now we go into, this was always for me, my old Wii speedrun of this game had 8 deaths in it. Okay, not great. 6 of them were in this level. This level, a switcheroo, is an absolute monster and is the level built to get you to death cycle, especially the section at the very end. Very, very cool gimmick in that you hit either the blue or red switches, which will alternate where there are walls, where there are blocks and platforms. And try to get a nice little neutral to chain those together. When this level is done fast, it looks very, very cool. Now we're gonna jump off this one, throwing a little bit of a baby hover, getting rid of those chickens. Another beautiful neutral off the last chicken to blast through there. And that is the first time you do a run of this game, you will absolutely forget to go backwards and get this button after it's revealed to you, and you will get to the end of this level. You're probably gonna die a couple times, say, oh, at least the level's over. And you realize you gotta go back and do it again. I'm not talking from personal experience, I swear.
They forced of illusion you. You gotta find the specific thing in the level in order to progress, you know?
Yeah, I don't know why they inserted some Zelda mechanics in here right at the end of Donkey Kong, but in your speedrun, it's a little terrifying. Now, speaking of terrifying, we've got this section right here. It lets you take a damage boost, barely getting there in time. To get that roll, just grabbing the top of that switch and then roll jumping out of it. Love that boost right there from Tonkatsu. Having a beautiful switcheroo right now. Gonna try to barely carry those iframes all the way through that flame, and that was just textbook. That was so, so well done.
Very clean, very clean.
There's so much terrifying stuff that you have to do there at the end that Tonkatsu blew through it. It's one of those, you almost wanted Tonkatsu to die once or twice there to appreciate how tight it is. Made it look easy. I'm just kidding. I didn't want Tonkatsu to die right there. I think it's better. It looked clean. It was good. And now going to be electing to bring in another banana juice. I noticed the other day Tonkatsu doing this in his runs. I think this is a really good idea, bringing in a banana juice to 7-7, Music Madness, as going damageless through a lot of this section is extremely tight, and it's very, very punishing to lose Diddy. So what these allow you to do is you just get 5 free hits. There's one that we're going to be using later that is just definitively actually faster because of the level design. But this allows you now, if you have a mistake, you lose no time instead of losing many times.
I really like that they made Donkey Kong and Diddy gold if you use the banana. Yeah, that's just like a cute, you know, little thing that they didn't need to do. Right.
Yeah, again, Retro Studios had a really good time with this game. And you can tell the fact that they made Tropical Freeze. Everyone was like, oh, well, their next thing they're going to make is Metroid Prime 4, right? No, they wanted to make another one. Retro very much loved this series. And
I think they will. I think they will eventually.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, they weren't originally on Metroid Prime.
No.
Like they weren't. They were working on something else. And so I think that they could easily go back. I think that they just got yoinked over to Metroid Prime because it needed help. So
yeah, I'm a big believer this should have a trilogy. right, now going through this last hammer section. With the rolls with Diddy, you can actually control when you jump out of it. And now up to it once again. Another trio of very difficult levels, and Tonkatsu handled it all like a pro. And more importantly, got all 3 buttons. Didn't forget any of them. So if you didn't have those 3, you can see it here on the overworld cutscene. Every time you do a button, it gives you that little extension. Now we can go to this rocket barrel level. The rocket barrel level is a little just kind of reprieve in between all those extremely difficult levels and the boss fight right here. So just got to ride this one up, and then we go to the final boss. And from there, we got 1 world left, the classic, the lava world after this one. And make sure everybody to stick around. After this, we got my good friend Supreme, who'll be kicking off the DKC trilogy. DKC 101%. You're not just getting the trilogy today, you're getting a lot of the trilogy. There's no any percents. DKC 101%, no. DKC 2 102%, DKC 3 the true ending, which is like, it might as well be 103%. It's going to give you all the content you want to see. It's going to be a good time. And then Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, finish off the day. If you're a Donkey Kong fan, you got to leave your butt glued to them seats. Get yourself some popcorn in between the runs and on the breaks. This is going to be all action-packed from here.
Do your Sunday resets, clean your house, your apartment, leave us on, listen in the background, and then sit down and watch the best moments, you know?
I really love
Spike,
that
you big fan? Are you a big fan of Sunday resets, Spike?
I've never heard the term Sunday resets.
I love it. I love it. It's you clean your house, you mop, you put on a good movie or TV show, and then it's a good time. It's a good time.
Oh, you just go to work. Honestly, I wasn't considering that, but you know what? I'm gonna have this on in the background, and I'm gonna clean the house because that sounds great. There's the first time you stop, we got our house about 2 years ago. The first time you get your house, clean your house, and you look back on it, you're like, oh, this is the greatest feeling of all time. I feel like a human all of a sudden. This is great. We were just talking about the soundtrack of this game. A lot of remixes. I think this boss, his music, absolute banger, dude. It's so good. Which is good because it gives me a lot of time to rock out to it while he's just walking back and forth the whole time. There is some unfortunate randomness to him. It's in 3 very specific little spots. I won't get overly caught in the weeds, but it's basically, if you see him taking extra slow steps, if you ever see him slam down on the ground without actually exposing his weak point on that underneath bit, then that's bad RNG. So Tonkatsu actually has had perfect RNG so far. He exposed the weak point immediately. Now right here, you want to see him, he's going to jump up again. And, ooh, nice, 2 for 2. He can get another version of the jump where he just jumps straight down with both of his feet together. Now here, continued perfect RNG. He's not wasting any time. Ooh, looks like 1 wasted attack right there. Can we get just be 1? Yeah, good. You should still be able to grab, through the sucker. I don't know how that worked, but we'll take it.
Damn.
Now there was
I think that boss proves that the chicken actually came before the egg.
Right here. The proof is in the pudding, chat, or at least on the GDQ Hotfix. There's a strategy that is possible in the Wii and 3DS version where you can actually one-cycle these last 3 hits. For a while, people thought it was just impossible on this version. Turns out it's just really, really, really hard to do. Saw a current world record holder, Leia, she was able to do it. I have no idea. It's like weird. You have to work against where it's trying to push you. It's bizarre. It seemed like it would have been patched. That's something I'll worry about if I'm trying to go for world record because it looks really hard. But that being said, pretty good RNG on the boss, pretty good execution, and that is 7 out of 8 worlds down. All we've got left here is the classic, the volcano, the lava world. Kicking off right away, we got 6 levels and a boss left. Here with the first level, this is a, no matter what skill level you're at, yeah, I agree with Tonkatsu. Bringing not 1, but 2 banana juices here. Ideally, actually in original mode, you actually get 10 hits instead of 5, even though that's supposed to be the harder version. It's bizarre. I don't know why they made it like that. But bringing in 10 free hits, because you'll probably just see in the level design, ideally, you take 7 damage boosts. Because there's going to be too much crap flying around everywhere that's going to be trying to hit you. It's bizarre trying to go fast in this level while not having a bunch of extra hits to work with. So this is just straight up faster. This is not even a safety. This is what all runners would do. Last you up right here. Get the checkpoint, pig. Yeah, try to abuse those iframes as much as you can. Still, ideally, you would like to get to the end of the level with Diddy intact. So you got 3 hits left to work on that last juice. Oh, you can roll over that gap. I didn't know. Ooh, beautiful bobbing and weaving. Oh, Tonkatsu's going to get through this with some help to spare. That should be the last damage boost. Assuming able to make these last few jumps and out of 8-1. It's one of those levels that I was talking about with another runner the other day where even though, yeah, you're taking a lot of damage boosts and whatnot, you do that level cleanly, it looks very cool, even with taking like 7 damage boosts. So, nicely done by Tonkatsu. Now we have got the final 2 full level auto scrollers, I should say. You have got 1 more minecart level and 1 more rocket barrel level in some order. I forget which one's first. Is it minecart first? Not fun. No, it's rocket barrel first. Okay. I just have this as the auto scroller section. And this, in terms, Tonkatsu's done this a bunch now, so it generally shouldn't be a problem for speedrunners. But the movement through this level, you can probably tell, is very tight, actually. This is another level that casually is a bit of a monster. Trying to bob and weave through all this, trying to project where all these stalactites and everything are going to fall. I guess those aren't technically stalactites. They're too thick probably for them. But falling sharp objects. Hey, yo, Earth is a chicken? What are we talking about?
Yeah, Spike, chat has gone wild. This conversation for the YouTube audience, the conversation in the live chat is still discussing whether the chicken came before the egg or the egg became before the chicken, and it has landed on a planet is an egg, so therefore it is a chicken. Therefore, a chicken came before an egg. Thank you.
This has been my report.
Yeah, on what Twitch chats. For all you YouTube commenters, this has been our report on the GDQ Twitch chat. Science. You can catch more of it live at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick.
That's so good, dude. Chat, thank you. Twitch chat, I love you all. Twitch is a better place for you all. It's so good. So nicely done. Able to get through that one. Again, that's the first couple times I think I did a run of this version, I was like, oh, I still died because it's not easy. You got to see it enough times. Now we have got, I think this is legitimately the hardest auto scroller style level in the game. There's some pretty tight jumps you got to go for here. Just riding these carts right down to right before. Again, if you're trying to get super sweaty with it, landing on the left side of the carts just to start them, excuse me, as quickly as possible. Pretty scary stuff. A couple different ways you can go to this barrel. Okay, I like them just roll to it. It's supposed to just taking the barrel blast. There's a skip you could go for here. Oh my gosh, Tonkatsu going for it. Oh, that is an incredibly tight jump. And for some reason, it only works if you don't jump that entire time while you're riding the first cart. Why that sets it up, I don't know. But if you do jump, that jump becomes impossible afterwards. I do think this is also just a really cool piece of level design for it. Again, I wish they had kept these in for Tropical Freeze where you ride on top of the carts, all Tony Hawk style. Tonkatsu going to be able to save this. Going to take a couple pieces of damage boost, but still able to get to the cart. That platforming section is deceptively very tricky. Now, right here, there's going to be a fireball coming up. We'll see. Yeah, I think it's smart for Tonkatsu to just wait there for a second. That fireball, I'm not going to say it's random, but it's definitely a tight fireball to get past in this version of the game. And obviously, one more hit and you would lose Diddy. And if you lose Diddy in any of these levels we've been going through, you don't get Diddy back until halfway through the next level. For whatever reason, there's just a long stretch here. They just don't give you Diddy for it. With that being said, we're through mostly the auto-scroller section of World 8. We've got 3 levels left before the final boss and the end of the run. Tonkatsu has been killing it the whole time. And this is debatably the hardest level. Yeah, I'm bringing out all the stops for this one. An extra Diddy barrel and that extra banana juice. Some really, really good marathon safeties right here. Bought extra from the shop, utilizing all that extra cash you have from stuff being cheaper in the shops. Bobbing basalt right here. Utilizing that first piece of damage. There's just some very punishing cycles that you have to make on all of these, bobbing and weaving through all this, including, speaking of bobbing, you got these guys. That is actually, that little section, there's not a ton of RNG in the levels. It's mostly contained to the boss fights, but for whatever reason, they made those bobbing basalts, they made them RNG for both that section and one other coming up. Rolling through here. You got the only checkpoint level coming up right after this, really making sure to not take a death before then. Still doing a good job of rationing his health. Only 2 health left on that banana juice. Should be more than enough. Gonna take a damage boost right here in order to keep on rolling through this whole thing and not have to wait the whole time. Gonna jump to the middle pillar right here. Barely fit into this window. Ooh, getting very close to that lava. That lava loves to gobble you up. Jumping over these pillars, and that is bobbing basalt in the bag. This run is truly so cool when you're flying through levels like this. 52 levels, but they're all done so fast.
It's been super impressive so far. It's just a great way to kick off day 2.
100%. And again, gamers, it's not going to slow down. Get hyped for the DKC trilogy. Coming up right after this, we now go into 8-6. I'm not going to lie, I don't remember the name of this level, but that's okay. It's one with, once again, some pretty tough cycles you got to go for. A lot of spots where avoiding damage is pretty tough to do. And these very annoying wheels. These, I don't think these are the trailer wheels, thankfully. I don't know, maybe, you know what, they're trailer wheels.
We're leaving them.
We're leaving them
right
there. Trying to time this one out to barely make this barrel. If you hit any of those projectiles that are swinging around, then that will kill all your momentum and you will go into the pit. This level is particularly one of the meanest as far as checkpoints go. Tonkatsu's already like halfway through the level. He has not seen a checkpoint to this point. You have to go past both of these wheels. That is the only checkpoint right there. And now we enter the final section. Now, there is a way you can jump out at a barrel. I don't know if Tonkatsu wants to elect to lose Diddy so that he gets a full health refill for then this jump over. There is a damageless variant you can go for as well. So we'll see what Tonkatsu likes to go for. Right now, you are slowly sinking, but you also have the barrel that is all the way off to the right side. So at some point, you could potentially try to jump off and roll to the end. I'm gonna like to get his Diddy barrel back here pretty soon. And jump off and hit the barrel. Nicely done. One final level to go before the final boss. And we've got a kind of a pseudo auto scroller of sorts right here in the final ascent. But it's not as much of an auto scroller as you would think. This is one of the tightest time attacks to go for shiny gold in the entire run, I found out, where it's very like, once you get into position, the next part of platforms kind of load in. So it's disguised as an auto-scroller, but for a speedrunner, you can lose a lot of time. First off, you got these platforms right at the beginning. Got 4 of these suckers. That gives you the first barrel. And then with Diddy, you are able to go from this first platform all the way to the next big pillar. And potentially go from 2 all the way to the checkpoint. And now we got this, again, quote unquote, auto scroller section. If you go super slow here, that's the weirdest statement I've ever made as a speedrun commentator. If you go slow, you lose time. Anyway, if you're not getting into position, I should say, as quickly as possible, all these platforms are not loading in very quickly. So it's very much a disguised. It seems like an auto scroller, but it's not actually. I heard you laughing at me, Jiggy.
I just, if you go slow, you are slow.
You are losing time. It's the greatest piece of commentary I've given in 15
If you
years.
go slow, the timer will go up. It's okay, Spike. We love you. We love you. And I'm way worse.
I needed this community, dude. Going slow loses time. I was about to say, where's all the taking notes emotes?
If I was, get your taking notes.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
This is big info. This is huge info.
My commentary would be, if you press A, you go up.
You go up. Generally.
Generally.
Well done by Tonkatsu. We go into the final boss right here, and we get one more kind of half auto scroller beforehand. We got one more vertical rocket barrel section to float up. And if you're trying to go for this shiny gold, oh my God. This boss is an absolutely miserable way to end your speedrun. He's got so much RNG to him. If he doesn't want to let you hit him, he's just not gonna let you hit him. And so if you ever are going for a shiny gold and you have to reset, you gotta do this like 1 minute auto scroller every single time, along with loading into the level. I'm having PTSD right now. Anyways, moving in. We got this sucker, and then we have got Tiki Tong at the end. He's got 2 different phases. Ideally, in the first phase, he gives you, within his first 5 attacks, 4 opportunities to hit his hands. Each of his 2 hands have 2 health apiece. So if he wastes any more than that, that's time lost. And then he's got 3 HP on his poor little head. And hopefully he just exposes his head within 4 attacks. That's the best RNG you can get. Otherwise, he can waste a ton of time, about as much as he wants. Runners have definitely, you're battling to try to save like mere seconds in each of these levels. Build up that big fatty 25-second lead so you can get that sub 140 or whatever in your run, yada yada. And then he rolls up to town and he says, what if I waste a minute because I just waste time with my attacks? This is an absolutely brutal way to end a speedrun. It was this way in the Wii version and the 3DS version. Like I said, I was crossing my fingers they would somehow fix the RNG for Switch. They did not. All right, so right off the bat here, we've got 1 hit. That was a weird war, but that's okay. All right, giving him the second opportunity. Gonna try to get rid of the left hand right away. Bam, exploding into bananas. Aha. Now, if we're lucky, he will give him an opening right here with the right hand immediately. If he gives you the... Okay, this is good, He will always waste an attack right here. Might have gotten perfect RNG on the first phase. Yeah, it looks like he did. He's gonna slap down and perfectly executed by Tonkatsu. Now we've got phase 2, again, 3 HP. He's always gonna lead with the head slam attack, which is the only way you can hit him. We can get ready on time. This one might be coming up very, very soon. Hopefully. Oh, very good RNG so far. Gave him the immediate opening for the second attack. He will always waste an attack cycle here. Not the best attack, but not the worst attack he could have given you right here. Oh, but he's giving you another one. Come on. Come down for me. Oh, he's wasting another attack. Right here. That's it. That's it. He's going to come down. Oh, he did. And time.
GG.
Thank you.
GG's. Now, I will say this, I don't know if Tonkatsu is watching the timer on screen. Tonkatsu, what is your PB in this?
144, 21.
What? So,
Well,
yeah, I'll let you say it, Jiggy.
I was going to say,
So, yeah,
that was a
I PB'd by 10
144.18.
Yep, right around the corner. This obviously, we paused, we took a break and everything.
Oh, yeah,
Normalized breaks and speedrunning, that would be great for health. But you effectively just watched the best Tonkatsu has ever played here for Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. Wonderfully done speedrun, Tonkatsu. You did great.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. Really, really cool showcase of the newest Donkey Kong game.
Yes.
Tonkatsu, thank you so much for showcasing this, and Spike, thank you for commentating and hanging out with me. This was a great Tonkatsu. Everyone is definitely gonna go follow you right now. They're clicking that button right now in the title of the stream. Again, they're literally hovering over your name and clicking that button. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing in chat right now, but tell them a little bit about what you do on your show and what they can expect.
Yeah, so I was so honored to be here today. It's already 5 a.m. here in Japan, but
Oh,
I had
no.
a really good time.
Well, thank you for staying up or waking up really early for us. We appreciate it. This was a super incredible run, and Spike, thank you for hopping in and doing some amazing commentary. Where can they find you, and what have you been up to? Even though I think everybody knows who you are.
Yeah, you can follow me at twitch.tv/SpikeVegeta. I'm going to be doing runs of this. I've been playing a lot of Super Nintendo games. Again, Tonkatsu, if you are not as familiar with him, amazing Japanese speedrunner, has been really killing it on the field of the Super Nintendo Donkey Kong Country games, the GBA DKC games. Here working on Returns HD. You've potentially seen him at recent GDQs running a lot of the Mario and Luigi games. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga just ran Partners in Time. Watch out for him, hopefully, in a lot more GDQs, and make sure to click that follow button for him. He is amazing at what he does. So, you just saw, he's probably going to be PBing a lot more in this game before all is said and done. So, thank you for having me. This was wonderful to get to commentate. And stick around, everyone, for 4 more awesome Donkey Kong runs, including the entire trilogy right here, coming up on Oops All Donkey Kong.
That is true, Spike. Thanks again. Don't go anywhere. Right after the break, we are kicking off the trilogy with Donkey Kong Country 101% with Supreme. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Oops All Donkey Kong. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix Oops All Donkey Kong Weekend. My name is Jiggy, and I am super excited about the next 3 runs. We have 3 of the original. This is the original trilogy coming at you. There's 3 runs of Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong Country 2, and Donkey Kong Country 3. Stick around for all of them, as well as our final Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. This is the day 2 of Oops All Donkey Kong. And can I get some hype in the chat? Are you excited? Can I get a 1 in the chat if you're excited for the next 4 actually, next 4 runs that we have going on here? I'm definitely pumped for that. If you missed any of the runs that we did here on Oops All Donkey Kong, don't worry, it will be up on YouTube in the coming weeks. You can check it out at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. So definitely get ready for those if you missed yesterday. And yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll. We're gonna kick off the trilogy. It's time, Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, 101% with Supreme. Supreme, how are you?
I am doing fantastic. I'm happy to be here, showing off one of my longest time speed games in a pretty interesting category. You don't get to see a whole lot with 101%.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more. I mean, obviously, it's more than 100%.
Yep. Well,
1%.
we get a special 1%. There's a special 1% in hidden that we'll show off here. But yeah, it's a really unique little category. It's a little goofy because unlike DKC2 and DKC3, you don't actually have to complete the bonuses to count them as found. You just have to enter them, and usually you walk into a pit, and that's that. But there's also a lot of really cool movement to kind of optimize how you get into the bonuses. Sometimes you can even skip them if you start select out of a stage at the right time. So there's a lot of interesting little movement tricks to kind of speed us up and, you know, do some really cool things to get through the levels fast while still finding all the hidden secrets that Cranky loves so much.
And this run is literally less than an hour, so blink and you'll miss it. It's a fast run.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how, and I mean, a lot of that is that you don't have to do, you know, the bonuses. You don't have to sit through all the cutscenes most of the time, but it's still a lot of game packed into under an hour.
All right, well, whenever you're ready, let's get into it. Can we get some hype in the chat for Supreme?
Let's do this. All right, I am good whenever. Do a countdown or?
All right, I can give you a countdown. Are you ready?
Yep.
We're gonna count down from 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Donkey Kong!
Let's do it. All right, so trying to commentate everything in this game is like drinking from a fire hose. So we're gonna hit the high levels. We're gonna have a kind of a fun interactive time. The first thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna ditch Donkey Kong immediately, because the old adage is, if you're Donkey, you're dead. Diddy is far faster, far more versatile. Hey, there's your buddy right there to start off with. He is in level 1, and he is required to get these bonuses. So yeah, if you're Donkey, you're dead. There's a lot of the tech in this game involves the Y button. Unironically, press Y, hold Y, and you have the mastery of this game halfway there. But yeah, as you can see, we're already speeding through the first level. Some of the key things on the momentum is if you roll at the very edge of a level or a platform, you can kind of maintain your X position, your horizontal height for a little longer than normal. And we try to use advantage of that, or make sure we don't take advantage of that in certain situations in order to kind of roll farther along. Like right there, I wouldn't want to, because I want to dip into this bonus barrel. Right here would be bad, because then you're just in the bonus longer. That kind of thing. But yeah, that bonus is super helpful. We actually use that one in all stages as well, just because it shoots you across half the level. I'm trying to think of any of the high-level highlights as we're in World 1. The other day when I was practicing, I learned that you can actually miss that barrel and die. That was new to me. These kind of games you can't really skip, and you in fact don't really want to win them, because then you have some extra animations you have to go through. And there's a scene we'll see a lot today, Diddy getting mad stomping on his hat. It's an all-time classic. This is a lot like Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance. It's kind of crazy how that worked. They do look pretty similar. Normally I try to roll through that, but it is the window between
one of those really cool like hotfix specials where we do Donkey Kong Country on SNES, on Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance at the same time. That would actually be pretty cool, just to see the differences in how long they take. We were just talking about that you can do that with Donkey Kong Country Returns as well, because now you can play it on Wii, 3DS, and Switch. So I know that Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color, we showed that off yesterday with Death Control, and it is definitely different than this game. But it'd be very interesting, because I think the Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance version is a little bit closer. I don't know. Have you played that one, Supreme?
Yeah, I have played that, and it's definitely closer. It's still like it's not a 1-to-1, obviously. It is a like a remake of sorts, but it is definitely closer in intent to the original than the Game Boy Color one was. I don't remember because I know that the 2 and 3 Game Boy Advance ports, they had extra content, but I don't think, or at least in the main game, like there's an extra boss in 2 and an entire extra world in 3, but I think 1 was pretty similar across the board if memory serves. Oh, hey, this is on guard, by the way. Swimming levels they're trickier than they appear on the surface. Not necessarily with on guard, because you kind of just mash and you just stay out of the way of enemies. But these are actually some of the toughest to optimize, because you want to be able to round the corners without actually touching them, because once you bump into something, you lose your momentum and you lose a good bit of your speed. But you have on guard for pretty much that whole level. It's pretty straightforward. So this one, nice little secret up here. If you did not know about this, you can just jump up here and get blasted across the level. There's actually more of this for all stages, but we do have a bonus here that I need to get. So we're gonna do that because we don't want to use that slow little barrel. Oh no, I missed. Oh no, we're good. But yeah, I mean, we're blasting. This is the last level of World 1. We are just blasting through these right now. There's our other bonus for the level. And I'm gonna use this, get up here, jump on this guy, and simply just blast across the end of the level, because using all of those barrels down below us is kind of slow. Believe it or not. And just like that, we are at the boss of World 1. Now, you guys may have seen the DK64 Rando. I play a bunch of those, and this is my revenge for Beaver Bother. Jump on this guy's head over and over again until he dies. I'm sorry, he doesn't die. I think he just gets knocked. Yeah, he just gets knocked out. Look at that little guy. Yeah, that's World 1 done. Just like that. Obviously, they'll get a little bit longer, but... Oh, here's a cool extended roll that I hopefully get now that I've said that. There we go. And then you get to roll into this guy. So extended rolls work by, as you're rolling through enemies, you pick up speed. So if you unpress and repress Y at certain points, you can actually keep your roll going longer. And that's really one of the key important movement techniques in this game, is to build up that speed and be able to roll across way longer distances than normal. Oh, hey, this level sucks. Remember this? I don't. There's no bonuses here, so we're skipping it. Yeah, so minecart levels, or this minecart level and all water levels don't have any bonuses. It's very nice. Now, Bouncy Bonanza is kind of where things start to open up. This is kind of like the first difficulty spike in the game, in my opinion. I'll run into the bee there, lose my barrel. Don't be naughty. Never in my wildest dreams. So you're seeing me, I'm pressing down and jump to get through these crawl spaces. Sometimes the tires don't cooperate, but I can do cool things like ideally skip a bee cycle when I don't get hit. But I flew a little too close to the sun there. But yeah, crawl space, jumping, and warping is pretty cool technique. You can actually kind of warp through it a little bit and get out of those crawl spaces faster. Oh, wow, I actually did get that to work. That's a little bit of a tight roll. I'm used to it not working for me, but it did there. So that's Bouncy Bonanza. This next level, Stop and Go Station, is actually one of my favorites, because you approach this level really differently than you might expect. So there is a secret warp to the exit here. A number of levels have these across the games. What makes Stop and Go Station so special is that the bonuses are actually closer to the end of the level than the start, both of them. So you actually retake the warp. Make use of some convenient hitboxes here, and you actually work your way backwards through the level. Yeah, that would have been nice. Some of these tire jumps can get a little tricky. And you actually complete the level backwards. You get through the bonuses backwards. So now we make our way to the other bonus, which is right here. We just need to go grab a barrel. Dang. So some of these bonuses you can, if you can start select out of the stage, if like this where I've already beaten it, you can actually pause and start select out and it counts the bonus as found. But they're usually, I don't know if they're quite frame perfect, but they're pretty darn close. You have like a 2-frame window, I want to say. So it's kind of tough, and you also don't necessarily want to risk losing. You're having to replay it. So that was what was called a super jump. It looked kind of crazy, but it's pretty simple. The idea was that Donkey Kong got hit on, in this case, a slope or vertical wall. And he jumps up into the air and it stores that height. So when I took that damage with Diddy Kong and then bounced off the enemy, it took that stored height from that jump Donkey did and gave it to us in reality, or in with my actual life. Okay. So that tech we'll make use of a few times. Did I would almost accidentally won that bonus. That was nuts. So this is another case. Getting this skip would be nice. No, because this is one of those ones where you have to wait for the barrel. But like I said, tight frame window, and if I do it too early, then I have to replay and get it. So by the way, did you know that bosses don't actually count for 101%? That's a fun fact.
Really?
Yep. So we are actually not fighting Neki because it's slower. Man says as he fails map warp 500 times. There we go.
So wait,
Yeah.
you just have to enter it?
You don't even have to enter Neki. You literally just skip Neki altogether.
Wow.
So Neki gets to live. We use a trick called map warp, which is where you press any of the face buttons on the frame where you what am I trying to say? Hit that corner, and it sends you to a different portion of the map. In this case, Orangutan Gang in World 3. So this is one of those unique things about 101%. We're actually starting in the middle of World 3. We will beat World 3, come back, and do the other 4 levels in World 3 before moving on. Also, this level has a whopping 5 bonuses. Yes, you can do map warp at anything with a bend, or it has to be that very kind of tight bend. But it does work, and a lot of times it will send you to this level. Why? I don't really know why this level in particular seems to work that way. I'm sure the donkey scientists have a formal answer to that, but we actually make use of that in a different spot for any % all stages as well. Oh, right, this is the other different bonus. All right, 5 bonuses, all done. So yeah, you can see we're just kind of here chilling near the end of World 3. You can't go backwards yet. So this is Clam City. This is another on guard heavy level. On guard, kind of compared to the other 2 games, he's kind of in the middle of the pack here. DKC 2 on guard is not very great. DKC 3 on guard is God mode, apparently. This guy just kind of sits in the middle. He does his best. But yeah, not a whole lot going on in this level. We just kind of zoom through it with on guard. There will be water levels where we are not so blessed to have our swordfish ally here, but this one's not one of them. All right, second technical boss here, Bumblebee Rumble. Not too bad. I had to count here, so bear with me. If I do not count this, I will mess it up. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And with the way this is working, 2, 4, Should be able to just run into him right about now. There he goes. So we are not done with World 3. We are going to go right back in. We're going to go to Vulture Culture. We're going to actually swap to Donkey Kong because we're going to once again make use of warps that take us to the end of the level. This one, for whatever reason, specifically requires Donkey Kong. So we're going to go grab the bonus that sits more at the end of the level. And there you go. So now we're going to go finish the level because the other two bonuses are towards the start. There's some really cool tech with the tire jumping, but it has not been super cooperative today. But yeah, no exclamation point means we are not done yet. So come back in here. Try and do a big jump, little jump. Nope. All right. If I don't get that first try, normally it's like 6th try after that. It just chains into a big mess. I'm gonna try and break open this without using a barrel. Ha-ha! If you get enough height and speed, you can break those without actually using the barrel to do so. It's a lot of fun. So what are you thinking so far, Jiggy? Just a lot going on early?
I mean, you're flying through this. You're going right through this entire game. Is pretty awesome. Donkey Kong Country is a wild speedrun to watch. Definitely cool.
It's crazy. I mean, I've been doing this one for like 13 years now, and it's just never ceased to amaze me how quickly you can get through this game without using like huge glitches, like game skipping glitches. So yeah, Tree Chop Town.
I was just gonna say, like, that just pays homage just a little bit to how awesome the Super Nintendo games like are. Like this game, and then you like throw in there like just some classics like Link to the Past and Super Mario World. Like they are just like such good speed games, but then also just like they hold up so well. Like this game to this day still just visually looks amazing.
It looks great. It plays great. It's amazing. Hold on, I'll continue this thread in a second. This level, I have to set up a super jump.
You gotta set up a super jump.
So yeah, right here, you can see me take a damage intentionally. Diddy's gonna jump off this wall, get him right back. We're going to jump here, take damage again, and bounce, and off we go. There's some faster tech, but it's a really finicky setup that I have not quite mastered yet. I actually just let go of the jump button right now, and you're gonna see I'm just falling right now. We're just gonna keep falling and falling. But yeah, I'm a little biased because I grew up with it, 90s kid, but the SNES is up there with the Switch for my two favorite gaming consoles of all time.
Who needs to do the level when you can just fly over it?
I know. It's completing, like, actually, like, dealing with all the ropes and stuff, that's old news. Done that 100 times. We can just go flying over it. All right, so we're going to try and bust open a wall again without... No. All right, that's fine. Let's see, can I get into the barrel? No. All right, backup strats. That's what those are for. Get the barrel of shame. Make sure he doesn't break it, or otherwise I'm going to be really sad, and you'll be seeing a super jump again. All right. And that was Forest Frenzy. Let's see, I think this level's the first time in this run we see Espresso, the ostrich. Normally, this is one you don't normally grab in other speedruns, but since we have to do the bonus anyways, she does help us out a good bit.
right, Supreme, I gotta know what are your thoughts on the animal friends?
Oh, I love
Do you
them.
hate
I'm
Krabby?
so
do you hate
sad
Krabby?
that I hate Rambi in this game. Rambi in the other games is fine. That's a bonus. Rambi in this game controls horribly. But overall, I don't dislike Rambi. But I'm sad that the newer games only give us Rambi, and I think Squawks might show up in Cameo. I don't know. I don't remember. But I wish they would give us more of them back. Justice for Winky. He's never coming back, apparently. Just forever lives in Cranky's home as a prop. Which you'll actually see in Void's run, because you actually had to go talk to Cranky. Oh yeah, we're done with World 3, by the way. Moving on to World 4.
I don't know. I think this is the real question: is who receives more hate, the Donkey Kong Country speedrun community and Rambi, or the Super Mario Bros. Community and Yoshi? Who gets more hate?
I mean, there's a lot of like verbal hate towards Rambi, but we don't usually like off him in pits all the time. That's a whole nother level of hate. They have a special disdain for that poor little dinosaur.
Or Yoshi.
That worked.
Granted, I don't think people in the Mario community hate Yoshi. I think that they use Yoshi for boost. So I don't know. It's like how do we rank this?
You know, I bet you that if you given the chance, most Mario players would still use Yoshi. If we had the chance to not use Rambi, we probably wouldn't. We would say just live your happy little life. All right, so you see no exclamation point, so we are not done here yet. The first bonus is actually right here. It's another one of those longer ones that we try to skip out of. All right, that was weird. Oh, I got it. Nice. So yeah, you can see I didn't actually play the bonus, but I had the exclamation point. That is like the second time I've ever gotten that one. That's tough timing, and you can't see. All right, we don't know how to spell because we're monkeys. All right, another skip to the... Oops. All right, let's try that again. This one's a little weird with Diddy because what you're actually doing is you're getting on a platform that you can't see above the level and then rolling into the barrel. So that one can be a little awkward if I don't position myself correctly. All right, another bonus. Whee. Oh, these ropes are fun. I'm glad that we really do not have to do most of this level. Although it does have a banger track that you only hear here in this level.
I was gonna say this game's music is just incredible. It is so memorable. I mean, this one has really like been a staple of the Donkey Kong franchise. All the different music between this game and 2.
Yeah, it was fun. It's always fun going back and hearing like returns, and Trop does a good job of it too, using a bunch of the old tracks in a unique way or in a new way. Oh, I forgot to explain that tech before. That's called barrel boosting. That's simply just you're holding a barrel and you jump on a slope and it gives you that extra burst of speed. You too at home can try this. Oh, another bonus we have to complete because Espresso's here. That was bad timing. That was not where I would have put my first death of the run. That is not the level I would have guessed. All right, well, good news is she's right here. So I just pressed too late. I can jump coming out of that bonus and I just pressed the button too late. But that's all right. We don't lose a whole lot of time for that. So yeah, espresso flies over much of this level. It's actually not recommended to get the midpoint in this level because it's still faster if you die to just get espresso and try again. This is a very slow level if you're just playing as the Kongs. All right, another temper tantrum. Donkey looks a little disappointed. All right, so this is the designated popcorn break of the stream. This is Croctopus Chase. It is a 2-minute long water level that doesn't have on guard in it. So this is what I'm talking about when water levels are tough to optimize. This is 2 minutes, and I would say normally for such a simple concept of a level, it's not uncommon for me to lose like 3 to 4 seconds off an optimal time, just because of how tight it is to try and get around these corners without bumping into them.
But the music, at least we get the music.
You do get the music, and that is the plus. This is one of the best soundtracks of all time right here.
We get that aquatic ambience.
Just don't let the length of it lull you to sleep. It's comfy, peaceful siren song.
Using it as a little nostalgia. I've used this song as pure nostalgia bait.
Yeah, every time I do sticker brush I go, it's my childhood, everybody. Without fail.
I just want to say thank you very much for that raid. Welcome everybody that's new. Welcome to Oops All Donkey Kong Weekend here on the Games Done Quick channel. Again, we have some incredible runs coming at you today. You don't want to miss them. We're kicking it off here. Supreme is showcasing Donkey Kong Country 101%. And then right after this, we got Void coming at you with Donkey Kong Country 2 102%. So this is all day, all Donkey Kong. You don't want to miss it. It's gonna be a blast.
Get it? Because you blast out of barrels frequently.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Laugh track. Supreme, what is? I know this game. You're running this game, but do you have another favorite Donkey Kong game?
2 is like a top 3 game of all time for me, which is funny because it's probably the one that I'm the worst at it from a speedrun sense, just because it is hard. But yeah, 2, the entire SNES trilogy, very memorable. 2 was the first video game I ever played. Like I remember my mom playing it when I was a kid, and I was just obsessed because like monkeys were my favorite animal. So the SNES trilogy holds a special place in my heart, and Tropical Freeze is another masterpiece of a game. Oh yeah, so we get squawks in this level once you enter this bonus, and that's just unfortunate because this boy, as you'll see, causes a lot of lag, often at inconvenient times.
But how else would we see Supreme?
You know, that's a great question.
Eyesight is hard.
He actually behaved really well. That was, if I could have that every single time, that would be great. All right, so this is Rope Bridge Rumble. There's a lot of tire rolls here. Tire rolls are just, you get to the edge of the tire kind of as it's, at the valley of its, I don't even know what word I'm going for here, but at its lowest point, and you can just roll off of it instead of bouncing. Very deadly if not timed well. Missed that guy. That ruins my whole setup for this part. You can actually roll under these bees with tire rolls, but my extended roll, I missed an enemy, so I didn't have the speed and build up that I wanted there. Little hidden guy up here.
So Supreme, talk to me a little bit about why you like Diddy, why you like Diddy first. Is it faster? Why Diddy?
Oh, Diddy is so much faster than Donkey. He's less clunky to control. This is very tragic to say, but of the 4 Kongs in the SNES trilogy, Donkey, oh hey, look at me. Donkey is by far the most useless one. And it's not even particularly close.
Or Donkey Kong.
Oh no, I did this too late. Never mind. I was gonna say I can like run into this beaver and skip a cycle, but I forgot to do that because I was too busy floating in the air. Information in the game that you got every secret in a level, you will see an exclamation point at the end of the level's name if you got all the bonuses in it.
I never realized that beavers like bananas.
I know, right? They are very protective of this large horde of bananas. All right, so remember how we talked about 101%? This is where it comes into play. So you actually have to win this bonus, specifically with the single banana. And I was very paranoid. And on top of that, we'll take a moment here. You can't actually walk into that side, that arrow there. You have to jump into it. Because if you... Bonus and a bonus, by the way. If you walk into that wall, it gives you the bonus victory fanfare and kicks you out. Which I think is kind of unfair if you're expecting people to find this secret bonus in a bonus. But yeah, that's in my head canon. That's why it's 101, is because there is that secret bonus and a bonus.
I was genuinely wondering like why 101%, other than that they thought they were gonna, or they knew they were gonna make another game for a 102%. But we'll talk to Void about that next run. Also, I wonder, I never would have thought that alligators, or I guess, no, these would be crocodiles, right?
Yes.
Are industrial capitalists.
I know.
This game has a lot of metaphors, you know, Supreme. Like, this game has a ton of metaphors for society and crocodile capitalism, as well as when Diddy Kong, when Diddy Kong loses the bonus, we have, like, he stamps on his Nintendo hat in pain. Like, what is he trying to say?
That life is simply unfair. All right, we're gonna try a fun little trick here. All right, so I'm gonna swap to Diddy. I'm gonna try and get, nope. That was a skill issue 100%. But if you get hit there by the barrel, it actually notes you as doing this bonus, but I can instead just walk out of the end. Not the biggest time saver in the world, but it would have been cool to get. Okay, so this is our first instance of a jump roll. And I didn't get it. All right, go on. Continue, please.
I was gonna just ask, like, we have other monkeys that are throwing murderous barrels at us. What happened? Did they join? This is why
Lanky Kong is evil, by the way. Those are his cousins, the Manky Kongs. That's the actual name. I'm not making it up. They're called Manky Kongs. And Lanky is trying to make up for his brethren, but it's not enough.
But they're still Kongs, which means,
I know,
like,
they are traitors.
They've joined the capitalism. Crazy.
It really is a tragic commentary on our society that we can't all stick together in this, you know, these trying times of crocodile takeover. You know, now that I think about it, this place is called Creme Croc Industries. It's kind of impressive that they built this on Donkey Kong Isle. Like, this wasn't
without
here.
Anyone noticing?
Yeah.
Again, I'm just learning so much Donkey Kong lore this weekend. Like, we learned about how Donkey Kong's father, we don't know what happened to Donkey Kong Jr. We don't know what happened. We just know that Cranky Kong is still around, and in Donkey Kong 94, like Donkey Kong Jr. got locked in a cage, and then we don't know what happened. There's so much lore, and now we're talking about capitalistic.
There's an entire war that happens preceding DKC 3.
There's a Kong War.
There's the Crimean War.
This is wild. This is wild. I never knew that Donkey Kong had such deep lore.
It's a lot for a SNES platformer, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you in World 3 of DKC 3, there's a literal war veteran that is an NPC.
According to chat, they say that the last time we saw Donkey Kong Jr. was in Mario Tennis 64. So we have to figure out when, because Donkey Kong Jr. is this Donkey Kong's father, because Cranky Kong was Donkey Kong from Donkey Kong 1994. So yeah, this is technically this Donkey Kong is Donkey Kong the Third.
Correct.
But Diddy Kong is not Donkey Kong's son. It's just his buddy.
His little buddy. Yeah.
His little buddy.
Why he is also named Kong, I don't know.
He's his cousin or something.
I guess. All right. So again, no exclamation point. There's another bonus. We're just gonna pop in here at the start.
Yeah. Let's get back to the speed running. My brain hurts from all the Kong lore.
I know, right? Oh well, dang. Now we got a water level.
All right, so now we get to talk about the Kong lore again.
I could talk about how having Donkey Kong right on guard might not be TOS friendly anymore. Oop, that was a mistake. Wait, not good one.
Okay, wait. Last thing about the Kong lore. I love that headcanon that apparently there's Donkey Kong Jr. math, which means that Donkey Kong went to go. Donkey Kong's father is an accountant, and he grew up like sheltered, so he ended up our Donkey Kong ended up like kind of expressing himself by hanging out with his grandfather, the original Donkey Kong. It makes more sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Now that I'm thinking about this, do you think Cranky is ever mad at Donkey for teaming up with Mario at points?
I don't know. That's
That's like his like blood rival.
Mm-hmm. Also, it just makes that it's weird that Mario must be like 90. I don't know, eternal 27-year-old.
I am doing something. I am so distracted by all this lore all of a sudden. All right, let's.
I'm sorry. Let's get back to the speed running, not the Donkey Kong Country cinematic universe. I get really excited about that stuff because it's so intertwined with my Zelda lore obsession.
There's a lot there that you would not expect if you think about it. So we lost on guard, not the end of the world. This has been a poison pond of all time for sure, but you can just hang out here at the top. What level's next? Minecart? I'll swap before I leave.
So there's no way to really go like to optimize water levels?
I mean, there's a lot of small optimizations. Like you can save a lot of time on them. Most of them use on guard though, so it's not as big of a problem. Croctopus Chase is the big one. Where you do a lot of like tight maneuvering around corners, so you're kind of saving time and how fast like you round the corners. Oh, you want to see something cool? So we're gonna slowly walk off this ledge. We're getting into this minecart, and then we're just gonna pretend like we're not in the middle of the air. Just gonna do this for a little bit. Yep.
You're just gonna
cartwheel in midair. Yeah. No big deal.
What's really interesting too, and I'm just curious to know what you think about this, Supreme. But like this game, pits do not act as pits sometimes. Like how would you know that you would have to fall down there? Sometimes pits.
I mean, bonus stage pits are always just going to kick you out.
Okay.
So that's the nice thing there.
But like if you fell here, you would lose.
Oh yeah, I die.
But how do you know where the bonus stage pits are? You just know?
Well, yeah, I mean, once you enter, we're like, if I jump into a pit and I get to a bonus barrel, yeah, you have to learn. So there's a funny story involving my good friend Spike Vegeta, who we just saw.
I know that guy.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. So once upon a time, he and another friend of ours were doing a race of this category, actually. And I was like, you know what, I'll join, what the heck? See how many of these games I can beat in the time it takes them to do 101. They could not find one specific bonus because it was literally in a pit with no indication. Like, you couldn't even see like the edge of the barrel. So they literally for hours just looked for this bonus. And I was like, I could tell you, like, no, we got this. I'm pretty sure I beat at least 101 and 102% in that time. Oh, Diddy, why? We'll actually see that bonus here in a minute. It's the next full level.
If you're all just joining us here, anybody that is just walking in, this is Oops All Donkey Kong Weekend. We are celebrating the Donkey Kong franchise by bringing together some of the most amazing runners of the community and showcasing some amazing Donkey Kong speedruns. We're kicking off the trilogy. Yep, you heard me right. The trilogy of Donkey Kong Country games here with Supreme running through the Blackout Basement level.
Oh. All right, so this is a little tough because you have to get this barrel, throw this barrel, follow the barrel. I have to pause here so I can roll into this guy so I can pick up my barrel again before it gets away from me to open this bonus. All right, let's see. Okay, I did lose.
We have 101% right now with Donkey Kong Country 1, Donkey Kong Country 2, 102% happening right after this, and then we have Donkey Kong Country 3 True Ending happening all in the in today's show. So don't go anywhere. We found them. The bananas are here. We found them.
Look at this large sentient oil drum guarding them.
Yeah. Again, capitalism.
Why does he have these enemies inside of him? Who knows?
Why are there snakes inside of the sentient oil drum?
Now there's crocodiles.
What does King K. Rool want to do with the oil?
I was you can sell it for money, but he apparently wants bananas because I guess that's the currency.
Yeah.
It's very King K. Rool's motives are not very clear. Okay, so this next level has another jump roll to it. We shall see and we shall pray.
Also, wait, this game implies that Nintendo is a banana manufacturer.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they had to make their own because Sega apparently got the rights to Dole bananas with Super Monkey Ball.
That
Very
was a
unfortunate
sponsorship deal.
Yeah.
That was product placement at its core.
It really was. So, since I didn't really touch on it the first time we had one come up, jump rolls are frame perfect inputs that happen when you press the roll button, the Y button, at the same time that you jump on an enemy. They're very tight. They're what make these categories really difficult to optimize and get world record in, is that you are reliant on a large number of these tricks to beat your times. So let's try this one. Doing my fancy setup. Nope. I was a little early there because I did the cartwheel. I'll show you what it looks like here because there's one that you can basically do for free right here. This is what it looks like if you hit it. That doesn't save any time, but it looks cool. But yeah, if I had hit that, that would have saved like 45 seconds roughly over just doing this auto scroller. But yeah, it's what makes these categories so tough is that you are reliant on so many frame perfect tricks. And you have to do the setup for those tricks well. Like my setup there was pretty clean. I just pressed the button too early. But if you mess the setup at all, it doesn't matter how well you press that Y button, you are probably either walking into a pit or taking damage. But for now, we take the conveyor belt of shame.
I do think that this game's auto scrollers don't. They also hide it being an auto scroller as well. Like I think they do a good job with that.
Oh yeah. Like across the board, I don't really dislike the auto scrollers in these games. I don't like. They're fine. They're not boring for the most part. All right, so here's our bonus. Yeah, you're apparently supposed to know that's there. How? I don't know.
You call Nintendo and you spend
That's really it is
$2.99
Yep.
per minute of talking to the Nintendo representative, where they tell you there's a bonus at this part of the level.
That's exactly right. That is exactly what it is. Oh, here's your boy again. So this is the level that makes me really dislike Rambi, because he controls like he has input delay. And you actually have to be pretty nimble with him.
Chat in with one word answers only. Say what you're thinking about Rambi right now. One word answers only. I'm waiting for him.
So remember that whole thing about Yoshi's? I was wrong. Oh, I guess. Oh, no, there he goes. Let's say he didn't necessarily run into a pit at first. We didn't just dip him in a pit. All right, so we're
I'm seeing heck. I'm seeing horn. I'm seeing greatest. I'm seeing horse. I'm seeing gray. I'm seeing chunk. Why nuggies? Why do you think when you think about Rambi? All of these make sense, but nuggies. Why, when you think Rambies, do you think about chicken nuggets?
Chonky, that's a good one. Frog is better.
Unicorn. Fair. Goat.
All right, let's see if I can do a different trick here.
These are all really good one-word answers.
It's called a super free roll. Free is a little bit of a misnomer, but we're going to do our best here. So we're going to super jump onto this rope. We're going to dip, spawn that snake. We're going to go, whoa. Well, I got to show off the trick at least. I'm not going quite as fast as I would have wanted. I wanted to hit that third enemy. This should still work. I might hang up in the air for a little bit, though, just to be safe. So this is where my bonus is. If I had hit the third enemy, I would have done a really swag thing where I rolled right into the bonus, like coming down from my roll. But you know what? That was still pretty cool, all things considered. Gotta be careful with that barrel. Oh, dang it. I don't know why that bonus in particular, I always think it's going to be one of those ones where you have to sit and wait. So I'm like, oh, no, never mind. I actually have to do something here. Let's save. Oh, thanks, Spike. Can you believe we have 2 levels left? And 2 bosses.
Like I said, blink and you'll miss this run.
So yeah, this is another one of those light gimmicks. They really love these in the SNES games. If you're wondering how I can see, it's because my monitor is ever so slightly bright enough to see things in the dark.
In other words, Supreme is cheating.
You're right.
Cheating and speedrunning, aka the same thing.
They go together like peanut butter and jelly. All right, I'm just gonna do this here because this lags out pretty bad. Yeah. Well, I meant to do tire rolls there.
While you're doing this, why don't you give just a quick little example for anybody that's just joining us here? What is 101%?
101% is getting everything in this game except for Neki, apparently, as fast as you can. Every bonus, every boss except for Neki. That's really it. Is how fast can you do everything in this game. Speaking of fast, this is my last chance to hit a frame perfect trick in this run. Oh, that was weird. Why did you do that? Why did you roll into 2 of them? Now you have me antsy. All right, here we go. Let's go! There we go.
Hey, spin. Post all your favorite spin emojis in the chat.
Spin to win.
Now. Spin to win.
And now we just hang out.
Who needs to play the level?
This is, of all the levels to hit the jump roll on, this is the one. This level sucks. It is hard. And at the very end, there's a bonus. So what we're gonna do is cartwheel out of it at the right moment. So you do get to see Neki here, or Neki Senior, I think they call him in the Game Boy Advance version. The only difference is he shoots more nuts at you. He gave me some pretty good RNG. The RNG to this fight is if he spawns higher or lower. It's obviously faster to hit him when he's on the lower to the ground. And with that, here's the big lad himself.
It's time. King K. Rool.
The big man himself.
What's the main strategy here?
You try and hit him
real fast.
As soon as he throws that crown. Like, you want that crown to be in his hand when you hit him on the head. That's basically it. I mean, he is a very straightforward boss. So like that. It's very, like, there's really not even a ton of pattern recognition. It does the same thing every freaking time. Now he's going to do 2 sets of cannonballs. As much as I love these games, they were not known for their boss difficulty. The K. Rool fights are pretty rough when you're first playing them, but like, they're not overly difficult once you kind of get the sense of how it goes. Oh boy. Yeah, Teletubby Ted, one of my favorite things when I get to be on site at GDQ is get friends to play this for the first time and see their reaction to getting faked out by this.
Can't believe you're spoiling for me.
Oh no! I thought you knew!
I didn't see it yesterday.
Oh man. Oh, there he is. 2. Then we jump along with him. Kind of taunt him a little bit. One thing I find adorable is that he and Donkey Kong have similar jumping animations. They both kind of throw their hands up in the air. And time. Now it's time for the embarrassing moment where I did not actually get everything. Let's see.
I believe in you.
I didn't.
Wait, you missed something?
I missed something. What did I miss?
Oh, no.
What did I
That's
miss?
okay. That's okay. This was still absolutely incredible. 52-28. Supreme, thank you so much for showcasing this. I don't know what you missed, but
I'm gonna go look at this after, and I'm gonna be mad. All right.
It was absolutely awesome. Supreme, tell the audience just a little bit about what you do on your show and what they can expect when they hit that follow button, because that's what I want them to do. I want everybody in the title of the stream, just hover over Supreme's name and click on that follow button. And yeah, what can they expect if they go check you out?
More of, well, not necessarily 101%, but a lot of the Donkey Kong trilogy. I've this year in particular, I've been doing a lot of trilogy runs and Tropical Freeze on my channel. You know, trying to do all of those games together as fast as I can. I do DK64 randos, a lot of other kind of SNES era stuff. And they're right, it was Platform Perils. Now that I think about it. The very last level. That's a shame. But yeah, I do a lot of stuff with these games in particular. So that's what you can expect to find. Speedruns, challenges. I did death lists of all 3 of these last year. I want to do it with Tropical Freeze this year if I can. But yeah, so hit that follow button if you love Donkey. You will see a lot of it on my stream.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much, Supreme. We appreciate you showcasing this and kicking off the trilogy here on Oops All Donkey Kong.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Don't go away, anyone. Don't go away. Stick around, because when we come back, Void will be here with Donkey Kong Country 2 102%. Stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Donkey Kong Weekend. We are just about to get into Donkey Kong Country 2 with Void, but if you're enjoying this show, I want to tell you about some upcoming events that we have going on the GDQ channel. Not only do we do weekly shows here on the GDQ channel that you actually can check out, you can actually go check out the Hotfix schedule at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix and check out all the shows that we do every week here. But we also have some special events coming up in the near future. So I want to tell you just quick about 2 of them. I want to tell you about 2 of them here. The first one is actually coming up here at the end of the month here. We got Speedruns 2025 will be live right here on the Games Done Quick channel from February 27th to March 2nd. It will be benefiting Doctors of the World. Use exclamation point Speedruns in the chat to learn more about that. We also have the GDQ's International Transgender Day of Visibility celebration. That is the weekend. That is a weekend celebrating and highlighting transgender speedrunners. That is March 29th and the 30th. Use exclamation point trans visibility for more information on that. All right, without further ado, I want to jump into this. Void, are you ready for some Donkey Kong Country 2 102%?
Hell yeah, I am. So what's up, gamers? Rolling in. My name is Void. I'm the black and white guy that usually runs Donkey Kong on Games Done Quick. And today I'll be doing 102%. So 102% for Donkey Kong Country 2 implies completing every single level, every single bonus, and that includes all of the Lost World content as well, on top of a few other goodies. And joining me on commentary, on top of our wonderful host, Jiggy, we have Clayton _.
IGL Ponoko.
The classic Clayton rolling in message.
I couldn't come with anything else.
Yep. So Clayton is a runner of this game, but I don't think you've ran this category before.
When I first started, I was actually going to do 102, and then I realized how hard it was, and after I tried to learn World 2, I said, no, I'm going to do 80% instead.
Yeah, like unironically, this is one of the, if not the hardest DKC category across the entire trilogy. So
I was gonna say
it should be a good one.
Lloyd, like all weekend, I've been hearing that this is the hardest game in the franchise. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, without
excited to
question.
see it.
This should be a good one. And yeah, hardest game in the franchise, and this is like the hardest run of DKC2. So yeah, and I've ran this like back in 2016, but this is gonna be like my first time running this back on the GDQ channel since then. So hopefully I can beat my time from back then.
I'm excited. Whenever you're ready,
yeah.
let's get into it.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, Smurf. Alrighty.
Rolling in.
So, rolling in. Yep. So, like I said, this category implies completing every level and also completing every bonus. So each level will have between 1 and 3 bonuses. And the bonuses that you have to complete, you have to choose, not choose, but like they have like a variety of tasks that you have to do between them. It can be find the coin or just like kill every enemy or collect stars. Heck Ramby, by the way.
We're not Ramby fans in this household.
Nah. Fun fact, actually, there will be a lore later on. Like you guys were about to know the lore behind Heck Ramby. The Heck Ramby original is about to be showcased on Games Done Quick channel.
He's useful
Yeah,
for
that
some
was
things.
Yeah, for that bonus, for example, you want to kill every enemy in that bonus. So doing the Ramby charge is the best way to, and the fastest way to clear them. You also want to collect the DK coins. The DK coins, aside from the ones in Lost World, do not count towards percentage, but they're still collectibles. And so when the category started being speedrun by Japanese runners, those were being collected. So like, I guess keep a truer sense of spirit, like when it comes to collecting collectibles in this category. They are required for 1 or 3% for DKC3, so I guess that was like part of the reason why you wanted to, just, like have them match in a sense.
And it also may not look that difficult, but these bonuses and levels with ropes are probably one of the hardest things to do in the entire game with the technique that Void uses to climb, because you have to essentially like rock left and right on the D-pad and jump. And like the inputs are kind of precise to where if you don't hit it at the right time, you won't jump off and out. And so like the way he zooms up those ropes is honestly from like 10,000 hours of practice.
Yeah, like unironically, Main Brace Mayhem is the hardest level in this category for 1-1. And like every single bonus is different. Every single bonus requires you to like do something like specific to it. Like it requires you to have like a different skill set for each bonus. So it's pretty intense.
Yeah, and like that bonus there, for example, I mean, not joking, might actually be one of the hardest bonuses in the game.
Yeah, very hard to optimize. All right, so coming up on 1-3. 1-3 actually has like one of the few extra instances of RNG in this game. So like this game is not very heavy on RNG. This bonus is like, oh, there you go. Good luck. Nice. Marathon luck right there. But yeah, the coin in like which chest the coin ends up in for this bonus is random. And you always start with the leftmost chest, and it just so happened that this was the one that the coin was in. So maybe like a 2-second variance between the worst and the best RNG for that bonus.
And then there just a second ago, one of the tricks that you'll see a couple more times throughout the game is called a big boy. And it's where you team up and you jump and throw your other Kong. And then when it hits the enemy and as it's coming back, you can essentially get like a double jump. And based on like when you hit the enemy and then press jump again determines like how much higher you'll jump.
All right, here I'm gonna visit Wrinkly. All right, see a Wrinkly. So, fun fact, every single Kong family member that you visit in this category counts towards percentage. You don't need to do anything else other than visit them at least once. But it's kind of an easy thing to forget. and also kind of a random thing as well. Like it's not a thing in DKC 1, it's not a thing in DKC 3, but for this game it is. And also, obviously, I'm making use of the war barrels. So every level in the first 2 worlds has a war barrel that brings you close to the end of the level. And for some of those levels, it's very fast to route those barrels in.
And then the other important thing is that you actually have to finish the level through the little target there at the end, or you don't get the percentage for it. Whereas in like any percent or something, there are things called wrong warps that we'll use to skip the level entirely. And since it's any percent, it doesn't matter that we're not getting that actual finish of the level.
And also we're playing on the 1.0 version of this game. The 1.0 version does have some wrong warps, but for the most part, the wrong warps are limited to the 1.1 version. And the 1.1 version is the one that you would use for any percent. So essentially, you want 2 different versions of this game to run both of the main categories.
And then you have to do this version because of the Fire Furnace, right?
Correct. Yeah, Fire Furnace is a 1.0 exclusive, so that would be like what saves the most time. Also, I don't know why they did a goal swap there at the end, but that's chill.
It's just ingrained in the muscle memory.
Yeah. So you kind of want to do Top Cell Trouble backwards. So you start by going to the war barrel and just finishing the level, and from there you just take the war barrel. You re-enter the level, take the war barrel again, and then do the bonuses in the reverse order. And also, like here, we're just gonna grab the DK coin and then fall straight down.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of instances where we'll finish the level, come back, do like the bonuses at the earlier stages of the game, because just as Void said, it's faster, and everything that we do in this game is because it's faster.
Another instance of going fast, so like finishing the level before actually completing the bonuses allows you to do a start select out of the bonus as soon as you collect the DK coin, and you can by doing it that way skip the level cutscene.
Well,
taking damage is actually pretty bad.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
This is our boy Crow. He is yet another instance of RNG in the game. You after you hit him the first 2 times, he'll go up here and start knocking these eggs out, and they can be fake, as you can see there. So that's 3. Yeah, that's gonna be
okay.
4.
This is. We're having a good time
5.
here.
And this is only the first one. We have to do that one's good. Yeah. Okay, so 5 fakes so far without Dixie.
Yeah.
And then this one's gonna be real.
Yep.
Every time. Every time.
Every time, man. And then we're getting a little Diddy rap action there at the end. Ideally, you want to finish bosses with Dixie because her little fanfare is about 3 seconds faster than Diddy's fanfare. But unfortunately, I don't have that luxury at the moment. Thankfully, I can.
I wonder why they just said Diddy Kong gets 3 more seconds of fanfare.
Yeah.
Who knows? Just I guess it was whatever was on David Wise's mind at the time.
It happened that way.
It's hard to believe that back in 1995, when this game came out, that they didn't have how it was going to be speedrun in 2025 in mind. So,
and 30 years ago, that was almost 2 years.
Yeah. What is it? November 23rd, something like that.
Oh, actually, I don't know.
Pretty positive it's.
But that makes me think that you actually just made me think that this year is going to be DKC2's 30th anniversary.
It is. It's November 20th. I was close.
November 20th. All right, there you go. So this is Squitter. This is the first showcase of Squitter in DKC2. Squitter is a nice animal buddy. We're going to be seeing him more later on.
Affectionately referred to as Shoes, also because he has a lot of shoes.
He does. He is wearing shoes. He has that drip. So a little bit of dismount here to get into the bonus because we just get Squitter back anyway in the bonus. So we can dismount him again. The Yoshi treatment.
And so what Void is doing there, basically you can either shoot webs as like a projectile attack with Scooter, or you can make platforms. And that involves pressing the L and R buttons at the same time. And then just like I've said, through like so much practice, you just get so used to that to where the platforms are appearing under you instantaneously. We're going to see a much more extensive look at that in World 5 and what's arguably the hardest level in the game.
So fun fact about this bonus, the DK coin is in this bonus. This is the only DK coin in the game that is inside a bonus. Well, minus the ones in the Lost World, but the ones in the Lost World give you the DK coins as rewards. But this is like an additional thing about this bonus. So this was like the prime example of what a big boy is. So I was able to throw Dixie into the enemy, and then Dixie came back after I jumped off the hook, and then when she came back, I was able to get another jump and thus load the warp barrel sooner than it would have been possible.
Yep. And then there at the end, you'll notice that Void did like a little short hop onto the target, because if you fall from high enough and hit the target, the barrel will go all the way up and you'll get like the quote unquote prize there at the end, but then it will also play the Kong's fanfare. So you do not want to activate that, because you'll lose like 5 seconds.
So there's another instance of doing the level backwards. Okay, it's fine. We made it.
We got there.
So ideally, I would have gone a little further to the left and just avoided that barrel completely, but it is what it is. But because I finished the level already, I can start select as soon as I grab the coin. And now we're going to be doing our first Lost World level in the run, so Jungle Jinx. You have to have a certain amount of cramp coins, which are the rewards that you get from bonuses to be able to access Lost World stages. They're actually like much harder than regular levels, although this one is like somewhat manageable, but those tire hitboxes can be, they can be something for sure.
Yeah, and then coming up here in a minute, Void is going to do a little bit of camera manipulation to make us go a little bit faster through this stage. It's not this. Is it the same kind of like idea as Scrolly Scroll is?
That is a scroll.
Oh, okay,
scroll,
it is
yes.
a Scrolly Scroll. Okay, that's what.
It literally is a scroll scroll. It's just that the setup is different from the one that we do in 80%.
Gotcha.
But yeah, as you can see, I get the DK coin as the reward there for that bonus instead of the cramp coin.
Right.
So yeah, right here, so I'm gonna do a D-boost, and then I'm gonna delay entering that barrel just a little bit so that it shoots me onto the tire, and that's when the scrolly scroll happens. So as you can see, like the camera is going really fast right now. Oh, and I got squished.
Huh. I thought that was
I
good.
set up a little bit there at the end because I hesitated.
I can see that the soundtrack discussion has already begun in the chat.
Soundtrack discussion. Oh.
Yeah, about which levels have the best song from the OST.
Yeah, I mean the entire OST of this game is just absolutely goated.
Yeah. In my opinion, probably the Bayou songs are the weakest.
There you go.
But yeah, there you go. So he got the trick that time. And no.
I got the trick without dying,
Yeah.
which is very, very important. Alright, so Lava Lagoon. Here you saw I skipped the DK barrel. If you have both Kongs at this level, for whatever reason, it creates a ton of lag in the middle section, so we're just gonna avoid that by just going solo Dixie. And hopefully I don't do a boo-boo.
Yeah, because the water is lava until our friend Clapper makes it all better. There's a lot of big names in this level. You got Clapper, Lockjaw, everybody.
The whole squad is here.
Yeah, all two of them.
Yep.
Yeah, not a lot of technical stuff going on in this level. The water levels is mostly about like movement, not bonking and stuff like that, because as Void's swimming through, you see all these like corners and sharp edges, and it's really easy to just barely get clipped by those. And even though it may not seem like much, if you do that 5-6 times throughout the level, it's going to add up to a couple seconds of time loss. And then also, I saw you do it earlier, but there's, you just did it again, that little drop.
So, I should talk a little bit about that. So, it's essentially, if you crouch and you slide into the water, the game is not going to register you as being underwater for as long as you maintain your crouch. So, you can just sink really quickly at the bottom this way. And it's just... saves a little time in a couple of instances. All right, so this is the Heck Ramby level. So this is where the Heck Ramby lore originates.
I'm ready.
So we're just gonna use Ramby. Yep, and you use Ramby to just charge and use the enemies to bounce us across this gap, and we can reach the first bonus. And we're just gonna use Ramby still to clear the bonus, using his charge ability. And now this is where the action begins. So now I'm gonna dismount Ramby and I'm gonna create what we call an invisible object using this beetle and the slope right here. And now I'm gonna move the signpost to behind where Ramby is, and now I can use Ramby for the rest of the level. And that saves a ton of time. But it's also really hard. Like the second half of this level with Ramby, if you wanna go fast with it, is no joke.
Yeah, that's ends up being why we say Heck Ramby, because even when you get it right, sometimes you don't, because Ramby just decides, nah, I'm not gonna thrust, I'm not gonna give you that little extra boost. And not today. I would argue that this is probably the point in the run where Void has reset the most in his entire time running this game.
There's a reason why Heck Ramby became part of the lore. That went really well, by the way. That was pretty much flawless. Yeah. So very happy about that. But yeah, I've lost a lot of runs to initially when this trick got discovered, circa 2017, 2018, I want to say. It was not as optimized as it is now, so yeah, I ended up losing a ton of runs to messing up Ramby stuff and whatnot, and just not having a good time with it. Another instance of Big Boy right here to get into the bonus quicker, but yeah, now you guys know.
Yep, and so now we're back in the mine. And this is totally RNG. I'm gonna see if, and oh wow, I got it on the first try.
First try, wow!
I can't believe it.
How did I know that the barrel was gonna be on the left side, second from the top?
1 out of 8 try, and he just was feeling that one, and he went for it. So that's a big save. In case it isn't obvious, it's in that chest every single time. But
yeah, that bonus is actually not RNG. This one, pretty straightforward. Just shoot yourself up.
Don't always follow the bananas. Sometimes they lead you the wrong way.
Yeah.
All right, and then this is the first appearance of another good animal buddy, Squawks, the parrot. He can shoot eggs, walnuts.
Eggs. Yeah, they're eggs. There's a debate whether they're eggs, they're nuts, they're coconuts, acorns, whatever. No, they're eggs. We debunked that a little while ago from the spreadsheet. Not the spreadsheet, the sprite sheet.
Yeah, we'll argue that to death, but we won't even mention the fact that it's a parrot that's just spitting things out.
Yeah, but don't question Nintendo logic.
Yeah, no, it's the worst thing you can do. It's just more fun if you just go with it.
Yeah, exactly. Go with the flow.
All right, World 2 boss, Cleaver. I like this fight. It's fun. I like the atmosphere of all this. But basically what Void's going to be doing here is got to dodge a couple fireballs, and then he'll drop a cannonball for you to hit. As you can see, he's going over grabbing that next one. And then this is a trick called Lava Fly. You're not supposed to be able to do this. But if you jump from the little mound over there on the left and hover at the exact peak of Dixie's jump, you'll be able to make it all the way across and not have to wait for all of these hooks to come down.
Yeah, it essentially saves like half of a cycle on Cleaver, which is about 4 seconds. But I really like to use that trick as like an example of what risk versus reward in this game entails, because essentially every strat that you go for in this game is risk versus reward. Like you save very little time at the at the potential of losing a lot. And like dying to Lava Fly is close to a minute lost. So yeah. Not the hardest trick in the world, because like there is a consistent setup for Lava Fly nowadays, but back then definitely risky-ish on the scale to go for.
Shout outs to our boy Katoon, who no longer runs DKC anymore, but he was the one who originally came up with that strat.
Rambi is gone finally.
We have hecked Rambi successfully.
Yeah. Alright, so here, this cloak is actually part of the next bonus. So just following around, he throws a chest. The chest has a cannonball. You break the chest on the strat that I purposefully left alive to save a little time, and you can get into the bonus this way.
And then this was Rare's first foray into backtracking.
And then Banjo Tooie happened.
All right. It just took a little bit.
Yeah, like 5 years, I think.
No, I think it's more than that, because this was 95 and
95 and Tooie is 2000. Right?
Is it? Oh wow, I thought Tooie was later.
I think so. I want to say it's Kazooie 98, DK64 99, Tooie 2000, and Conquer 2000.
Banjo Tooie was released on November 20th, the same day as DKC2, 2000.
Hey.
So yeah, 15 years.
I know my Rare lore, turns out. All right. Time for the boy Glimmer and his galleon.
Yeah, this is deceptively one of the harder levels in the game to optimize, because as I was talking about earlier, in Lava Lagoon, it's all about the bonks and things like that, and also reducing lag because of how much stuff is on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So ideally, we're always going to be Dixie swimming through here. And then when Void does that sort of like left-right turn, it's mostly just to keep himself in a rhythm, so that when he does speed up and like swim forward, that he's not going to bonk onto anything. So it's almost like a slow down to go faster kind of thing.
Yeah. I apologize for the one frame of wide that you guys see.
Oh yeah.
Which actually gets patched on the VC version. I don't know if like on NSO it also is patched. I haven't made it that far on my NSO playthrough of DKC2.
He hasn't been able to spend the 22 minutes to get to this this level on NSO.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I had to specifically look at the timer. All right, and then we got exploding pufferfish, all that good stuff. And then we're just gonna pop out and sort of slip off the barrel so that we don't trigger the fanfare, and that's all it glimmers except for the bonuses.
Yep, so we're missing the bonus right here at the start, and we're missing the DK coin, which is just a little further from that bonus. It's actually faster to do the re-entry and the start select than just collecting everything in one go, interestingly enough.
Yeah, apparently Medley Fan says it was patched out on NSO, so...
Oh, okay. Thank you for the lore, Medley.
I see Void plays NSO as much as most other NSO subscribers. Yeah.
Yeah.
When they announced all the
It costs
DKC
me, it
games.
costs me like $8 a year because I'm in a family pack, so it's fine.
Yeah. When they announced it all, we were all so excited about it, and then we just kept playing on the SNES anyway. But it's great. It's great for like people who haven't played it before or just haven't played it since the late 90s and don't want to get a card or emulator or anything like that. And it's
Yeah, it's just nice for accessibility. And on top of just like the fact that it has more games.
yeah.
So yeah, at the start I got the DK coin and Crockett Climber, which is the level I'm playing right now. It was actually faster to just do the D boost through the bees than to do the normal strat, which would imply like team throwing over them and dodging them.
Yeah, so what's going on in this level is you see these barrels that Void's hitting. It causes the crockheads to rise up out of the swamp, and they become these little mini platforms that you can go over. Sometimes you're going to run into these orangish, brownish ones, and they're like a kind of spring-loaded, and they'll fling you along.
That was nice. There's some, as I like to call it, 1.0 jank at the end of that stage in this category that can own you. It didn't happen, so that's nice. I was able to save myself a like close to a minute death there.
Yep. And then here we have become Rattly in one of the most confusing design choices that they made when it comes to this game. They take the animal buddy that is known for vertical movement and put him in a completely horizontal level. So you're going to see Void doing some stuff that messes with the way that Rattly moves with his jumps and do you do any like charge jumps in this level? I don't think.
Only as a backup, I think.
Yeah.
Or I'm trying to remember because like at 90% you don't. No, actually at 90% I do one. But here, yeah, I guess here I'm gonna do one to like get into the bonus.
Yeah, like that.
There you go.
And that's the quick
Yeah,
version
but, like,
of it.
We can definitely talk about more, like you know, the Rattly double jump mechanics more later in Toxic Tower.
Yeah, another one of the more hard levels in the game.
Yeah. But essentially, like, think of it as like me kind of interrupting my charge and then just getting a second jump as a result.
And the one thing I love about Rattly's movement on here is the way that you can sort of, since he always hops when he moves, if you just press right to come off of a barrel, you can still jump after you're off of that, like when you're in midair. So I think that that's a really cool movement thing that we have going on here, and it's utilized a lot in this level.
Yeah, but like in general, like you said, you want to be as like grounded as little as possible with Rattly because of just like the way he just hobbles around when he's on the ground.
Oh yeah, he's extremely slow when you're just moving left or right. So that's why you see Void chaining so many bounces. But enough about the snake. We are moving into our next Lost World level, and getting hit by
damage. Yep, classic.
Yep. So we're just gonna take it a little slow. Use Dixie's hover to
There you go.
get past some stuff. All right, I think.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, safe.
We're in the clear. We're in the clear. Yeah. This is like Black Ice Battle is honestly one of the hardest Lost World levels.
Oh, there we go again.
Cool.
There's been a lot of Diddy abuse in this run so far. Usually we're throwing our girlfriend. I guess she's getting her revenge for what's going to be coming later.
She's getting her screen time. Oh, nice one. Okay. Normally, like if you just hold left there, you can jump before connecting with that clamp on right there, but I guess it didn't happen. There's a first for everything.
He just wanted Diddy back. That's really all it was.
Honestly, kind of, yeah. It's just a lot smoother to do this level with Diddy. This level is really hard, by the way.
Yeah. Totally lost my train of thought on what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
All right, well, guess it wasn't that important. I can't even think of it. It'll come back to me in like 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna say it, so it's fine.
You're just gonna like blurt it out too, like no context, just random statement that makes no sense at the time. It'll be good.
And then I'm gonna wonder why everyone's confused and be like, "What?
Not only is everyone confused, but the game is confused.
Yeah.
All right, we're done. We're done with Black Ice Battle, thankfully. This stage now. Okay, so right here, I swap underwater, and what happens when you swap underwater and the next time you take damage is you just get a big jump like this, for whatever reason.
Yeah, for some reason the game essentially like stores a super jump when you swap underwater, and don't really know why. I'm sure that donkey scientists out there know the actual reasoning for it, but
yeah, I don't know it myself. Huh?
Yeah,
I just know that it happens, and like it can happen basically in every level that you can swap underwater and that you can ground yourself afterwards.
Yeah.
So here I'm gonna set up another one here, swap, and now I'm just gonna climb a little bit and take damage on this bee. It's gonna shoot me straight up to where the second bonus is. There you go.
Very, very nice. That's the thing about Donkey is that we don't care why the trick happens. We just want to know how to make it happen. But then you have members of the community who are the opposite, and they don't care about doing the trick. They want to know why it happens. And I think that that's why the community is so great, is because like even people who don't actually run the games and do the tricks can still be involved, because you can be, like I said, we call them donkey scientists. And there are a handful of people in the community that have done a lot for this game that have probably never actually like done a full speed run of it. So all right, our first Bramble level. And
does the song remind you of your childhood, Clayton?
Now that you mention it, it actually does. Does anybody else have the song make them think of their childhood?
Yeah.
It just puts a little smile on your face.
Pure nostalgia.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe gets you that little XDDD feeling.
So to get into that bonus, I actually took a damage boost at the start, and it's actually a little faster to just navigate this barrel section that I'm going through at the moment.
And then
now coming up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you want to talk about it?
Well, I was just gonna say that little flutter maneuver that you do to sort of dodge the halfway point and drop down into the barrel is like another like little subtle trick. But yeah, this.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yep.
So
Trick's already over before we can even explain it. So.
It's over, yeah. But that was Vine Clip. Vine Clip is essentially another big boy. We talked about big boys earlier, but it's a pretty precise one. So you want to really like maximize your height with it, but you also want to have good timing because you only have like a few pixels of a window to be able to team throw your Kong through the vine. And that saves about 8 seconds. There are like good backups to it, but essentially like if you were to just like ignore every single backup, you would have to go through the section that we like to call the Maze of Shame.
Yep.
And that one is pretty slow.
I am very familiar with the Maze of Shame. Because I study it when I'm not running it. I've never actually had to do it. Like
yeah, obviously.
Because I do Dave Clip.
Dave Clip?
Yeah, instead.
Shouts to Dave.
Yeah. I have
another Vine Clip backup.
Yeah, I've never actually done Vine Clip successfully. Believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
I was just too lazy to learn the trick, and I was like, I'll lose the 4 seconds or whatever.
That sounds like a skill issue.
Oh no, it's 100% a skill issue. I'm not good enough.
Oh, okay. At least you recognize
Yeah.
it as such.
You notice why you're running the game and I'm just talking about it. Because anybody in the community knows that that's what I'm best at, talking about things.
I like when you talk about things.
I watch Donkey and I know things.
I understood that reference.
Yeah.
I just watch Donkey. I don't know things.
I mean, you don't need to know. You just watch and enjoy it. Except for this boss. This is the worst boss in the game. It's extremely boring. Here at the end, it gets a little tricky because Void's going to be doing what we call quick hits. So the idea is that he wants to be in a spot where he grabs the TNT barrel and moves exactly where he won't get hit, but it will still do damage.
Yeah, essentially I release the barrel as soon as Cudgel is landed. If I release it too early, it's not going to damage him. Cudgel has to be fully landed. So you need to like move forward just the right amount and then have good timing and like release the barrel essentially like as soon as possible.
And the timing at least is relatively easy to understand because basically we go off of like the breaths that Dixie takes. And as the fight goes on, it gets shorter and shorter. So I think does it go, is it like?
It goes like 6-4, 2, 2.5, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. I was going to say 6-4, 2, 3, 2, 1, but yeah, so. And then this is my personal favorite level in the game because I absolutely love the movement of this before we get to the scrolly scroll.
Which we don't do in this category because we have to get the DK coin.
Yeah. But
yeah, this stage is great. Super underrated, and also like very difficult to optimize because of the honey climbing. Honey climbing is like unironically one of the hardest mechanics to master. Like the skill ceiling is insane for it.
Yeah, it's like honey climbing and rope climbing are like 1A, 1B in terms of just like basic stuff that you need to know, and then more Diddy abuse.
Yeah. So that one is going to cost me a little bit of a detour when I re-enter Hornet Hole because I want both Kongs to be able to access the two bonuses that are like at the very start of the level. And like this level is another instance. It's actually faster to do the re-entry than it is to get all of the bonuses in the same trip. I see a squitter.
He wasn't allowed there anyways, so it's fine. Just drop him into the abyss where he'll be waiting for Ramby here in a little bit.
Which is harder, honey climbing or swimming? Definitely honey climbing, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Swimming, like you can manage in the sense that like you can be bad at swimming and like get over it but like honey climbing will definitely like expose you.
Oh yeah, because with honey climbing, it's entirely possible to jump off of it and try to go up, and like 5 times in a row, you will come back to the exact same spot. And also another important thing I think to note is that when we're describing like these tricks and like the little like minuscule movements, a lot of that stuff only applies at the top level. So like if Void was going for like world record, that's when like the swimming and bonking and honey climbing and all of that really comes into play, because over an hour and a half run, each of those things is going to add up to seconds. And when you're playing at that level, those like 1 or 2 seconds is the difference between like world record and not. So
yeah. And also worth noting that like this is like an hour and a half run, but like it's also extremely optimized for what it is. So yeah, the top runners of this category are very, very good.
Yeah, I don't keep up with 102 as much as any percent, obviously, but it's been a while since there's been any like really big time saves in this, right?
Yeah, I think the last big thing was like implementing Castle Climb, which is just another entire like can of worms to deal with.
That's a whole thing.
Yeah. Okay, so actually I want to talk about this real quick. So you saw I collected the banana bunch and the creme coin spawned right on top of me. So I left 1B alive. So for whatever reason, the banana bunch counts as a sprite that you can eliminate in this bonus. And I think that's what the bonus tracks ultimately. It's the number of sprites that get eliminated from the screen. So you collect the banana bunch, and if you leave 1B alive, it's gonna replace that B that you were supposed to kill, and that's what is gonna ultimately spawn the creme coin. So that's a little time saved because the B that you keep alive is the one in the top left, and that would be a little bit of a detour. So just saving some movement there.
Yeah, I'm assuming that wasn't intended, but probably however they coded the game just ended up making the banana bunch be the same as an enemy for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think that's the case, yeah.
And then also there's a trick coming up here called Swag Balloon that Void is going to go for.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
I say you're gonna disappoint all the people that are watching. I told them you were gonna do it already.
No. I ain't gonna disappoint anyone because in this household we say no to swag.
This
It's
run
true.
is in.
Void has never disappointed anyone ever.
Well, he just did for the first time, and it's me. So that would be a
Clayton
lot.
is actually gonna leave the voice call now.
Yeah, just you guys do.
Jiggy, you're on commentary duty now.
All right. We are climbing up the rope, and then we're going to do a boost, and then do a damage boost through here, and then go through the cannon. How am I doing, Void?
Yeah, pretty good, honestly.
Great.
5 out of 7.
Got it. Okay. All right. Great. 5 out of 7.
With rice.
With
It's still so weird to me not seeing the wrong warp get done there at the beginning of the level, because in any percent you'll hop up the vine there and then jump up over, get the invincibility, and do a bunch of stuff with invisible objects. It's not relevant to this run, but that's considered to be the hardest wrong warp in the inner percent run. So to be able to skip that is kind of nice, actually.
Yeah, well, turns out that this level is very, very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
As hard as the wrong warp might be, this level is even harder, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But also super rewarding. So here I'm going to do a thing. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to do a thing. So what I tried to do here is I tried to skip the signpost and keep squawks past the signpost. But unfortunately, when I took damage, I ended up facing left, which janked up the camera afterwards. But
Yeah, so
it's okay.
instead he had to do it the developer intended way.
Yep.
You know how us speedrunners feel about doing the game the way that the devs intended.
Dev routes.
Yeah. But yeah, this is up to this point. This is definitely the hardest level in the game if you're playing it casually and speedrunning.
Yeah, I would say it went pretty well. The bonus went well. The only thing really was me not getting signpost skip.
Yeah.
I missed out on my opportunity to show off some swag, some DKC2 swag. It's okay though.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. Sometimes you just don't get a roll there at the top.
Yeah, some of these bonuses are hidden in places where I'm like, man, if I didn't already know where this was, I don't know how I would have found it.
Yeah. You do get some hints given to you in this game by both Cranky and Wrinkly, but
Oh yeah, that is true. Since we never actually talk to them, I kind of forget that they actually say stuff.
Yeah. But I was about to say, they can only go so far, you know? If your bottom text might not help.
So this is Rickety Race, and it's an auto-scroller, and what Void did there at the beginning is there's a hidden boost barrel. I'm not sure exactly how much faster it makes you go, but it makes you go a lot faster. And so we're going to be going through here, and the goal is to win the race, and if you do, you get the DK coin. So the number 2 guy...
Just number 2 guy.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy.
There we go. The number 2 guy has caused many deaths.
Yeah, his speed is just it's awkward enough to where you like have to just give it an extra second to when you're gonna jump on him, because if you bounce off of him at the wrong point, you'll go straight into one of those gaps right there, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then you have to start all over again.
Yeah, it's pretty tragic because there's no halfway point in Rickety Race. Oddly enough, they added a halfway point in the GBA port of this game, but the OG does not have a halfway.
All right, here we go. This is Mudhole Marsh. This is definitely the hardest level up to this point. Void is going to be doing a lot of precise platforming here. Oh, all right.
Almost on myself, but that's okay. I recovered it pretty quick.
Yeah, so as you can see, all of these like lily pads and everything, they have really odd hitboxes to where you can run off of the edge of them and also still roll. And then you couple that with these barrels rolling through the flitters and everything gives you like extra momentum to get through. So while you're watching Void do all this, like even though it seems like this stuff is relatively seamless and like scripted out, like, oh, I've practiced this 100 times, I just know how to do it. There are pixels that can just totally screw your momentum and everything about like what you're doing, and then you just fall into the muck and it's over.
Yeah, they're very tight rolls. Like I definitely make the Eagle Pit section look easy.
And then the intended way is you can, one of the chests has invincibility inside of it. So for a safer route, if you want, you can take the extra couple seconds to break that and then sort of just spam your way through all of the stuff, hitting all the enemies, not worrying about any of that, so that you can focus solely on the platforming to get through. And then...
So here we have the DK coin on the goalpost, but the setup relatively easy and straightforward.
Yeah, and then that's another one, especially in this one. If you miss that, then just reset, because you have to play the whole level again.
You gotta redo the whole level. Yep.
So unless you just really don't have a great time and you still have plenty of time to save, then sure, go for it. But if it's, even though it's not that hard to hit that trick, it's still extremely stressful, because when you think about how much is on the line with it.
Yeah. And so Clubber Carnage, another Lost World level, basically has that ROM hack feel to it, because who designed this?
At Empty-Sys.
Yeah, at Empty-Sys. Why are the coins blue, by the way? Okay, here though, I'm gonna try to go for a trick. Never mind, I screwed it up.
All right.
I'm gonna try to go for the other trick, which I really hope to get. But essentially, the idea behind the second half of this level is to use invisible objects to modify the speed at which the barrel shoots you out. The barrel that I was in, the rotating floating barrel. So I'm gonna set that up. Okay, so we got it. We got the invisible object. Through the invisible object, so now the barrel in the middle should have its velocity changed. So I'm just gonna go forward a little bit, and then I'm gonna shoot here. Yep, there you go.
Nice.
And I can skip this whole section with this damage boost right here. All right, very nice. So I'm gonna try to, I'm gonna like play this ending a little safer as a result, because I really don't want to redo this section. There we go. Okay.
All right. Not bad. And then you got a little bonus hidden there at the end. And I don't think we really like explained invisible objects. But basically what happens is that when you're holding like a barrel or an enemy, like a beetle and stuff like that, you'll be holding Y to be holding the object, and then you go and clash with another object, and then you'll release and repress Y on a certain frame. And if you do it right, you'll be holding nothing, but it'll look like you're holding an invisible barrel, whatever it is. And when you have that,
and the main property of the invisible object is that it has ID value 0, and essentially, like, it's essentially a null sprite when you think about it.
Yeah.
So I messed up this big boy, but the backup here is very safe and very consistent. So there you go.
You could always not worry about having to hit that big boy if you do the Claude Super Mega Hyper Ramby Rumble Skip Mark III.
Team throw, not
Team
skip.
throw, yeah.
Messed it up.
It's been a little while. I'm a little rusty.
I understand completely. We're very good at naming tricks in the DKC community, by the way.
And they're all extremely practical and make total sense for everything.
Very, very descriptive.
But more often than not, our tricks just end up getting named after the person who found them. Like the big boy that he was trying to do there. A lot of people call it the Via Boy because a runner, Via Strike, found it, 73 years ago, I think it was, or something like that.
Yeah, that's almost 2 years ago, actually.
Yeah, I would believe it. And then here we're just doing some more Ramby nonsense. He's pretty useful as long as he doesn't screw you over here, because you do the charge, and then every time you bounce off of one of these bees, his momentum carries. So while when you see Void just going through all of this, he's holding Y. So
Clayton, you gotta be careful though with the Ramby praise in front of Void. We don't want to upset him.
I'm not praising him. I'm just, sometimes credit's due. Like, I mean,
I'm here to protect the runner. We have to protect Void. All right.
Yeah, I mean, a broken clock is still right twice a day, right?
I guess that's true, yeah. However, I do appreciate the fact that Jiggy is on Team Heck Ramby.
Oh, I'm not a Ramby sympathizer by any means. I'm just doing my duty to the audience to let them know.
A likely story, Clayton. A likely story.
Okay. This guy's just doxing me on stream.
I think Jiggy really wants that commentator job right now.
All right, so this is King Zing Sting. Quite often we say don't sleep on the king because it seems like a kind of a boring fight, but he can get the best of you in a really quick way. There's actually a trick that you can do here that isn't exactly RTA viable, I guess, kind of, but if you...
It can be RTA viable, but I don't go for it. We call it like the cycle skip.
Yeah, two cycle.
King Zing 2 cycle, yeah.
So basically what happens is when all those bees spawned around him, if you fire an egg at the exact frame, you can hit him before he gets the invincibility, and it'll skip an entire cycle. And it's a really, really big time save, but we've not really been able to come up with any remotely consistent
setup. Yeah, like it's fairly unreliable. Like I think even like the best runners get it maybe like 30% of the time at most.
Yeah.
But in any case, I think this is break time, also known as banana time.
Get your bananas out in chat. Well,
yes,
maybe not.
Absolutely.
But...
All right. We will be right back. When we come back, we're going to have the second half of this Donkey Kong Country 2 101%. Stick around, get up, get some water, do whatever you need to do, because when we come back, Void's taking us home. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Donkey Kong weekend. We are going to jump right back into this Donkey Kong Country 2 102% run with Void. Void, you ready to rock and roll?
Hell yeah, I am. Welcome back, rolling back in, and yeah, let's get started. I don't know if I should give a countdown or...
Yeah, just do a quick countdown and we're ready to go.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, Smurf. So going into World 5 now, and World 5 is really where the intense platforming of the run begins. Starting with this stage, Ghostly Grove, which is actually like a runner's favorite. It's a lot of like horizontal, smooth platforming, lots of long rolls that you do with Diddy, lots of skips, small optimizations that you can do. Let's not forget this DK coin right here, well-hidden DK coin.
Very important to the 102.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, like DK coins that are not the Lost World DK coins, they don't count towards percentage, but we still collect all of them, all 40 of them, because they're collectibles. Trackable collectibles.
And the big thing about this level is you can see these ghost ropes that appear and disappear on a cycle. So obviously we try not to rely on those as much as possible.
Yeah, like right there to get into the bonus, I did another big boy instead of waiting for the rope cycle. A little faster to do the big boy. There's actually like a quicker way to enter the bonus without having to like team throw Dixie into the big boy. If you do like the big boy in a way that will give you enough height, which I was not able to do, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Just a little minor time loss as a result.
and these ropes can be extremely tricky, but Void actually executed all of that perfectly.
Yep, that was nice.
And now we are moving on to Tupac's library, aka
Yeah, shouts to Tupac.
aka Haunted Hall.
Yep.
We say that because looks like Tupac is running along with us, trying to get us. The lore is actually that he's trying to give you his mixtape, and you really don't want to hear it, so you're trying to get away as fast as possible.
Dude, I forgot about that actually. Shoutouts to Tupac's mixtape.
Yeah, they don't call me the keeper of memes for nothing.
Yeah, known keeper of memes, Clayton _.
And then throughout the level, you'll see Void just hopping a lot, and it's not just some kind of fidgety thing. All of the hops are actually calculated into like the route of the run, and if you do all of the hops like properly, it saves like just under a second, I think, like 0.8.
Oh no, like doing the hops throughout the level saves several seconds.
Oh, it's several. I thought that it wasn't that much. Okay.
Oh yeah. Optimizing this level is one of the things that will separate world record level players from the rest of the crop. You can definitely save very valuable seconds in this stage. And I mean, even like at the top, you can still save valuable frames over like other runners. But yeah, shoutouts to like all of the people who've worked on optimizing this level based on the tasks, because it's pretty tedious. Definitely like tedious work to optimize this level, even as a runner.
And then I forget the exact reasoning for it, other than it's faster. But when we jump into the doors, you want to hit it at the top. But I forget like what the exact science behind it is.
Yeah, I actually forgot about that as well. I think it's just that like the animation does not take as long. Yeah, the door transition animation kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like a lag thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. So you go fast in this bonus, but shouts to Antilles, who named this bonus the 1, 2, 3, 4 bonuses, because you have one gap that you want to jump over, then 2 gaps, then 3 gaps, then 4 gaps.
I never knew that.
Yeah, once you know that trick to like remember where the jumps are and like how many jumps you have to do with that bonus, then it's easy.
Yeah, big shout out to Antilles, one of the original Donkey old boys.
Yep.
Now he's grown up with a family and kids and does adult things instead of playing 30-year-old video games.
Lots of kids, but he left us some really nice tutorials that you can find on the DKC Wiki. Shouts to the DKC Wiki, dkcspeedruns.com if you're interested in learning the DKC Speedruns. This is arguably the best speedrun resource that I've run into over my tenure as a speedrun veteran.
100%. And then, so now we're in a gusty glade, and it's important to remember that the wind is a gimmick.
The wind is a gimmick.
But yeah, what's going on here is that there is a wind that blows throughout the level, and on certain cycles, it will pick up and start to blow really hard to the right. So you have to be cognizant of that on how you're going to time your rolls and everything, because you can get caught up by the wind and then you won't have anywhere to land. But for the most part, it's pretty easy to discern like how we can take advantage of that.
Oh, he was about to go backwards. That happens sometimes. It has to do with, I think, like, I want to say, like, when you spawn him on screen. Anyways, this bonus is actually pretty tough to optimize. You really want to collect stars in a particular order. Oh no, I missed the stair. Okay, 27 is still really good. I could have gotten a 28 if I didn't miss the step, but yeah. I think the best time in that bonus is a 29.
Yeah, so as you can see here, Void's like he's pausing on the hooks because of the wind. Because if he jumps off, it's just gonna take him away. Then this little sequence here at the end is always really cool to watch.
Nice.
And it's actually not too difficult to pull off, but definitely looks cool when you do it.
Yeah. And speaking of looking cool, like this is another stage that looks very cool and it looks harder than it actually is.
It's still really hard, but it's especially when things like that happen for absolutely no reason. Anyway, this is Parrot Shoot Panic. So what you're supposed to do is take our animal buddy Quawks, not Squawks.
Yeah, this one is Quawks, not Squawks. He's purple.
He can't do anything other than go down. He can't even fly, like up. So you're supposed to navigate like these tunnels and stuff with him, but instead, Dixie can fly, so we just use her instead. And basically what's happening throughout all of this is when Void's falling, he's going to land on like certain edges of certain platforms in order to be able to instantly roll off and get his hover back. Because when you go off of an edge without actually doing Dixie's hover, she falls at like an increased speed. And then if you do actually do the hover by pressing Y, it'll slow down. I'm not sure by how much, but I want to say like almost half the speed. So the idea is to keep all of this momentum going where you're not actually hovering, but instead using like the gravity in the platforms to your advantage.
That was really good, except for like that little blunder at the start, but I nailed the hard section, so that's what matters.
Yeah, no, that was a really, really good PCP in all honesty. And this is Web Woods, which I think will take the cake for the hardest level in the game. I don't know how you feel about that, but
I think in 102 it absolutely is the hardest level. Yep.
Yeah, because
there is a strat that I'm gonna go for to get into the first bonus. That is like we call that strat fast cannonball, and it actually is really difficult.
Yeah, because the cannon that's shooting these cannonballs, he shoots one cannonball that goes really fast, and then he shoots another one that goes slow. So what Void is going to want to do is follow that first cannonball, and we're going to set it up and try it here and again.
Yeah, but yeah, like you're meant to use the slow cannonball to get into the bonus, but if you're good, then you can use the fast cannonball, and that saves a good amount of time because the slow cannonball is actually really slow.
Yeah, and so what makes this level so difficult is that there's just there's no rest spots. Once you start going into this second half of the level where you've turned into Squidder, you really can't stop. So let's see if he's
So yeah, it's like right there, I had to do the instant platform. I was off screen, so I had to like kind of gauge when the timing was going to be correct for it, and I did the platform a little too late, so I just plummeted.
Yeah. And that's...
But you guys get like you see the idea there that like as soon as the cannonball spawns, then you want to backtrack and just use the web platforms to go back to where you want to have the cannonball to unlock the bonus. So let's see if I can get it right. Never mind.
Well,
just slipped off the corner.
Yeah, the slippery edges. But
yeah, this is like no joke. This is the hardest level in 102, in no small part because of that bonus entry. Like this bonus entry is really difficult. Arguably one of the hardest strats, if not the hardest strat in this run.
Yeah, because you already have to. You're combining it with just the really difficult movement that you have to do in this to be able to go fast. Let's see here. We're gonna keep it on screen.
All right, that's fine. I took damage on the bird, but like, at least I got it.
Yep,
this is fine. So that's the idea.
excellent comedic time. Yeah, the slip off the ledge was pretty good, in all honesty. But yeah, Web Woods is really, for me, it's all about rhythm, because once you get into it, you actually aren't even thinking about like the inputs, because you've just done it so many times, and it's just like this thing that builds up, and you just do it, like, for lack of a better way to explain it. Like, at least that's how it is for me.
You just do it.
Yeah. Because you're mixing, like, shooting these projectiles to get bees out of the way, and at the same time shooting platforms and then forming them while you're shooting another enemy and jumping. It's just, there's just so much going on. And taking it a little bit safer in general, just to get through it after these couple of deaths. But
Yep. But then it's not over yet, because remember the DK coin that we have to collect on the goalpost in Mudhole? This level has the same gimmick, except that the window is much tighter.
Yeah.
Like I didn't give it justice right there to like really show how tight it is. I actually should have like let it show like one cycle, just like it's basically like a blink that you see the DK coin. I think like the window for it is like 8 or 11 frames, something like that. So like it's very short.
yeah, so
And if you mess it up, obviously, then you're screwed, because you have to redo the entire level.
yeah, so like what, a fourth of a second, I think you have to react. Is that what that works out to?
A fourth of a second would be like 15 frames.
Oh
so
yeah,
it's
it's
like
60.
less
I
than-
was thinking 30.
Yeah, more like a fifth or a sixth of a second.
Oh wow. But yeah, our boy Crow is back, except this time he is a little creepier. And this boss is
he's
actually really
edge.
hard.
Yeah, this boss like really makes use of your rope climbing, as you guys were able to see. So
And then
it's just like it adds another layer of optimization to it, and also it has RNG on the barrel spawns. It can spawn left, middle, or right. And I think I got good luck on this fight. The second cycle is the one that matters the most, and I got right spawn.
Yeah. So that is
Pretty poggers.
Yeah, World 5 done, and now moving into World 6. And this is our buddy On Guard, the DKC2
Swordfish.
Yeah, DKC2 On Guard is not even his final form. Throughout the history of the DKC games, On Guard just progressively got more overpowered. Like in the first game, he's okay. In this game, he's really strong and pretty hard to hit, actually. And in the third game, he's basically invincible.
Yeah. I think you're generous by saying that he's okay in DKC1. I think he's pretty bad in DKC1.
Oh, well, you know how much I love DKC1 and how many hours I've logged into that game, so.
Yeah, there you go. Oops. Let me go back and get it again. But yeah, like On Guard in this game is actually overhated, in my opinion, in the DKC community. Like people say, oh, he's jank, or like, oh, he has bad hitboxes. But like, if you move properly throughout the level, which I haven't done apparently, like I've taken damage twice already. But if you move properly, like consistently through the level with On Guard, like you're good. You're good. But it's just like really tough to have consistent movement with On Guard.
Yeah, like I mean, he can be janky, but we know what the jank is and kind of how to control it. So really, like if you do it the right way, then he's not bad.
Just be good.
Right. On guard.
Alright, so here, gonna do a little bit of that crouch sliding, and that tricks the game into thinking that I am on ground, so that when I swim on the target, I do not trigger the fanfare. Whereas if I had not done that, then I would have gotten a fanfare. So a little bit of a time saver there.
And back into the Lost World.
Yep.
The hardest level, maybe, in the Lost World? Or is Black?
Casually, for sure.
Yeah.
Speedrun wise, I would say not so much. The most infamous screen of this level of Animal Antics is definitely the one coming up with squawks and the wind cycles.
Oh, yeah.
But we just used some damage boosts to get through it relatively safely. you guys will see in a bit.
Yeah, so the name of this level is Animal Antics, and you just get transformed into all the animal buddies in the game and play through the level.
Yeah, every animal buddy has a distinct section to it.
So, of course, whenever we have Squitter, we're going to have gaps and bees and all that good kind of stuff.
Okay, here is actually a pretty nifty strat that I'm going to try to get at the end of that bonus. So you can actually skip this Squitter barrel coming up if your movement is precise.
Oh, nice.
Got it.
First try.
First try. So yeah. But you're still Squitter at the end, right there. The game kind of assumes that you exit that bonus with Squitter, so it puts you as Squitter. Oh, okay. That was interesting.
Okay.
I was kind of holding right there for whatever reason.
Yeah, so we're going to have to go a little slower just to make sure that we get to the next part without
Yep, so now I can do the damage boost, the aforementioned damage boost.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Instead, we'll just do good movement and play the game well. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, I
died there.
can't believe you didn't die. I don't know how you did.
Yeah. There we go. So we got a Kong back. Ideally, this one is just a safety Kong. It's fine if I take damage, but I did not. Very
It's
nice.
okay. Void has plot armor. We know.
It's true.
I kind of do have plot armor when, yeah. For better or worse. Alright, so final section with Radley here. Right before the signpost, I'm gonna do one of those double jumps. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna do one of those double jumps. But essentially, I could have just avoided that B cycle completely. If I do a double jump and then I cross the invisible line that would transform me back into my Kongs, then I would have been high enough so that Dixie would have been able to hover over the bees.
Yeah. And then another small thing I don't think we mentioned that you've done a couple times throughout the run is the Kong swap on the target. Whenever you do that, it triggers the target instead of having to jump so that you don't run the risk of accidentally setting off the fanfare.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work in every stage, and you have to set it up preemptively with something called airborne state. So as long as you have airborne state, there are like a few ways to have airborne state, but as long as you have it, you can just swap over the goalpost, and your Kongs are gonna swap. So instead of having to sit through the swapping animation, it just fixes your Kong order for the next stage. It's a nice little time saver.
Yep. And then I saw in the chat just a little amendment. You get turned into every animal buddy that you can possibly become. We're not leaving out Clapper and Glimmer. They're like helpers more than anything.
Yeah, they're homies still.
Yeah, for sure.
I have them as emotes. Shoutouts to my Clapper and Glimmer emotes.
I wish we could turn into Clapper. Just walk around and like clapping enemies to kill him or something. And every time he does, he's like, "Oh, oh."
What did he mean by this?
Yeah, I don't know. All right, but yes, Windy Well, another sort of wind gimmick, as you will. And then here we are gonna
Nice.
get the low-income bees that we have to deal with. And yeah, this is pretty much just float up through the top of the level and don't get hit by stuff. Nothing too fancy or actual like trick worthy. It's
Yeah. Right there, I did a little bit of a crouch, moonwalk, camera manipulation thing to be able to collect the clobber without getting bounced on the target, which has happened to me before.
that was a really good bonus, by the way.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Some of the star bonuses that I've done this run have gone really well. Like I'm thinking about the one in Bramble Scramble. Like I didn't even get the opportunity to talk about the bonus in Bramble Scramble. That's like literally my favorite bonus in the entire run, and like it went really well.
All right, and now we are into Castle Crush.
Yeah.
This level is gonna take a while. Basically, you have this crusher that is moving up through the castle, and you've gotta hold barrels, and take it with you to trigger a trick that Void is gonna do here to skip a decent chunk of the level. Shout out to Red Guy, by the way.
Just the red guy. Yeah. So yeah, what I'm gonna perform is called a gold summon. So what you essentially do is you bring the goalpost to your location. It's either you bring the goalpost to your location or you just like zip upwards.
It's not a warp.
Into the level. It is not a warp. It's not considered a warp by the standard Donkey Kong certified definition.
The Donkey Congress.
The Donkey Congress. Just Donkey Congress. But yeah, there's actually like a little bit of a different setup to this gold summon compared to the 1.1 version. So let's see if I can get it. Oh, here it is. Nice.
So what had happened was he got an invisible object like we talked about earlier in the run there. And when the Crusher is just about to hit the bottom of that chain square is when he wants to let go of it. And then he takes damage and then the IDs get mixed up, confuses the game, and then all of a sudden it just brings the gold to you.
Yep.
But it is entirely possible to get trapped under that when you do the goal summon and then you just die.
Yeah, you want to be grounded. That's the key. So like if you go for the goal summon, but then you're airborne as the goalpost comes to you, then you just die.
Yeah.
Which is very depressing. And then you have to just redo the entire level. That goal summon saves 3 minutes, so like it saves a ton of time compared to just doing the level normally. But yeah, like definitely a scary trick to mess up, even though it's very not difficult at all. Like I've literally taught this trick over me like in Twitch chat, typing it out to someone on a stream, and they've like nailed it like as soon as like I've just completed my instructions. So it's a very easy trick to pick up.
The hardest part of the trick is getting the barrel there, in all honesty.
Yeah, pretty much, because the key component of Castle Crush Goal Summon is to have an empty barrel. You want to have an empty Kong barrel to create the null sprite object.
Yep.
If the barrel is not empty, then obviously you're gonna have the extra Kong inside the barrel, so you're not gonna be able to create it. So you really want to enter Castle Crush with both Kongs. So here I'm re-entering Castle Crush because I haven't done the bonuses or collected the DK coin.
Yep.
And I'm gonna grab the DK barrel once again because I'm gonna use the null sprite object once again. But this time it's not gonna be to do a goal summon. This time it's gonna be to move the bonus entrance. It's a small optimization, saves like maybe 5 seconds or so, but it's very peculiar and impressive to watch because it looks like you're entering nothing. You'll see what I mean. It looks like you're entering nothing, but you're actually entering the bonus when you pull it off.
Yeah, and then the goal summon also for the 100% run used to be how we would get through this level, but then a couple years ago, another actual wrong warp was found that saves even more time so that you don't have to escort this barrel for a minute and a half. So
yeah, like the wrong warp saves an extra whole minute over the goal summon. So yeah, the goal summon became obsolete as a result. The wrong warp unfortunately is much harder, but them's the breaks. Alright, so here to set it up, gonna kill the spiny and then gonna make the invisible object on this wall. And there you go.
Nice.
So I up through the invisible object, and then it moved the bonus entrance to my location. And then from there, I just had to basically time my bonus entrance properly.
I thought Randy wasn't going to work with you there for a second.
Yeah, it looked a little close. But yeah, it's a good strat. Ooh, nice.
Oh, yeah. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
This is...
Yeah, so what I did right there is I did a little bit of corner boosting to be able to get a double jump where I was not supposed to get one. And now I can just get ahead of the Crusher significantly. Oh, never mind. We took damage, so we're going to have to wait for the Crusher anyway. Hell yeah.
All right, so time for donations.
Yeah, time for another banana break.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get the idea.
We're
Like if
we're gonna read some donations here. We don't, I think the donations are. You should go check out the the GDQ Hotfix shirt that we have over at Yeti.com/AG or /GDQ. That's our donation.
If you donate
yeah.
the set amount to the Yeti, you too can have the t-shirt.
get that GDQ merch. Cop the merch.
Greetings from Germany.
But yeah, so if I hadn't taken damage there, I would have been able to just go straight for that bonus without having to wait for the crusher. So a little bit of an unfortunate hit, but it is what it is.
Alrighty, highly technical movement here, as you can see.
Yeah, swagging out. So.
Don't get crushed.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I had paused like late enough, so I just decided to unpause to collect the coin properly. Because you can do a start select there, since you had completed the level already with the Castle Crush Gold Summon.
Yep.
But I wasn't completely confident in that start select, so.
Now we're moving on to Chain Link Chamber.
I woke up. It's okay. There's a way to collect the cannonball without waking up the clubber, or rather, like, you can grab the barrel, the clubber barrel, and then just get rid of it before he wakes up, but sometimes that happens.
Yep.
Just a minor time loss.
And then there's something that happens in this level that I'm not going to point out until it happens, because I don't want to influence it, but it's probably my favorite part of this level when Void's doing it.
Alright, so here, collecting the invincibility barrel, and we're just gonna be zooming. So Clayton earlier mentioned just rope climbing in general, and like this section really like is the perfect spot to flex your rope climbing.
Yep, 100%.
You can save a lot of time over other runners if your rope climbing is better.
And
yeah, that was actually quite a good climb.
Yeah, and the added benefit of being fast about it is that you get to maintain the invincibility through the whole thing, so that's one less thing you have to worry about. But the thing that I love is the focus on Void's face when he does that section. He always makes the same face, and he like rocks back and forth, and it's just, I don't know why. I just love like how intensely he is into it.
You're a fan of that?
Yeah.
I never noticed myself just like focusing through the climb in that level.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't want to say anything about it, because then you would be thinking about it and you'd be like, I'm not going to do it. And I was like, nope.
yeah. Damn, Void focus, by the way. Right there, like I didn't talk about it, but I did a little bit of a clip, which is also a 1.0 exclusive. Essentially, you can swap or initiate your swap and then like press left immediately after, and you can clip into the wall, and that saves a little bit of time. So you don't have to like go around that vertical section. All right, so Toxic Tower. So now we can actually talk about those Rattly double jumps. You want to go ahead with that, Clayton?
Yeah, so basically what you can see here is that as Void is floating through the air after he's jumped, he does an extra jump. And basically what he's doing is manipulating Rattly's physics to where you're supposed to hold down the button to charge up his jump to get you to go to his peak. But what we found out that you can do instead is that you can briefly hold it down, make the jump, and then if you press the button again at the apex of the first jump, you'll get another jump. And it'll save all of the time that you would have had to use to charge up that jump instead.
Yeah, because doing a full charge actually takes quite a while.
Yeah, it's like a solid 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And then there's even you can go even further beyond than the regular double jumps with the TDJs, and that's like that might be one of the like hardest like techniques I would say in the game.
It's up there for sure, yeah.
But yeah, we made it through.
And yeah, relatively straightforward bonus there with our buddy Shoes.
And we're gonna pop back out, and that's gonna do it for the level.
Yep.
And now the hardest boss in the game.
Yeah, there you go. We rescued Donkey. The game is over.
Yo, nice boss.
Nice boss. Oh no, he's gone.
What?
I guess we still have content left.
Wait, what? More content?
More content.
Can you believe it?
I
Type
think
1 in the chat room if you like content.
I like content.
Alright, gonna go for a hard strat here called the jump.
Easy every time.
Nice. Easy every time. Natural route, by the way. Saves like half a second and is very unnecessary to completing your speed run, but I don't know, like at some point I decided to start maining that strat and now I just cannot like do anything else in that stage.
Well, at one point it actually was like the
crap.
difference between like, you know, like world record and not. So
Was it?
I mean, I thought that it was because people would like be going for it when they were on like real runs because I thought that the time save was enough. But I could be misremembering. It's been a long donkey
you
time.
got played. Clayton, you got played.
Maybe. Probably.
You know, like you can still PB if you go for the jump. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
basically what
a little bit goofy there, so you can skip the race, but I actually like initiated it, but then took a damage boost afterwards to end up skipping it anyways. So now we're like in that state where like, you know, we get the banger, but we also skipped the race.
Yeah, because then you don't have to have the bird Screech, that's his name, chase him
Screech,
behind
yeah.
you the whole time, and you know, just one less thing to worry about, little less stress.
Yeah.
Void's just gonna be doing some good movement here, and then in this section, it's important that he stays below a certain level in order to trigger that.
Not trigger the fanfare, yeah. That's actually what you're describing. That's an 90% exclusive because you end up going over that line anyways in this category when you go for the DK coin.
Okay, my apologies. Any percent.
Now you're good. So we're on K. Rool. K. Rool, obviously the final boss of every DKC game on the SNES.
Annie May Play in the chat asked, does this song remind anyone of their childhood when we were in the race? And I think a couple people might have.
Quiz time in the chat room. Do you guys know the name of the song that plays during the Screech race?
I actually don't.
It's a deep cut.
Or if I do, it's like one of those things that's like buried in your brain that you know, but you can't pull it out.
Right, yeah.
But this song is a banger too.
This song, this is a top 3 song for me in this game. I love Crocodile Cacophony.
Yeah, this song and this fight is just so good. Like it's just so well put together.
Yeah. For speedruns, like obviously it's a little boring because like it's fairly long and it kind of plays as like a glorified cutscene, so to speak. But like casually, it's a very intense and demanding fight.
Yeah. Because since everything is so scripted, there's places that you can just stand on the floor and just jump to avoid all of these things and not actually have to do any real movement. But until like you know that that's like the speedrun strategy, it's kind of hard to be like, oh wow, that's how it works.
Yeah, until you know the sauce.
I was waiting for it. I thought you might get the dustless.
Yeah, the tech on this fight obviously is Soda Cannonball. As soon as K. Rool starts pulling you in with the blunderbuss, and if you get the throws as early as possible, we call those dustless throws. Also, Working Player is correct. The name of the song is Bad Bird Rag.
I did not know that then. That doesn't even sound familiar. I'm surprised I've never heard that. All right, we are getting dangerously close to saving Donkey.
Yep. And then after we save Donkey, it's unfortunately not over yet because you actually have in this run to do K-Roll, the first K-Roll fight, in order to get enough money to be able to access the last Lost World level. So we're still missing the Lost World level that we access through World 5, which is Fire Furnace. So after this, we're gonna have maybe like a 2-minute cutscene / sequence. And then we're gonna have to go through Fire Furnace, and then we're gonna do the K-Roll refights.
And there he is. There's Donkey.
There's Donkey. Donkey's gonna give K-Roll the uppercut. Huzzah!
Bam.
Bam! Hey, in the meantime, since I said that we have maybe like 2 minutes, if you guys enjoyed this run so far, well, first off, thanks for watching. Second off, please follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/void with a 0 between the V and the O. Also, follow me on Blue Sky, just Blue Sky. Subscribe to my YouTube, and yeah, we like to have fun in my stream. We like to have fun in my community. Right now, I'm working on DKC Returns HD. Looking for a very sick time, ideally a sub 140 time. But after that, we'll be back to SNES Donkey Kong for sure. So yeah, hope to see you guys there for all of that cool stuff. And yeah, you wanna plug yourself in real quick, Clayton?
Sure. Clayton _ on Twitch. I stream sometimes, but mostly I'm just kind of hanging out in chats, doing the same thing that I'm doing here, but typing instead. So yeah, if you want to give me a follow there, my Twitter, all that stuff is like listed on my Twitch profile. They're different names, so it's probably easier to just go to my Twitch profile and access the links there. But yeah, this has been really fun. This is my first everything I've done for GDQ, so I was definitely excited. Glad I got to do it. Big shout out to Void for bringing me on and letting me do this with him. Void's one of my very, very good buddies, so it's pretty awesome to be sharing the stage with him. So thank you, dude.
Yeah, thanks for offering to commentate this run. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, like as soon as the music ends there for that little cutscene sequence is your cue to reset the game. You don't need to watch the credits, which is a good thing because the credits are actually pretty long, like freaking 8 or 10 minutes. And now we're going through Fire Furnace. And actually, Fire Furnace has probably like the biggest skip in 1 or 2%. So, I'm gonna actually enter this barrel, bait this cutlass over, and ideally take damage from this cutlass at the same time as the barrel would shoot me out. I don't exactly know what the frame window is, like a 3-frame window or something like that. But now I'm in like permanent state of moving my barrel around, and because this is 1.0, you actually can go out of bounds using that. And now that I'm out of bounds, you just zip forward.
Yep.
A la Super Mario World, Cape style.
Pretty much. That's another one of those like ID manipulation things that we talked about. There's another trick that utilizes this same sort of thing with Cutlass, except to do a wrong warp back in a Crockhead Clamber. But we didn't get to see that since we're doing the 102 run.
90%.
So. And then yeah, Void's just gonna...
bonus, like you can just go out of bounds as well, so you can like save a good amount of time doing that.
Yeah, just flip past it all, and not have to worry about taking any damage, anything like that. And
yeah, those views right there are a little scary, so you have to like really know how to navigate out of bounds and not bonk, because like there are like invisible walls out of bounds during that section. I did bonk a couple times, but still took my time to make sure to not have to redo the stage. And now we're on to the final boss.
This is actually
which is the final boss. the true final boss on the first run of the day.
Yeah.
So, yeah. K-Roll 2 actually only takes one hit. There's more stuff that you have to dodge, but it's a relatively straightforward fight.
Pretty similar, and then we actually kind of glossed over it in the first fight, but those purple clouds, if Void gets hit by those, it will reverse his D-pad. So you definitely don't want to get hit by that. If you do, it's not the end of the world. It just kind of sucks. And then in the other fight, there are blue and red clouds. And the red cloud makes you like low gravity. And then the blue makes you slower? Is that what it is?
The blue freezes.
Oh, yeah, because you have to spam to get out of it. That's right.
Yeah. But yeah, actually, like if your swag level is like, over 9,000, you can just grab the purple smoke in this fight and just do K-Roll in reverse.
True.
But I never really worked that out because I ain't about that lifestyle.
Yep.
Which is why I skipped Swag Balloon earlier. And that's time right there.
GG.
GG. Nice run. Nice run. What was the final time, by the way?
The final time is, just wait 1 second here. 133:43.
All right, not bad at all.
No, that's actually insane. That's kind of insane for the deaths in Web Woods and stuff like that. That was a really good time.
Yeah, there were a good amount of deaths this run, and I was still able to like pull off a low 1-3x. So good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you everyone for the GGs and the nice runs. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Once again, like I said, follow me on Twitch. We'd really like to have you around the community. We like to have fun. We like to goof around. If you enjoy Donkey Kong, I'm kind of like the guy. So I'm kind of the guy that does nothing but play Donkey Kong. So yeah, we like to have fun there. And yeah, shout out to Clayton for being here on commentary with me. That was a lot of fun. Shout out to Jiggy for hosting and putting together this event. It's been a great weekend, and there is actually more content coming up. I think coming up is going to be DKC 3. I also just want to point that out, a little cutscene right there at the end. It's kind of like your reward for getting 102%.
No,
very nice looking.
He got away.
He sadly got away, which is why we're getting more DKC content after this run.
Exactly.
But let me just confirm real quick that I did in fact get 102%.
And then while he's doing that,
I did.
Thank you, everybody, from me. Also, I just wanted to say thanks, Void, Jiggy, everybody, GDQ. Thanks for letting me come on here and do what I do best and yap. But yeah, throw me a follow, give me more incentive to stream. And everybody, please post Pinocchio in the chat. That is my last request.
That's a good request, actually. But
Absolutely.
yeah, thanks for having us.
102%. Thank you, Void and Clayton. Really appreciate you. Again, everybody, please go and hover over Void's name in the channel name, like the title of the broadcast, and click that big old heart button. That's what you should definitely do to go give Void a follower. All right. When we come back, we are finishing off the trilogy. We're finishing off the Super Nintendo trilogy with Donkey Kong Country 3 True Ending with Laugh. Don't go anywhere. GDQ Hotfix will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Donkey Kong Weekend. We still have 2 more runs coming at you, so don't move a muscle. I want you all to stay completely still for the entire next run. But there is one way for you to be able to move, all right? And that one way is if you consider subscribing to the Games Done Quick Twitch channel. That unlocks movement, okay? Not really, I'm kidding. But you should definitely consider subscribing to the GDQ Twitch channel. We want to thank all of our subscribers here, your Prime Gaming subs, your gifted subs, any of the bits that you give here, we appreciate you giving to them. They go and support Hotfix. So if you like awesome events like this one, like Oops All Donkey Kong, definitely consider subscribing. It really does help us out. And yeah, it also gives you access to all of our emotes across the channel or across Twitch, and then it also gives you the ability to chat during our replays. So definitely consider subscribing, and we appreciate everybody that is a subscriber. All right, let's get into it. We have 2 more runs coming at you. All right, we have 2 more runs coming at you. And the next one, the finale of our Donkey Kong Country SNES trilogy. Laugh, are you ready to take us through Donkey Kong Country 3?
I'm ready to go. Thank you, Jiggy. So yeah, hi everybody. Hope you're doing well. I'm Laugh. I'm going to be running DKC3 True Ending. This is one of my favorite categories. I've been running this game for maybe 3.5 years. So the objective of this category is we are basically going to go for the 100% ending of the game, aka 103%, but we're going to be using an in-game cheat code called Water in order to essentially skip having to do any of the bonuses. So instead, we're going to focus on grabbing all the other collectibles, such as the DK coins, the bear coins, and the banana birds. Thanks again, Jiggy, for inviting me. Thank you, GDQ, for having me. Thanks, everybody. And I'm not planning on using my mic during the run, but I have some great friends on the commentary. If you guys would like to introduce yourselves real quick, and then we'll get started.
What's up? I'm glad.
Yep. Go ahead.
I run a lot of games. I ran DKC3 a while ago. I haven't really done it much lately, but this is one of my favorite games of all time. So happy to be here.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm happy to support my good friend Laugh here on commentary. I have not run this game before. I'm primarily known for 2, but I will be asking a lot of questions, and thank you, Glenn, in advance.
All right. Well, I am super excited about this run, and Laugh, we're ready to go whenever you are.
Cool. Sounds great. If somebody wants to give me a countdown in a little bit, and we'll get started. Thanks.
Yeah, let's let you get to the file screen.
So how do you input a cheat code here on the file screen once again?
I think he's already done it. So
okay.
Yeah, let's just go with the countdown. 3, 2, 1, Smurf.
All right, good luck.
All right, yeah, so as Laugh talked about, this is True Ending. So the goal here, we're gonna get the true ending. We got to get all 15 banana birds to do that. So the banana birds are kind of hidden around the world. There's one in each of the 7 worlds, not in Krematoa, and then there's a few around the main overworld, and a couple that we have to trade to bears for. The first thing, though, is we're going to make use of this water cheat code that was mentioned earlier, which unlocks a hidden cave in this waterfall, which is like a banana bird kind of cave, but completing it gives us all 85 of the bonus coins so that we don't have to complete any of the bonus stages. Let's just do a few inputs here. We're going to see a lot more caves like this throughout the run, and especially towards the end.
Those Simon Says games were very difficult for me as a kid.
Yeah, even runners will generally write down the longer ones towards the end of the run because they get to be progressively more inputs. So we're going to be heading off to World 1 first, of course. Now, in order to get all the banana birds, we do need to get all the DK coins to unlock the gyrocopter so that we can get a bunch of the banana birds on the main overworld. So a lot of levels will still play mostly as normal, but Worlds 1 and 2 will have some interesting routing because every stage in the first 2 worlds has a developer-intended warp barrel, just like DKC 2, which we saw before this. Which means that kind of depending on the warp barrel placement and the DK coin placement, like in some levels we'll be able to take the warp or backtrack a little bit, or we can take the warp and then re-enter later. 1-1 is pretty short, so we can just kind of go straight through it. And we're going to see the same in 1-2 as well, because the DK coin is basically right at the end of the stage, but it's not possible to backtrack from the warp. This is actually a really difficult level to optimize. The gimmick here is we have to open up these gates by pulling on these, not really levers, I don't know what you call them, the handles. But you want to try to pull them as little as possible so that you can kind of just sneak under the door. But if you're just a little bit like, if you don't open it quite enough, then you'll bonk. So it's very difficult to get through quickly. It's doing a pretty good job here. Here we're collecting a bear coin here. So that's another interesting part of this category, as well as the 103% category, is bear coin routing. So in order to get all the banana birds, we need to purchase 2 items to trade to bears. And those cost a total of 55 bear coins, which we're going to collect kind of throughout all the levels that we go to. And, you know, we have pretty careful routing for those to get ones that are either like right in our path or like as little out of the way as possible. This category actually has some very interesting routing for that, especially compared to 103, because we actually end up doing Krematoa, the secret world, like early by making use of the water cheat and the early bonus coins.
Oh, so yeah, the Lost World's in the middle of the run, right?
Yeah. So we actually are able to get some bear coins during that world that we wouldn't really be able to make use of in the 103% run.
I do like the coin routing. That does make things interesting.
Yeah, it's a really cool part of completion categories in this game. Big fan of it. Here we see kind of a technique you don't really know about generally when you play casually, but Kitty can bounce in the water. You can like skip like a rock on the surface of water.
Yeah, does the game ever actually teach you about that water bouncing mechanic?
It only does kind of in like the attract mode demo kind of thing. That's it. Like it shows you. It's probably in the manual. I don't know, but I haven't read the manual.
Oh yeah, the manual.
Because I was like a year old when this game came out.
I got to use the warp that time.
Yeah, so here the DK coin is kind of in the middle of the stage, so it just works out to be a little bit faster to warp and then re-enter and store select after. We saw a trick called a just defend there, where you can roll into the crimp enemies, these like dog-like enemies, where normally they don't let you roll into them from the front, you take damage. But the way that the game checks for whether you're rolling into them from the front or the back is just by comparing the directions that the Kong and the crimp are facing. So if you turn around right before hitting it, then you're able to hit it from the front. So this is going to be another stage where we warp and re-enter. But this stage actually has a very difficult trick in it called Ellie Skip. So kind of the gimmick in this stage is that you're forced into turning into Ellie, but Ellie's kind of not actually good in this stage because, you know, as an elephant, she's scared of mice. So, you know, you have to kind of avoid the mice and the lights, but by doing a really precise crouch with momentum, you can just barely slide under it. Very nicely done. So now we get to play the stage as the Kongs, and we can kind of just ignore the gimmick that normally like holds Ellie back.
Oh, it completely changes everything.
Quickly. Yeah. If you play like the whole level, it saves like 26 seconds or something to skip Ellie. I'm not sure how much here exactly, just because of the re-entry. Very nicely done.
Yeah. Ellie was skipped in the first level too, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's not required there, but she does appear. So, yeah, the first boss, Belcha, left us a little optimization there at the end called Hopless, where if you throw Dixie into the barrel, it actually makes Kitty kind of bounce in the air, and then you can use that bounce to knock out the beetle. That saves like a fraction of a second, and it's really, really difficult. It's a classic donkey trick in that regard.
Yep. High risk, low reward. We love those tricks.
So this stage here, 2-1, this is gonna be the first time we see a zip. Nice. Very, very fun trick in this game. So how that works is basically when you throw your Kong, they can't leave the screen. And basically by having Kitty bounce on the rat like right after throwing Dixie, it allows Kitty to move, and then you can scroll the camera over, and then because Dixie can't leave the screen, the edge of the screen basically pushes her into the wall, and then you zip up to the top of the wall.
They are cool to watch. I've always kind of wondered technically how they worked.
Well, that's how. Yeah, it's a very cool trick. It's kind of varying difficulty depending on where you do it. That's
we'll be seeing them more throughout the game, right? Yeah.
Yeah, especially in Krematoa. So Riverside Race here, this is a little bit unfortunate in a way because the level layout would actually work out very well to use the warp because the DK coin is right at the end of the level. But when you take the warp, it sets the race timer to 10 minutes. And then you aren't beating Brash's time. And in order to get the Banana Bird in World 2, we actually do have to beat Brash's time in this level. So we have to, play it through normally, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Okay, that makes sense. I had always wondered that too.
Yeah. On the GBA version, it doesn't set your time to 10 minutes. So I guess if you ran True Ending on that game, you could do it. Yeah, this is just a fun kind of movement stage, sort of like optimizing rolls and like momentum in your water and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like a tough point to get.
Yeah. Yeah, the intended way to do that is to like water skip back to the left or something, but we just damage boost to get up there. There's a lot going on in the first couple worlds. The levels go really quickly, but we'll get to see more full levels pretty soon. So Squeals on Wheels, this is another re-entry stage. You get coins somewhere in the middle, but kind of how this stage works is like you kind of have to go all the way through it to unlock this door at the start, and then you fall all the way back down. But we just take the warp and re-enter.
Wasn't getting through that door early just solved recently, or something like that?
So there's a door clip, and it's pretty lenient on the Japanese version, but it was not really known how to do it consistently on the US version, and I think that was solved recently.
Nice.
That's mainly for another kind of obscure category. I think it's Beat Krematoa, no Team Up or something. Or Warpless.
Love all these category names.
There's some very weird, like, miscellaneous categories for this game.
Another re-entry, I guess, here?
Yeah, it's another re-entry. This stage is actually really long. The DK coin is, like, kind of far into it as well, but just because of how long it is, it still ends up being faster to do a re-entry, and, like, how close the warp is to the start.
All right, yeah.
This stage, this is a really fun platforming stage, and this is like the perfect stage to show off Kitty's strengths over Dixie. Kitty is really, really good at vertical platforming because Dixie kind of has this mechanic where she has like a delay when landing from like vertical jumps. But Kitty doesn't have that delay, so he's able to just kind of like tear through these vertical sections, whereas Dixie has like a small delay on every platform.
Oh, is that one of the reasons why she feels so different in DKC 2 versus 3?
Maybe. I'm not actually sure of like the precise details of her in DKC 2.
But yeah, from what I've heard, yeah, apparently moving around with Kitty in this game is a little smoother and cleaner than Dixie. I've heard from people. Which you wouldn't expect looking at him.
He can kind of roll for slightly longer as well. So like he's also really nice in some just horizontal platforming levels as well. And in the full completion categories, like we see him a lot for team throws, especially. So 2-5. is another re-entry, but we're actually going to stop in and do the Banana Bird Cave in between, which saves a very small amount of frames on the overworld. Basically, if you have 2 Kongs on the overworld, then they kind of stop for a few frames every time you reach a level, kind of where they'd stop. So if you do the Banana Bird after this level, then they'd kind of stop for a few frames on the way over. But we're going to skip Ellie again here with another trick, which actually is it's a Gland special, just to brag a little bit. Yeah, you can float that DK barrel in the water and then use that as a ledge to be able to team throw kind of through the Ellie barrel, because it hasn't spawned yet based on the camera position there.
So 3rd Ellie skip already in the first 2 worlds?
Yeah.
Oh, poor Ellie.
A nice little trick there, kind of abusing the same sort of thing of like Sprite not being spawned. So Laugh was able to throw the barrel kind of through the coin because he hadn't spawned in yet to block it, and then you can scroll him in, and yeah. But I'm going to talk about Eric, because Eric's a very difficult boss. You got to hit him 4 times with a barrel. Optimally, you just kind of like team throw up, and then you want to like drop down and throw the barrel in midair. Very nicely done. This boss is really difficult. Laugh made it look easy, but so many runs die to that boss.
Yeah, the hitboxes, I understand, is super jank.
Yeah, and his behavior can be a little bit weird too. Like sometimes he just kind of drops, weird arc, and you can't hit him, or it breaks your barrel. But now we got the patch.
Funky just needed a patch.
The hovercraft.
He couldn't make his own patch?
I guess not. He's too cool. At this point of the game, it lets you go to either Mechanodes or Top Cove first. We generally go to Mechanodes first in runs because, for a few reasons. One is kind of Kong order routing just works out a little bit nicer this way. It's also a harder world, so it's just nicer to have like the reset point earlier. But yeah, starting from here, we're gonna have full levels played out with no warps. Fireball Frenzy here, has a gimmick. So most levels in this game kind of have a unique gimmick to them. Here we have the carbines, which are these owls that shoot allegedly fireballs. Some would say they're cheese balls.
A favorite music track as well on this OST.
Yeah. Laugh's gonna try to go for the B jump there. Very nice. That's a difficult jump to make it over that B. And yeah, this world has some difficult platforming stages. This is definitely one of them. This DK coin here. So we're gonna have that's unfortunate. I was gonna say we're gonna have a D-boost here to get up to the rope section, but unfortunately Laugh's not gonna be able to do that now. He'll have to go through this normally. But we'll be able to make use of Dixie's smaller hitbox here to kind of maneuver these fireballs very nicely. And
their hitboxes are different. Okay.
Yeah, she does have a smaller hitbox. Very nice. That end section can be really scary. It's easy to die there. But now we have, two auto scrollers in a row, which normally would be donation time, but we get to keep talking through this. So one thing about auto scrollers, kind of in this category in 103, which are primarily the 2 toboggan levels, this one and Tearaway Toboggan later in World 5. Both of those stages have a lot of bear coins in them, and because they're auto scrollers, we can get all of them with no time loss. So Laugh's going to be trying to get all of them. I believe it's 7 in this one and 6 in the later one.
Oh wow.
Which, that's 13 in total. That's like a quarter of what we need in total for the run, just in 2 stages. So even this is an auto-scroller, there are some slight things that you can do to speed it up, which we see Laugh kind of doing these kind of precise jumps. He'll like ride down the slopes to gain a bit of speed and jump up the slopes to not lose speed. But those just
exactly like Hot at All.
Yeah, very, very tiny frame savers. We do a quick damage boost at the end. with one Kong, you end up getting into that barrel, the arrow barrel.
Now, was that damage
slightly
intentional?
faster.
Because
Yes.
Kitty throws quicker than Dixie, is that right?
Yeah, and he also
Or a
carries
different angle,
barrels.
at
He
least.
walks faster with barrels. So I think Dixie can't even make that jump over like Kitty did. So that's another one of Kitty's strengths. So this is a notorious level of Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble. But for speedrunners, we know what to do. It's just an auto-scroller. Similar to before, we're going to grab all the bear coins we can here, which in this stage is only 3 of them, yeah. In 103, it's only 2 coins because we do a zip there, but we don't in this category. So the only real tech here, unlike with the toboggan where you can kind of get some frame savers with the slopes or whatever, the only frame saver here is that any one of these rats you kill, you lose 2 frames. So Laugh is going to avoid killing all of them if possible. I think there's one you kind of have to kill.
And how many rats are there?
I don't know off the top of my head. Probably like 10 to 15. Which, you know, 2 frames may sound like nothing to most of you. But, you know, again, like across like 10 to 15 of them, that's like, you know, a third to a half of a second. Which, you know, in this kind of game where there's not a lot of RNG and, you know, it's very technical platforming stuff, like even fractions of seconds are really important. Especially when they're not too difficult to get.
I mean, yeah, essentially free.
So we're gonna go to the DK coins section up here. You're supposed to ride the Sob with invincibility, but you can just team throw and then... Very nice.
That was nice.
Alright, we're out of auto-scroller heck now. And we got another really difficult stage, Blazing Bazookas. So right away, Laugh is gonna throw away Kitty there. Kitty's really slow to happen this level because this level has a lot of these launch barrels, and every time you jump into one of those while you have 2 Kongs, the game kind of has to wait for both Kongs to enter it, which just loses time on every single one. So having only 1 Kong is a lot faster in this level. It's also really scary because it's really easy to die in this stage. I think that there's just so many things that deal damage. Just really tight jumps and stuff. We get a little Squitter section here. And we're gonna do a nice, ooh, missed it there. He was trying to do, so with Squitter, if you get hit, then you have a few frames to jump in midair after that, which is gonna be useful again later. It's the same thing. You would have seen it if you were watching DKC2 before. It's the same thing as Void was doing in Webwoods. It just doesn't have as many applications in this game.
Yeah, we got a sneak preview though of the InstaWebs, right? That Squitter does.
That's true. That's true. I didn't even talk about those.
But I guess there'll be another level where we can talk about it.
We'll have another stage to talk more in depth about Squitter for sure. So Logi Labyrinth here. So this stage has a gimmick where there's low gravity, which lets you jump really high. It also slows you down. I think you move at, I think it's at 2/3 of your normal speed. This stage isn't too difficult, but it can be really punishing because of the slow speed, like any mistake costs a lot more time than it would normally. Laugh's going for a very precise roll there to get past that first B.
That was a pretty good first half.
Yeah, pretty good first half. And you also would have seen that Laugh was kind of avoiding picking up a DK barrel in the first half, which again is just a very small frame saver because he gets to pick up the DK barrel as Quawks, which doesn't have a freeze frame. So it just kind of saves like, I think is like half a second or something. But you have to do the first half of the stage as solo Kong and possibly die to a mistake.
I like that tight squeeze through the bees there as well.
Very, very nice bee squeeze.
I also like how Quawks can fly in this game.
Yeah, so I changed Quawks in this game compared to DKC2. He can now fly freely, but he doesn't get to spit eggs, and instead he can grab barrels, which is a whole stage later that's built around that mechanic. Kind of an interesting design choice. So Laugh is going to lose Dixie here, which is going to set up the Kong order for the boss coming up now, Chaos, where we want to have Kitty in front. So Laugh is going for a strat here called One Cycle. We can make use of Team Throw Hovering. So basically, if you throw Dixie in midair, or he's going to go for Zero Cycle even, unfortunately missed it, but he can back this up into One Cycle. Yeah, so basically if you throw Dixie in midair, like Kitty will just float, and you can kind of just keep throwing her to stay in the air. And this is going to allow Laugh to do all 6 hits to Chaos without touching the ground again and waiting for him to finish his cycles to let you up. This is a pretty difficult strat. It saves a lot of time though. I think it saves like 50 seconds or something. It's massive. Very nicely done.
Yeah, it looks like that went pretty well. And your reward is 1 ski, apparently.
1 ski. What are we gonna do with 1 ski? Well, I need the other ski. Question from chat, is Laugh going to try Bleak Skip? No. So Bleak Skip is not possible on the US version of the game, which we're on now. It's only possible in the Japanese version. The reason we're on the US version, which actually is a good thing to talk about. So there's a level in Krematoa, which is way, way faster on the US version because we get to do zips in that stage and we can't on the Japanese version. And also all the Banana Bird caves are a lot slower on Japanese. I don't recall the exact numbers, but they're way slower. So that kind of just works out to that saving time over being able to do Bleak Skip.
Like how? So, like, is it slower animation or like more buttons to press?
Yeah, so it's a slower animation. Like every note like lights up. It takes longer, basically, for each note on Japanese when it's showing you the pattern. Okay, so we're in our first water stage here, Baz's Blockade. This stage is actually really difficult to do optimally. Water stages are very difficult in DKC in general. They probably talked about this in DKC too, but I'm talking about it again. So this swimming is all kind of acceleration based. So you kind of have slow acceleration and building up speed. So you want to cut corners as much as you can, but if you bonk on walls, then you lose all your speed and things like that.
Yeah, and the corners that you got to cut tightly are difficult to see with the coral.
Yeah, luckily in this game, they are actually rounded corners, so you're not as likely to bonk compared to like DKC2, which is very fortunate. But Baz's
nice.
Blockade, like in particular, has a lot of like really tight enemy cycles and like spawn manipulation to manage to not get hit. I'm trying to keep talking about that because this stage is extremely boring. This is the most boring non-auto scroller stage in the run. Just nothing happens in this level.
What do you mean? We're going up the cannons. We're going up the cannons.
Oh, yeah, true.
We got to count. Ready? There we go. Up the cannon. Up the cannon.
Ooh, rocket barrel.
We got so many rocket barrels. We get another one. Another one.
Yeah.
Let's go. Hyper the chat for the rocket barrels. Laugh's killing it. Well, actually, Dixie's gone now, but
we got... Yeah, the only really interesting thing in this level is like there's a couple damage boosts like we just saw there to kind of skip a couple barrels. That's about it. And the DK coin's right at the end of the level here, so yeah.
The waterfall stages are pretty notorious in this
That's
game,
another
right?
little nice advantage on the US version is just before the end there, that B allows you to get past, but on the Japanese version it doesn't. You take damage. This is another, this is a fun but difficult stage. We got a lot of these horizontal ropes and the clasps that are climbing along them. So it's kind of a fast pace, just like kind of hold right, but it's pretty tricky in a couple parts.
Yeah, that damage was intentional at the start, right? Yeah,
that was intentional. There's a lot going on in this level, and it lagged really bad if you have 2 Kongs. So we just get rid of Kitty. There's going to be a neat little bit of tech at the end here. So Laugh's going to jump in the water and manipulate Nibla to not get hit, and then roll through these, I forget what they're called, kaboings or something.
That's DKC2.
Yeah.
Yeah, sneak preview of Nibla as well. A lot of sneak previews for later levels.
Sneak preview of Nibla.
Is this the infamous water? No, they're the other.
No, that's in World 5. This one is not easy though. There's a couple tight moments in this level. So on the next waterfall section, Laugh is going to go for. He's just playing it safe here. There's a strat you can do there called 2-shot, where you get across in 2 shots instead of 3, but it's kind of precise, and you can just die if you do it wrong.
We're using Ellie?
We are using Ellie. This is like the one level where you're not supposed to get Ellie is the one where we get her, or not.
Oh,
not supposed to, like it's not required, but we get her because you do need her to get the DK coin.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But we get some Ellie tech here, so if you try to like squirt water in midair, it actually just kills her upward momentum from the barrels. So it lets you kind of get through very cleanly in these sections here. This is the worst DK coin in the game, so Ellie turns into the barrel, into the tin can or whatever you call it. And I swear this thing despawns if it goes like 2 pixels off screen. Like,
and you only have 1 shot at it?
Yeah, you only have 1 shot at it.
Wow, that is bad.
It's pretty bad. But nicely done.
All right, feed your fish.
Feed your fish. This is level where you have to feed your fish. And we see Nibla again. He's following us. This time we gotta keep him happy. He wants to eat fish. He doesn't want to eat spiky lurchins.
He could just not eat them, but...
You'd think. Yeah, so here we kind of have the same sort of like, you know, we want the optimal swimming movement, but we also have to kind of route it out so that Nibla will eat the stuff that he wants and not eat the stuff that he doesn't want. Which usually it's fine if you kind of just go through and do the same things. He'll usually follow and do the right thing, but he's a bit janky. Sometimes he'll do something unexpected. Occasionally he can get like stuck trying to eat something and then he just stays off screen until he gets mad enough to bite you. This is just an annoying level. This is just another one of the notorious levels of this game.
See, now he's angry.
But aside from managing Nibla, like the movement of this level isn't too difficult. It's fairly straightforward.
I mean, that looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, very clean. And we'll see the pattern here that all the water stages have the DK coin right at the end, which is just kind of a consequence of them, you know, having the coin guy with the shield instead of the loose coin like in DKC2.
Right. Is this the scary boss? Yep.
Yeah, this is the boss. Nobody knows what it is.
It's a nightmare is what it is.
Yeah, some say it's Jar Jar Binks' dad. yeah, this is Squirt. So basically, you gotta survive the water, and then hit both of his eyes twice. The water doesn't damage you; it just pushes you off. So Laugh is, as you would have seen in the first cycle, he's kind of trying to set up to do it like really fast shots on both. Very nice.
Yeah.
This boss is really cool just to see like how fast you can shoot him.
Another ski. That's pretty good.
We have 2 skis. That's great. And get the turbo ski.
And we need that to get over the waterfall.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to World 5 next. World 5, first level here, Crevice Creepers. This is kind of a fan favorite, speedrunner favorite level. It's a little scuffed here with Kitty, but you know, we're gonna get rid of him, switch to Dixie. One thing that Dixie's really good at in this game is horizontal ropes. Basically, her animation of grabbing the rope before she's able to jump again is very, very short compared to Kitty's. I think it's like 2 frames versus 16 or something ridiculous like that. So I
do enjoy watching Dixie move in this level. It's quite enjoyable.
Yeah, she can just tear through this level really quickly. And we see Laugh avoiding picking up Kitty again there. This stage does have a few of these launch barrels, so you save a few frames by skipping Kitty. Very nice tight roll. That's a difficult strat, just to kind of skip part of that rope. Because if you're rolling like off an edge, then you won't grab a rope. See that here at the end to just skip that last section. Very nice. It's just such a fun level to do, and it's so cool to watch. It's pretty great.
Yeah, definitely a favorite, and a shout out to the music too, whatever that song is called.
Yeah, Rock Face Rumble.
Nice.
Yes, here we have the other 2 out in level. Like I mentioned earlier, Laugh is going to try to get all the bear coins here, and we kind of have, you know, basically the same kind of frame saving. This time you want to kind of jump down the longer slopes as well. I guess since they're kind of steeper than in the sewer.
I guess question about the music. Caroline Fisher, right? Caroline Fisher?
Evelyn Fisher.
Evelyn Fisher, Caroline. Evelyn Fisher. Was David Wise involved at all?
I think he did a couple songs, but it was mostly her. But he did the GBA version, like the new soundtrack for that. I see. Well, I think she did pretty good. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this soundtrack. It's kind of a bit more like low-key compared to the other games, but it's really atmospheric, and I like it a lot. Here's the notorious waterfall level.
This is the one that has a whole YouTube video about it.
Yeah, this is not a good level. This is whatever the opposite of a fan favorite is. It's a fan loathed stage.
Can Jiggy hype this one up?
Oh yeah, I'm so ready. Barrel? Another one? Can we get another one? Not yet, not yet.
Yeah.
Nope. I mean, we're jumping on barrels, but in reality,
the section that
this is all just there's one
mentally broke many children.
Well, we skipped a barrel there, so that's actually pretty huge.
We have a really cool skip here. Hardest trick in the game, by the way.
Ooh. These 2-1 jumps are really good, actually. Okay, that was actually pretty cool.
You can do that without 2-1 jumping. We didn't really talk about 2-1 jumping, but
Yeah, that was good to talk about it in Chaos, but apparently not.
Yeah, it's a frame perfect technique. I think we can focus on it more later. But yeah, we have Crackshot Croc here. So this is kind of the main square level of this game. It's kind of like the web woods of this game. We're going to see a lot of tech, a lot of square tech here, like instant webs, where you can kind of just make a web like right before the peak of your jump and then land on it. But in this level, another kind of extra bit on top of that is fast webs. I'm not really sure exactly how fast webs work, but there's something kind of about like sprite slot management or something. Basically, you can have the webs like open faster and get up these vertical sections a lot quicker with kind of specific setups.
Yes. If you, at least in DKC2, it's if you fill, or if you shoot a bunch, the cooldown goes away if you shoot a bunch of webs beforehand, or if you fill up like a bunch of sprites on screen just beforehand. I don't get it fully myself.
Yeah, but the stage is just a good mix of like webs and damage boosts and just these kind of precise platforming, like these vats of acid. You can kind of land in between them. So very nicely done. This is another really, really fun level to speedrun. World 5 has some cool stages and some bad stages.
That was some good spider movement.
This is so Lemgren lunges. This is a bit of a controversial stage, I guess, and like how fun it is. I kind of hate this level personally, but it's one of these kind of like horizontal platforming, just kind of movement based, not very gimmicky levels. We have these Lemgwins here. These are very janky. They have kind of very janky hitboxes. Basically, you can kind of roll through them like as they're coming out of the hole and like before they land, but then after that, they're kind of just death if they touch you.
I have a feeling timing is like very important, and if you get thrown off your rhythm at all,
yeah, and there's a couple spots where we like try to control the timing that they spawn at. This last section here is especially scary. Yeah, that's where you can just get robbed by hitboxes. And we're gonna go over to the secret section here to get up an Antbird, and we're gonna pick up the gift from Blizzard that he was supposed to give to Blue the Bear, except he got snowed in, which is relatable given this past weekend in Eastern Canada.
He looks like he's doing fine. All right, we're actually playing Bleak normally here.
Yeah, so no Bleak skip. So I did mention this earlier, I'll talk about it again. We can't do Bleak skip on the US version of the game. If you've seen any percent speedruns of this game, you would definitely be familiar with Bleak skip, which is a frame perfect trick off an audio cue that lets you skip the fight and saves like almost a minute. But here we have to fight him on this version. We make up time on the US version in other stages. We get to do Chaos a bit faster. We get to do 8-2 a bit faster, and we get to do the Banana Bird Caves faster.
So it all does work out to be faster on the US version.
Yeah, it does.
I never thought dodging his attacks was all that difficult. It's more difficult to actually get the level right to throw at.
Yeah, and the quick hits can be a little bit difficult too. Laugh was trying to do it there. You can hit him, so his hitbox appears actually before he even visually shows it. It's like just kind of right as he's going to start getting up. So you can hit him kind of right away, and it saves about like 2 seconds, I think, over the whole fight to get the quick hits, something like that.
Nice. We're going to
Krematoa now. We're not doing World 6 next. So the reason is that in World 6, we want to basically use an item that we're going to do as part of a trade quest. So we're going to come back to that later. Laugh is going to go for Boomer Skip here. He missed it, unfortunately. It's a difficult kind of frame perfect trick where you press B to leave, or press B to confirm giving him the coins, and then release B on the next frame, and then press it again on the frame after that, which you kind of do by sliding 2 fingers across the B button. It saves a lot more time in 103%, but it would allow you to leave his house before the bonus coins count down and save a few seconds. We got another auto scroller here. Ellie's scared of mice and rats, I guess. We got Perry the parallel bird here, who's not important this time. But
oh no, you don't. Oh yeah, right. Just
yeah, he turns into one of the bonuses. So that's one of the rougher bonuses in 103% because you only get 1 shot at it because Perry turns into it, and also you can lose Perry in the rest of the level. It's not too hard.
And I assume every damage taken here is intentional, I guess.
Yeah, they are intentional. Because the DK barrels don't have the freeze frames, we can kind of make use of taking damage to essentially swap our Kong order. Because we want to be Kitty here.
Yeah, that is actually important. When you take damage when you're transformed into an animal, the Kong order switches.
Yeah, it doesn't in DKC2, but it does in this game. Alright, so this level is extremely broken. We're going to do a lot of zips. We're going to make use of that mechanic I kind of talked about earlier with Belcha, where if you kind of throw your Kong at the barrel, it makes... So if you throw Dixie at the barrel, it'll make Kitty bounce in the air, and that will allow doing zips. So we're just going to do zips everywhere. And play none of the stage properly. This is not easy. Some of these zips are easier than others, but doing all of these is really, really hard.
Yeah, I don't understand this. I'm just going with it. It looks cool.
All right, that's crisscross cliffs.
That looked pretty good to me.
Yeah. Kremito has a lot of fun levels. Like after you get past that first auto scroller, the rest of them are all quite fun and challenging. This is another just kind of like straightforward like movement based level, but we have to manage kind of getting around the tyrants. They're called Cuff and Clout for some reason. And they're basically indestructible screens. Except to spider webs. Yeah, and the nightmare screens. So Left's gonna go for a trick on that. Very nice. So that's very difficult to kind of be able to get the DK coin off the first barrel that he shoots. You have to kind of move in a specific way. So very nicely done there. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, he had them not quite on the right cycle, or not cycle exactly, but they were kind of off position. Luckily, he's not too far off from the halfway barrel. Nice double just defend there.
Yeah, wow.
Nice flex.
Yeah, that looked hard. You had to do 2 just defends in a row, like pop.
Yep.
Damn.
Very nice movement at the end there. It's pretty difficult to get past that guy. This is arguably the hardest level in the game, Soupy Salvo. We play the first half as Squawks and the second half as the Kongs. Yeah, it's really difficult. The Squawks movement is very similar to swimming movement. Kind of the same principles, but here, we actually have corners to bonk into and stuff. And kind of based on your movement, you can load in these swoopies at different times. Very nice damage. I'm not sure if that damage was intentional. I guess it was because he ended up with Kitty. He wants to be Kitty for the second half because we're going to do more zips in this second half here. A couple more zips. And these ones aren't easy. Very nice.
Oh man.
And we see these
Impressive
this
rope
rope
jumping,
jumping
too.
here. See, if you thought that the rope jumping in DKC2 is impressive, it's even harder in this game. Like, it saves way less time, and it's way harder to even save time with. But Laugh is just that cracked.
Wow.
Like, the vast majority of people don't go for those rope jumps in this game.
Oh, Rock. Okay, is this the one with the G or without the G?
This does not have the G. That is good trivia. Yeah, on the US version of this game, which is the first released version before Japanese, because Rare is a British company. They forgot to put the G letter in this game, in this level, and that was fixed on Japanese. So if you want to do an all Kong letters run, it has to be on the Japanese version.
That just seems like a big deal to miss, in testing.
Yeah, what
this
happened
level
there?
is... What happened there? I don't know.
What happened there?
It's just forgot. Well, this game got rushed in development. There's definitely parts of the game that are kind of janky or unpolished, especially like Krematoa. You can kind of see some parts are really unpolished. Yeah, Rocket Rush it's a pretty hard level, but it's quite fun when you know how to do it optimally. So now we're gonna go back to Boomer to unlock the boss here, and Laugh is gonna be trying another frame perfect trick called Boomer Skip. This is kind of like the original Boomer Skip. I think you missed it at this point. Yeah, it's like a frame perfect input as you come in and Kitty sits down on the floor, which specifically only works if you're delivering all 5 of the cogs at once. So it can only work if you're using the water cheat. Yeah, you just kind of leave the house early, and it saves like I think it's like 30 seconds or something, or 15, something like that.
At 17, I want to say, just remembering from looking at the splits.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. It hurts to miss it.
All right, final boss, right? We're coming up.
Oh yeah, K Rule. This is the only K Rule that we're gonna fight.
Wait, I thought Baron K. No, I thought Chaos, or was it Baron K. Rulenstein? Whoever I guess that spoils the reveal at the end.
Well, we're not even going to see the reveal.
Yeah.
This fight's very janky. It is kind of fun though to optimize. You got to throw the barrels at his backpack.
Oh yeah, talk about
on a certain
cycle.
On a couple of cycles, we can go for quick hits, which Laugh's going for there. Very nice. So there you have to like jump like immediately as the electricity's gonna go away in order to make that quick hit. And having Kitty on this fight is extremely important. Just trying to hit him with Dixie is so much harder just because of like the way she throws, especially in the final phase here. So a little trivia here, that like needle at the top tells you which side the electricity is going to come out of. What we might see here, I think it depends on his movement. Yeah, so we'll see Laugh pause the game here. So this as I said, this fight's kind of janky. So the electricity that moves just keeps moving even when the game is paused. Because I guess they forgot to program that. I don't know.
It sets up K. Rool in the right position, yeah?
Yeah, so we can use that to kind of keep K. Rool in the same position, but get rid of the electricity. So it's just nice to hit him a little bit faster sometimes.
All right.
Very nice.
That was a good fight.
It could save like a few seconds. Yeah, so now we have a little bit of questing to do here. First, we're going to rob the bear.
Oh.
So this is the fun part. So we're going to buy 2 items here. One costs 50 and one costs 5. So Laugh is going to buy the mirror for 50, and then while it's counting down the coins, very quickly mash B to buy the shell before the coin counter gets below 5, and it just lets you buy the shell. So even though we only went in with 52, we left with 55 worth of items. We robbed him.
Wow. Blatant thievery. I love it.
Thievery. morally correct to steal from bears, I guess. So we're gonna we're gonna give the present to Blue. It's a bowling ball. He doesn't like it. Blue the bear's birthday is January 16th, by the way. So about a month ago.
Ah. We gave him the gift and we got a bowling ball?
Yeah, we had a bowling ball. Bowling ball will be used basically at the end of the run. And then here's what the mirror's for. So we're going to trade the mirror for the wrench with barter. So that's kind of the end of like the RPG section of this game. I mean, this game is an RPG. You know, it has side quests, money management, an airship.
Okay, here's another favorite level of mine.
Yeah, this is a fun level. So it a bit similar to what I was saying for Soupy Salvo. We have quacks here, and the flying is kind of like it's kind of functionally similar to swimming, just faster. This level, you're supposed to kind of the gimmick is to like use barrels to kill bees that are in your path, but we can slip past a lot of them or damage boost past a lot of them. So it feels very good to get through this level quickly. It's quite difficult though.
All right, gotta get that coin. But yeah, a clean run of this level going fast is so fun to watch.
Yeah, like these bees, like they just don't even fully block your path. You can just pass them. Here, Laffy is going to damage boost on that bee because the invincibility frames let us get past the copter afterwards. And he's going to take an extra hit there just to fix his Kong order. So that we end with Kitty. We're going to want Kitty at the end of the next level.
And is there an invisible DK barrel?
Yes, there is one there. One of a few. There's only a few in this game. Baron, by the way.
Baron.
Yeah,
so anything.
Yeah, so you can see here we have this like really slow chairlift section, and the wrench we have to give to Bjorn the bear to fix the other chairlift. So if we didn't already have it entering this world the first time, then we'd have to come back in later and take the chairlift again, and take the chairlift to get back out. And it's just way, way slower than having it already when we go here. So that's why we kind of took a detour after World 5. But we do still do World 5 first, because just too many bear coins in World 5 for it to be worth you know, not doing World 5 first.
Burn your rope up, by the way.
Burn your rope. Yeah, so Burn Your Rope update. This run actually seems pretty decent so far. I think there was only like one death, which wasn't super major.
Oh yeah, I think it's going great.
Unfortunately, missed both boomer skips, but you know, Laugh is cracked. This game is sick. Donkey in general is sick.
This marathon is sick.
Yeah, this is a great event. Great to showcase a bunch of Donkey games and gamers.
It's been super fun so far. It's been a blast, and it's just been cool to see all the different games and everything. We still have more after this too, you know.
Yeah, we got Jungle Beat, right? Jungle Beat's.
We got Jungle Beat.
I really like Jungle Beat.
Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, aka Donkey Kong Country 4, played on the bongos.
I guess. Yeah, that's a really fun game. I definitely recommend that to any DKC fan. Even though it's quite a different game, it's very fun.
Yeah.
Question, how did he get all the bonus coins? I guess we can recap that. So Laugh has used for this run a cheat code called Water, which allows you to get all the bonus coins in a hidden waterfall cave at the start of the game. Which, from like kind of the main categories, we don't allow using cheat codes, but some like, kind of miscellaneous categories, the extra categories, we do allow cheat codes specifically to have just interesting routing like this.
All right, that was the Burn Your Rope update.
Bear in. Yep. I'm used to French at this point for this game, for 103. So, shoutouts to my favorite Banana Bird Cave, Plonk du Peak.
So that gift to Bjorn was just to access the secret chairlift to this cave up here.
Yep.
Nice.
This is the Banana Bird Cave in this world. So you may have noticed quite a while ago we didn't get a banana bird in Mechnos, and that's what the bowling ball is for. We need the bowling ball to access it, so it'll be done at the end of the run. So we have floodlit fish here. If you can't see what's going on, that's fine. Laugh can. That's all that matters.
Laugh has night vision goggles just on at all times.
Yeah. This level, so On Guard in this game is kind of God. Like, he can just, like, if he's lunging, then he just kills everything. Like, regardless of what part of his body the enemy touches, it dies. So there's that. But this level is still quite difficult. We have to deal with these lurchins, and the lurchins are only vulnerable for 2 frames out of, I think it's a 15 frame total animation. And there's just a lot of like winding kind of hallways in this and corners to go around and stuff like that. And depending on your lunge timing and stuff, you can kind of get around corners faster or slower. And this stage is actually really difficult to optimize, but it's pretty fun actually when you get the hang of it. But this is definitely one of the more frustrating levels, I think, when you're first starting out running this game. Oh, nice, he did the thing. I love that strat. It saves like 0.2 or something, donkey.
Is that the only time you roll on a barrel in this game?
It might be the only time in this run, I think.
Yeah, wow.
So we didn't even see it, but Laugh did a trick there to get into this level a little bit earlier by selecting entering floodlit fish and then getting out onto the land, which saves, I think it saves 0.7 seconds. My timing at one point. I might be wrong on that. Wow. But yeah, Pothole Panic here. This stage has all the animal buddies. We're only going to see On Guard. We did kind of a precise roll jump to skip squawks at the beginning. And then in the second half, we have Ellie and Squitter, who are both there to access bonuses that we don't need to access. Very nice water bounce.
The squawks skip at the beginning was so clean, didn't even see it.
Yeah. We have the DK bear, or the DK coin right at the end here. This is kind of a cool strat. Throws the barrel as it's falling. Very nice. So coming up here, we have Ropey Rumpus. I don't know, 6'5". Here we do the so-called 2-1 jump, named after DKC2. So this is a frame perfect trick. I guess technically double frame perfect, but practically speaking, it's just 1 frame perfect.
Hey, there we go.
Where you jump and then press team up 1 frame later, and then 17 frames after that, jump again, and you get an extra height jump in the team up state, so you can reach that barrel. And it skips like a fairly large section of the level.
Not quite as tough as it sounds. You get a rhythm for it.
Yeah. It takes a lot of practice to get consistent with it, though. And
for sure.
Laugh is one of the most consistent runners at it.
Built his own tool for it, right? To practice?
I think so.
Man,
very nice.
That went by quick.
That's a bit of a quick stage with that skip, but very fun. Alright, now Barbos. This boss is quite difficult, and also one of the RNG points in this game. This game has a few more RNG points than the other DKC games. The main RNG is in this first phase, just kind of where the lurchins come out of him. On the second phase here, Laugh is going to go for precise lunges to get inside Barbos. He doesn't have any like damaging hitbox inside. So that allows him to basically direct the shells at those shields, you know, before letting them like kind of run out and shoot at them. They like the intended strat. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah. Anyway, Barbos is dead.
Yeah, that went quick.
Yeah, and you see we get kind of kicked out this way. So as I was saying before, like if we didn't have the wrench and we had to come back to this world, we'd have to take the chairlift to get out instead of sent out like that. Yeah.
Instead of getting flushed out.
Going up to World 7 here, and we're getting close to the end of our journey of all DK coins. So 7-1 here, Conveyor Rope Clash. This is another really fun level in the speedrun. It's another kind of rope level, like Creeping Clasps in Cotton Top Cove. But here, kind of ideally, we want to be Dixie for most of it. And there's just kind of some tight jumps around Bs, and optimally you want to be riding the ropes as much as possible, the ones that are pushing you forward anyway, because you go really fast on them. But then you want to, you got to jump over Bs, so you're trying to, keep your jumps as tight as possible.
There's a damage.
Very scary things. That's an intentional damage boost to get some iframes there. Sets up the cycles perfectly, or not the cycles exactly, but just sets them up perfectly to go all the way along that rope with Kitty.
All right, very nice. I do like that damage boost, that long damage boost you do with Kitty.
So this is the worst point of RNG in the run, Creepy Caverns. So we have these ghost barrels here, and the direction they face is random. So we'll see Laugh does a 2-1 jump just to skip that one instead of waiting on it. And he's going to try to do another zip here. Very nice. That one's
my god,
not very easy.
Never seen that before.
But Laugh is just that cracked. So that's a big advantage to playing with this stage as Kitty.
And don't need RNG if you're just good.
I think that was the worst possible RNG for that one. Just typical. So the way the RNG works for these briefly is basically it cycles through all the possible directions that it can face in a random order, and then it determines a new random order to cycle through after that. So there's a worst case for every one of them. Ideally, you want to get them all first try, but it just never really happens.
And why do you throw Dixie at a wall there?
Basically, I think you can save like a couple frames if you jump into the barrel while holding Dixie, because it puts her closer to the barrel.
Right, yeah.
And the game waits for both Kongs to get in.
Yeah, both Kongs have to get into the barrel before it shoots. That's
so here you're supposed to swim in like an infinity sign around these rocks, but the way that it checks for that, you can actually kind of cheat it by just like swimming back and forth between them in a specific way. It's a little bit faster.
Yeah, I remember doing the figure 8 as a kid. Alright, another notorious level.
Another notorious level. Lightning Lookout. Is the lightning random? No, it's not random. So the lightning, it actually works in kind of a sophisticated way. The lightning kind of tries to track your position. It tries to track where you're going to be based on your current movement, and then decides to strike there. There's always that first warning strike that shows you where it's going to strike. At that point, it is decided. So we have basically we kind of route out the movement in this level very precisely so that we can kind of essentially manipulate this the technique it uses to determine your position. So basically, like if you're rolling, then it thinks like you're moving fast, so it'll judge where you're going. But basically, we try to have it judge where you're going to be right before we roll, and then that lets us get past where it decides to strike. Then we also make use of damage boosts and like getting our second Kong back, because both of those basically halt the lightning for a little bit and kind of normalizes its position again. So very nice.
That last part was scary.
Very, very nice. That's not an easy level in the run. Like, I know people usually say it's the hardest level casually, but it's also not that easy in runs either.
Must have taken a lot of donkey science to get down.
Yeah. This level, on the other hand, is another very, very rough level casually, with these guys who push you off the edge and stuff, but isn't actually like super difficult in speedruns. Once you kind of just get down the general movement, it's kind of just like another platforming stage. Occasionally you get the jank getting in your way, but you know, and if you're a Just Defend fan, then you have opportunities to do a lot of them here as well. So the DK barrel in this one is very weird. We gotta change the bazooka to shoot tin cans. Very nice.
Hey, good stuff. No jank.
No jank.
Well, maybe at the beginning a little bit.
And another notorious level, I think, anyway. Poisonous Pipeline. So it's a water level, but while you're in the water, your left and right controls are reversed, but your up and down are not. This is obviously another notoriously difficult level casually, but again, in the speedrun, it's not really that difficult. Like, once you practice this level a lot, you know, it's really just muscle memory, and you kind of don't even really think about the reverse controls anymore. We see Laugh skip to DK Barrel at the start. Again, very similar to Low G Labyrinth earlier, just to get this DK Barrel as on guard, and skip that kind of half-second freeze frame. The last section here can be a little bit tricky, just kind of navigating between these urchins and fish, but yeah, really, it's not too bad.
I think, it sounds like it's something just to get used to, and it wouldn't be too bad. But as a kid, though, my God.
Yeah, that last section there is kind of the most difficult one, but we actually do an intentional damage boost there to be solo Kitty. Kitty is better than Dixie for getting this DK coin, and at this point, we're done getting all the DK coins, so we don't have to fight K. Rool. He's already done for. Just leave.
Okay. I guess he can stay up in the castle.
Yep. I mean, it wasn't K. Rool, it was Chaos. He's the
right.
Yeah. So now we have to do a bit of a cleanup section here and collect our remaining banana birds. And just for kind of some overworld movement, we want to be solo Kong so we don't get a little bit of slowdown walking around the overworld maps. So, you know, that's also why we want to be solo Kitty. So there we get the banana bird from that cave, and then we're going to trade the shell to Barnacle for another one here. And so the routing here works out nicely in a way, because the number of inputs you have to do for the banana birds gets larger based on how many banana birds you already have. So we had to do, I think, 6 inputs for that one on the beach, and then the next one would be 7. But we're getting it from Barnacle instead, so there's no inputs here. But if we did it the other way around, then the cave on the beach here would have had 7 inputs instead of 6.
Alright, what's Funky building for us this time?
The Funky Copter.
Nice. The Funky Copter. That is a pretty cool creation.
We love Funky.
Yeah, so we have a few more banana bird caves that are accessible only with the Funky Copter.
He had a really cool stadium in Mario Kart Wii.
Oh yeah.
And while this isn't like, normal Donkey gameplay, you can't sleep on this because, one wrong input and you lose like 30 seconds or something.
Oh yeah, write it down as you do it. Don't be afraid of that. Yeah, keep that notepad handy. So how many inputs does it go up to at the end?
9.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think there's normally 2 caves that have 9 inputs, but we skip one of them by getting the other bear trade.
Nice.
I think.
Also, are there 41 DK coins in this game?
There are 41. Strange number.
Yeah. Curious.
Yeah, they had it up perfect 40 in DKC2, and they're like, 41. Like, they could have made it be like 40 DK coins and like the propeller from K Rule 2 or something. But I guess this works.
The rush development, it's another casualty of that.
Possibly.
So, is this the last one?
This is the last one on the overworld. Then we have to do the one in the Mykonos.
Right.
Right, I kind of glossed over it, but the trick that I mentioned earlier that Laugh tried to do to skip Boomer, where you press B and then B again 2 frames later, we can also use those to skip and leave the house a little bit earlier for both Barnacle and for Bramble, who's just coming up now. Nice flower grab. So both of those save a fairly significant amount of time. Barnacle saves about 8 seconds. This one saves... Oh, very nice. So a weird consequence on this one is just because there's like a lag frame, it actually forces you to re-enter the house if you get the skip. So it doesn't save kind of the full like 16 seconds that it would. I think it saves like 10 or 12 or something like that.
Still pretty good. Nice frame, perfect.
Yeah. Very nice. We give the bowling ball to Bazooka. And approach our last banana bird here. And then after this, all we have to do is go visit Wrinkly.
Yeah, shout outs to Wrinkly.
Yeah.
Playing N64.
Rest in peace, Wrinkly.
Yeah, that's just a shame. They did her dirty in DK64.
Yeah, she had all these banana birds to keep her company, and then we just take them away from her again. It's kind of rude, actually. Maybe Cranky should be keeping her company instead of playing Swanky's minigame.
I mean, Cranky gets younger and more energetic with each game.
It's true.
And it's the mama bird.
Yeah, so we have to free this bird from the prison. You know, as you can clearly see, there's no escape.
Oh, when's time?
Time is on the fade out after this, so time.
Right now. Yeah.
Hey.
Sorry, you should have called that out earlier, but...
GG
nice run.
Laugh.
Very nice run.
Very, very nice run. Let's see, the final time here is 1:15:50. Oh, I'm sorry, 1:15:47.
That's pretty insane, actually.
Very nice. That's actually a pretty good run. I think Laugh's PB is like mid 1:14. It's about a minute off.
Yeah. Yeah,
with the missed boomer skips, like that's pretty solid.
Absolutely incredible. Really cool stuff. Big hype in the chat for Laugh. Yeah, why don't we Laugh? Do you want to tell people what you do on your channel and what they can expect now that they're going to go follow you?
Yeah, sure. Thanks everybody. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Jiggy. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I mostly stream DKC3. I'm going to be mostly focused on the 100% category of this game this year. My stream is pretty quiet. I'm not a very talkative person. But you know, if you want to come hang and watch some DKC3, you know, it'd be fun. Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Well, I absolutely think they should do that. Definitely go check out Laugh. You can hover over his name in the title of the stream and click on that big old heart button. Then you'll know next time Laugh is live. Thank you, Glenn and CJ, for commentating. Glenn, where can they find you and what do you do?
I'm on twitch.tv/Glenn. Nowadays, I'm mostly a Zelda runner. So currently I'm working on Echoes of Wisdom.
Let's go.
But in the future, I'll be doing probably Link to the Past again, maybe something else. So yeah.
I love Zelda. And then CJ?
Hey, I'm on Twitch on the channel A10CJ. I do DKC2, a lot of it, and also Star Fox 64 if you're into that. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much for commentating and Laugh for the incredible run. We really appreciate it. All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. When we come back, the grand finale, the final run of Oops All Donkey Kong. It's Donkey Kong Jungle Beat with Lori D. Bunnykins. Stick around. Games Done Quick. Hotfix will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Donkey Kong Weekend. Don't you start crying yet. It's not over, all right? I don't want to see a single tear emoji in the chat because we're not done. We still have Donkey Kong Country Jungle Beat, and I am super excited about this run. I think it's going to be absolutely incredible, and I say let's jump right into it. Lori D. Bunnykins, are you ready for Donkey Kong Country? The Donkey Kong Country 4, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat.
I am so ready. I'm so nervous, but I'm so ready. So hi, yeah, my name is Lori D. Bunnykins. Welcome to Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. It's a game.
It's a game. I'm pumped about this. This is gonna be, incredible. You're doing any percent. So why don't you just give us a little bit of a rundown of what we're about to see before we jump right into it?
Donkey Kong Jungle Beat is a game that controls using these things I'm holding right now, these bongos. I will use left and right to move, press both of them at the same time to jump, and clap, or in this case, I'm just going to smack the side of them to interact with any objects. The goal of the game is to beat 16 different levels and 2 different boss fights using just our movement, and to fight as many things as we can and to get as many points as we can. There are 4 crests you can get per level for collecting enough bananas, and we need, I believe it's 51 of 68 that are available before the final boss to access it. So we're going to have to go through these levels not only fast, but making sure to collect a lot of score so that we can access the later levels and the final boss. Due to the nature of the clap sensor that I need to interact with a lot of things, if I talk during gameplay, it has a chance to just activate because my voice is loud enough and mess up the game a little bit. So I will not be able to talk too much during levels. So I have a very good friend with me.
Hello, my name is Frozen Flygon. I am the universe's biggest fan of DK Jungle Beat, and I've done commentary for this run for Lori before on FF, and I'm super excited to be back.
Well, I'm super pumped to have both of you here, and whenever you're ready, Lori, let's jump into Donkey Kong Jungle Beat.
All right. So I'm not playing with this in my memory card because this game doesn't have like a file system. So time's just going to start when I say yes to start without a memory card, which will be in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is Jungle Beat. We have like a 10-second opener where the first thing I'm going to do is turn my clap sensor down. And this clap sensor, I'm basically just turning it to minimum sensitivity for a reason that you'll see in like half a minute. But also, yeah, whenever I'm fighting something, I need to match as fast as possible. So get ready for me to do a lot of that.
Yes. So yeah, it controls the way that you would think. You know, you hit the right bongo, you move right. Hit the left bongo, you move left. And then there's other funky things we're gonna see pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
Wait, we're gonna see Funky Kong in this game? No.
No.
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not.
I think DK is the only like friendly Kong in this game.
Yep.
But the tech is pretty funky, and let's talk about it.
It really is. So there's this combo system that you're seeing here. And so the big thing is the beets or bananas are basically like your health. Oh my goodness, yep, and we just flew across the level. Lori, you wanna go?
All right, so that was an infinite wall clap.
Yes.
If I jump onto a wall and blow into my clap sensor to make it activate every frame, it messes with the physics with DK like clinging to a wall a little bit. And so we use that to rise a wall, and then we reach the top of the wall, we kind of release a bunch of speed.
Yeah, absolutely not intended. We're going to be using that throughout the run. It's so interesting. Here we've got some flowers. If you collect 100 of them, I believe you get 100 points for it. Super helpful.
We're not getting a
Yeah, no.
We'll mix that one. But this is a really good demonstration of the combo system here.
Yes.
Before I grab this parachute, I'm doing a backflip. And so, you want to talk about combo?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, every time you interact with something like grabbing this cat, like doing the monkey claps, like if you're doing a backflip on the ground or you're wall jumping, stuff like that. Basically, any like movement that you do adds your combo. And as long as you keep the combo going, you add on to it, and your beats are kind of stored in that like small number. And then once you land, you will collect all of them. And the beat total is super, super important for our crest routing because you need to get a certain amount of crests to get one of 4 different things. Bronze is like your default. Silver, I believe, you've silver, gold, and platinum. Platinum's at 1200, I believe. And that is super important because to get to the 70%, to get to the final boss, we have to have a certain number of crests.
And this is the first boss. I'm doing a bit of funny tech here where depending on which side Dread Kong here like punches with, if I hit the other one, I can interrupt his attack.
Yeah, these fights are really interesting. So basically, you're trying, like, in the game itself, the bosses just take away from your beats when they hit you. So you're seeing that happen. It's not as big of a deal here because we don't need, you know, a huge amount of crests, but it can be a big deal if you're getting hit a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that boss is possible to recycle, but my mashing was a little bit tricky. Something you'll notice is when I'm like nervous and I'm not like positioning properly, sometimes when I'm mashing, my bongos will slide around like all over my legs.
Yes.
But yeah, here's our first crest collection screen. You're going to see this
a lot
after every level. And you're also going to see this after a lot of levels. You're going to see the animation where we unlock new levels. So you can see the barrel with the D on the bottom right. This game has 4 worlds, D, K, J, and B, the acronym of the game. So that's 16 levels, and then 2 like quick aside boss levels we're gonna get later on. But this next level is so easy. Even a Pokemon plush can play it.
Let's go! So yes, we are here in the orange barrel, and we're looking to get all 4 crests here. This is an auto runner. We see a few of these. Basically, because we have to do this entire level anyway, we might as well try and max it out in terms of beats. So in this area where you see we're getting the flower that we talked about before, you accelerate. I forget what the name of this guy is.
I don't remember. It's in the manual.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I remember last time I did this run on this stream, I was like super intense about looking in the manual for names, but I did not double check them this time.
Yeah, I don't remember. But it's pretty simple. You're always moving to the right. You can go faster by hitting the bongos more to the right. Here we need to clap to get this snowball out of the way, get some bonus beats here, all that good stuff.
If we don't do that section fast enough, there's actually a sneak peek of an enemy chasing us that we will fight as a mini boss later in another one of these levels.
Yeah, pretty funny.
But we did not see him because I did the section correctly.
And
we won't see them because you're too good.
Exactly.
I'm too good.
At the end of these autorunner levels, there's always like some sort of mini game. There's some that's platform jumping. There's some that's long jump. This one's a long jump, but I don't think we're gonna do that, right, Lori?
I don't know. How long is this jump?
Let's see. Oh no, you win, Dragonite! Come on.
Dragonite's a runner, not a jumper, even though they're a flying type.
That was tragic. That was tragic. So we only have 800 beats.
Yeah, and those are kind of slow to play. The mini games at the end of normal stages are like they're already timed, so we can like just go for score on those, and it doesn't matter. But mini games like that, we want to end fast.
Yeah, so this is another level where throwing and keeping the combo is super important. So there you can see you get 227 off of a pretty short section just from having a really nice combo. And we're basically already at the beat. We're almost there. We have plenty of the level to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a little more than I usually do.
Yeah, it's good for safety, just in case the boss gets a little silly, which can definitely happen.
Yeah.
I'm so interested about the big Donkey Kong at the bottom left of the screen. Like, I assume it's because of the fact that, like, the camera zooms out far enough, but, like, why?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why that Donkey Kong is there.
I was hoping for some, like, technical, like, rundown, like, we need this for this bit. They built it into the development. Nope, we don't know.
No, it's just like a cool way to look at Donkey Kong. Probably just like to show off graphical detail. I don't know. This boss is a fun skip.
This boss, yeah, so there's the different types of bosses. We saw the first one where it was like a little punching kind of game. We got the bird here. You can just jump off of the wall, and nice two cycles. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I did a skip there called an enrage skip. If you remember the first boss, when I got it to 300 health or below after its stun phase was over, it did this cutscene where it got mad and moved into a phase 2. This boss takes double damage. Usually bosses will take 5 damage per like bongo smack, but that one takes 10. And that means if I go fast enough, I can go straight from above 300 to 0 if I intentionally sandbag the first cycle a little bit. So not only was that a 2 cycle, I skipped like a 5-second cutscene and also a phase transition where the boss is usually a little bit meaner in phase 2.
Yeah, that was a flawless fight overall.
Yeah, that was pretty good. We also get our first platinum crest there, so if we get 1200 beats, it descends from the moon.
It's very, very funny. And it's essentially supposed to be like a hidden crest. And getting platinum in all of these is quite difficult. There's some really, really challenging combos that you have to keep. Monkey Fest is a banger. This level is one that's like, again, really meant for you to, you know, keep your combos, but we are going to actually skip a good amount of it and go quickly because we only need gold here.
Yeah.
So yeah, we basically just skipped going in the top right loop of this level and just went all the way over here, which saved us a lot of time. And we're still gonna get plenty of beats.
Yeah, we're still gonna get gold here, like you said. But that skip is really nice. Something I like about this game is we got introduced to the first like glitchy wall clap in the first level. And that's gonna be very prominent throughout the whole run, but it's not like everything in terms of the tech in this game. This game's still really varied.
Lori's really, really good at those end-of-level things. I usually get like 50. You're getting a consistent like 60, 65.
Yeah, usually if I do good, I can get pretty high 60s. I don't know if I've gotten 70. Maybe once.
Yeah, I've never gotten that close.
It definitely helps. Like those like 10 beats, if you're like super good at that part, can actually add up a lot.
It makes a difference. It makes a difference.
Yeah. Trying to think of.
Yeah, this one's not too complicated. You're just kind of going through, making sure you get enough beats to get to that 800.
I think I'm gonna have to grind on these guys a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Oh, I'm so
nice.
Good.
Yeah, getting that ground pound into grabbing those last claps, really, really clean.
And then I'm trying to set up an IWC here.
Oh no, the guy caught you. That's so tragic.
Yeah.
You did slide up the wall. We saw that part, but...
Yeah, you usually just go all the way over here. It's really not a big one, so I'm not that sad about missing it compared to some other ones that I'm definitely just going to be trying forever if I miss them.
Yeah. This mini boss is pretty silly. You just throw the watermelon back at him.
Yeah. Big watermelon. There's one. But, mini boss actually works really well as an introduction to the mechanic of grabbing and throwing the coconuts, which transitions really well into the hog bosses. We're gonna throw coconuts at them.
Yes, I think the hogs are probably the hardest. They can really get in your face sometimes, but this is the first one, so it's pretty easy. And we're just gonna like smack him a little bit, and then he drops a bunch of them, and we just get to combo a lot.
Yeah. These ones are annoying in the run.
They're annoying in general, I feel.
Yeah.
This one's not too bad because there's no platforms or whatever, but you all will see it gets more and more complex as it goes on.
Yeah, the whole mechanic behind them is that if you like go up to them, they will like get like a mini like stunned phase where they spit out coconuts at you to throw back. Usually you have to like wait for them to throw a coconut at you and throw it back, but you can just kind of bully it out of them. So what they do to like compensate that difficulty in later levels is just put them in like the most annoying terrain imaginable. You'll see in late game hog fights, like the actual battlefield is just so annoying to navigate.
It's horrible. It's so bad. All right, Apple Kingdom time. And at the end of all the levels, they also go and tell you like little hints, which is cute. But I think we're set.
We're gonna get very cute like little videos later that show you cool things.
All right, we only need silver here, so not too tight of beat routing. We're just going through this level, hanging out.
Yeah, there is a cool skip near the end of it with the mini boss. We're going to like use the screen, like the invisible wall that spawns with the mini boss arena, to wall jump and stun the boss early.
Yeah, Laura's just casually building up like a 6 combo. I would say like when you're playing this game casually, you're like in the realm of like 2-3 combo at times. If you played the game a handful of times, you really know like, oh, let me take this time to do this backflip or whatever. But it makes a huge difference in the routing.
Yeah, we just watched the entire Nets trilogy. Something I really like about those games are like the flow of the levels. If you're in the rhythm of the level, you can like breeze through them. This game really like takes that, but in a different approach with the combo, and I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's a really unique system. It motivates you to go back and do the levels again, but better. And I like that. The only downside is that, say you have a really big combo in the second level and you get hit. You can't just reset from level 2. You have to reset the entire barrel. So that does make this a pretty fun game.
Yeah. I also was supposed to get a thing I didn't, so I'm a little bit under on score, but we only need 2 crests. I know where enough score is to make it back.
Yeah, there's a few different backups that we can do in terms of like, okay, sweet. There's backups we can do in terms of like, oh, let's go out of our way to get a few more bananas in this level because I missed something. There's also backup crests that we can do. Worst case, if we just barely miss something, if the boss gets us a little bit more. There are backups.
Yeah, it really depends on the level too. Like this one, I said we only need 2 crests, so backing up wasn't hard because every level has enough beat to get platinum in it.
Exactly.
But like if I miss something big in a level where I'm already going for platinum, that's bad.
It's super tough to Yep, we're not gonna play that game either. No. Unfortunate. That one's pretty fun. I like the platform one. Alright, 437. We're chilling. Here is I think our last type of boss here, the elephant.
This is the tusks. They are slow and boring.
Yeah, they're pretty frustrating. So basically, they are gonna just shoot stuff at you, and we have to throw these pineapples in the mouth, and then you throw the pineapples. The only big thing is like making sure you grab the pineapple from down below if you be down there. And just like the other ones, it's gonna get more and more annoying for you guys.
Yeah, I mean this one's pretty simple. The big thing is that in phase 2, they just go really high up.
Yep. Oh, how did that miss?
Because this game is mean.
That was like so perfect, I thought.
I was a little bit more forward.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, nice.
That would be good. I usually have a visual cue. In phase 2, when his tusk is really high up, I try and throw, like jump and then throw. I try and go to like the right edge of the plant and then jump and throw at that site. And I think I was just a little bit too far right. Also, for people wondering how I get hands so fast, they motion blur. Get a lower quality camera. This thing I'm using is not the best. So if it looks like I am moving faster than the speed of light, it is because my camera's definition of the speed of light is not fast.
I would have just kept up the rules, you know.
I was thinking about it, but I thought it would be funnier to make the joke where the punchline was my camera is old. I should probably upgrade it. But now that I'm told the joke, I'm wiping all your memories away. You didn't hear it. My hands are...
Oh, okay.
You're just that fast. Yes. That makes sense.
It all tracks. All right, heading into Strawberry, we're looking for gold here. And so this is where we learn how these birds work. So they are another combo addition. But as well, basically, if you can run into any of these trees and fall, and you will lose your combo beats as long as you hit. And there's a variety of levels that involve these birds, both just platforming levels and other special like race levels and things like that. This is just meant to be like a bird tutorial, so it's not too challenging.
Yeah, the biggest thing we can do with the bird is what I just did there. If we get a spout of wind, it's best to just like not press anything while we get wind, like the direction we're trying to go.
Yeah.
Because if we press the button to, there's kind of like a cap if you're pressing the button, but if you're just standing still, the wind can push you as fast as it wants. And then in this level, we're going to build up a combo and then like get all our beats at the very end.
Yes, it's so good. It's really satisfying when you get good at this game and just can figure out how to get the combo rolling and keep it throughout the entire level. And the level design totally lends itself to that. They know exactly what they're doing. They give you these flowers, they give you the, they want you to continue the combo and make it really satisfying.
Yeah, I would say I'll actually talk about this after the level because I need to get my points and then focus on the boss.
Yes. So we're at combo 8. So you're seeing like the number goes up real fast. Here we just farm.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty much 800.
Perfect.
Play it right there. I don't want to explode my hands before the end of the run.
Yeah, you don't need to grind for those extra 2-3 beats there. All right, so more difficult version here. So now they're gonna jump around on this little platform and also have electric watermelons. But again, we're gonna try and go right up immediately. Get a hit here.
We saw the secret sauce there too. I didn't think the third coconut was going to be fast enough.
I didn't think so either. I was surprised.
Yeah, if you like chain those coconuts well enough, you can get them to do more damage. And as you saw, that last one when I got all 3 did 50. I did not think I got the timing for that, but that's usually pretty nice in these fights. These fights are probably the most consistent of the 2 cycles. The rocks we're not going to be able to 2-cycle after Barrel 2, and the Kongs you never can, but these ones you can pretty much always 2-cycle.
Yep. Let's see.
Yeah, so what I was talking about combo, there's kind of a big 3 of these combo moves that, because obviously you have things like that are movement based, like the flowers, the clappers, the wall jumps, things like that. But there's kind of a big 3 that you can do to like add to your combo on the fly that, like, if you're smart and aware, you can do them. And those are ground pounding, backflipping off the ground, and, like, skidding off a corner. There are, like, 3 ways that are... You can do them pretty much anywhere.
really nice.
And they add your combo. This level introduces us to the bubble. The bubble is evil. I don't like it.
The bubble is so rough because basically everything in this game feels like it's interactable with clap. And that is what you're going around, you're clapping, collecting beats, all that kind of stuff. Bubble is an exception. If you clap while you're in a bubble, you break it. And it is so scary. There are many times I've just accidentally made too much noise and clumped out of a bubble and fallen and lost all of my gates. And it's not fun.
The bubble is slowly getting there.
Yeah, it's also really slow. Exactly. There's that part too.
All right. So this stage is our first major water stage, and water is not ground, which means if I start a combo in the water, it holds.
Yeah,
so we're gonna ground pound into the water.
This is one of the levels where there is so much beat potential here. It is just really, really easy to build a ton of combo and keep the chain going. And also there's little, there's a lot of interactables in water, so you can see Laura just jumped off the wall there. So now we're at the 3 combo. It's super fun. And also I think the water movement in this game actually works decently well. Oh,
That's
no.
not good, yeah. I can probably back it up.
I think so. But yeah, it can be a little bit difficult because, so basically when you're pressing the left and right, you will instinctively go downward. So it's a bit awkward to go up, but they've designed it with that.
Yeah.
Nice. Now we're back to at least a combo. Before we can on Orca here?
No.
I believe? No, okay.
Yeah. I tried to get as much as I could to see if this combo is enough, but I don't think it will.
Not sure.
So I might... that's not me. So I'm actually going to take the time to get beats here because this Orca cycles back and forth. So I can, but when they go back down to their little place down here, they go in a secret room.
Yes.
So I'm actually going to use this secret room to get enough.
It works out. It's a nice backup. This level has a ton of beats. There's also the smaller orcas that you can go on that give you extra. The game shows you one of those once you beat this barrel. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is still going to be pretty close.
Yeah.
But I think it's enough. After the minigame.
Should be good, yeah.
Okay, so that's 840, which is good. This boss can be tricky, but if I'm just sharp, I'll be fine. The Karate Kong has a weirdly long stun timer, so he's gonna get 2 cycled. And then he usually does a million hits. I'm gonna try and interrupt him. There's.
Nice. Lori makes that look really easy. I find this one to be can be decently challenging casually. They're fun to get good at though.
Yeah. Yeah, so I probably could have just kept going and picked a level to back up Gold Crest, but this early in the run, I don't want to already be behind.
No, I feel like it's nice to just be you know what? I know exactly where to get these extra beats. Let's get them.
Yeah. I just think, what's it called? Words are escaping me. Not having the mental stress of knowing I'm behind is good. So I just want to pick them back up for the sake of picking them back up. Lemon. This is our first race.
Yeah, and we are looking for platinum here. So we talked about the birds earlier. You have to win the race to get, I think you get 300 from this.
Yes. You get 300 from solo races and 500 from like multi races.
From group races. Ooh, that was
yeah.
Yeah, if you get too close to the leaves, you will fall and you have to back up with another bird.
Yeah, thankfully this level's pretty no nonsense. There's no thief in the race, and there's nothing really else to combo with, so...
Yes, it's pretty tricky. The 4-player race later, I think, is super tricky.
There's a lot of... Yeah, there's... I think the last world, 3 of the 4 levels have a, like, multiplayer race. Not a multiplayer, but like a bigger race. And
they're fun. They're fun, but they're tough.
One of them is a really hard bird level. The other 2, we won't get posted. So, look forward to that.
Do these monkeys have names?
I don't know.
Again, it might be in the manual.
Probably is. I don't know it off the top of my head.
This is a GameCube game. They used to put stuff in the manual in the GameCube.
No, this game is a good manual.
Yeah, Pikmin.
I have this
You
manual.
learn a lot from the manual.
But yeah, Cactus Mine is pretty conducive to going fast and keeping combos simultaneously, so...
Yep.
That makes this level really good to go for Platinum.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky because it's like you would think, oh, we only got 320 from the first level, but there's just so much combo potential here.
Yeah. The plan is to have this combo to the end.
We're at combo 9. Combo 10, which is just incredible.
I did that a little bit wrong, but I didn't land my combo, so it's
Yeah, that's all that matters. We didn't land. This is the worst part of Cactus Mine, is you are on, like, you're doing a mini boss on this. So if you get hit, it's really scary. And this pig can start throwing red ones at you, which you can't slap. And avoiding those can be...
Yeah, I think... I'm not 100% sure if this one can red. If it can, it's very rare.
Yeah.
But... And make it over that block, and we're...
Yippee! We're now at a combo 11. Yeah, this level is the epitome of what I was talking about earlier, where you can just lose your combo through it and you have to restart the whole thing.
And we got Fast Spider.
That was nice.
What am I doing, Donkey Kong? They work.
No problem.
Yeah, those spiders are pretty easy. You just have to jump up and grab them, and they blink their eyes and eventually their nose, and you want to hit their nose. They have 3 patterns of their blinking. 2 of them take 5 blinks before the nose, and 1 of them takes 3, and I got the one that takes 3 there.
Alright, so we've got Bird. This one's
It's like the same as the first one, pretty much.
yeah.
The only difference is that since I didn't explain the phase 2 mechanic of the first bird because I didn't go to phase 2.
Yeah.
I have to like stun the egg an extra time before I can actually attack. It's usually not that bad because you usually just get sent back to where you jumped from and then you jump again. Depending on how you do it though, it can be tricky. I would say the next rock fight is the one with the worst terrain. And you'll see if I get unlucky with movements, I'm actually gonna like struggle.
Yay, partner.
Lemon is definitely, I think this game really in the run difficulty spikes in the latter half.
Yes.
I would say Lemon is a pretty hard part of the early game though. Speaking of, this is one of my favorite levels, but it's
It's hard. It is Sweet Paradise is hilarious. So basically, you're just in floating water this entire time, and we go between them. And so the nice thing is we're only looking to get silver here, so we don't really have to pay much attention to this level at all.
Looks more like honey to me.
I think it's like juice.
Yeah.
Juice? Yeah.
It's like Jello. It reminds me of Jello.
Yeah, I'm restarting the level there because there's a weird physics quirk that sometimes messes me up, and it got me.
Easy, quick reset though.
Yes. I'm trying to do an infinite wall flap off that wall. I'll explain once I get it. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, so I don't want to hit that line. The end of the level is at the bottom, and usually this level is kind of like stringing you along while taking you down slowly.
Yep,
No,
and instead we're just getting out of here. Beautiful.
Yeah, levels with big skips like that can sometimes be really hard to get high crests in, which is why we opt to use them for lower crests.
Yep.
And then catch up in other levels. Unless there's a situation where the big skip gives us a lot of beats, like if we, for example, were to skip a race level and win it in like 5 seconds, hint, hint. That's happening later.
Very nice. Upside there. Yeah, I love that part.
I got the big one in this. I'm messing up a lot of them in this stage, but it's fine. That's a pretty minor one I just do for like a tiny bit of speed. This part looks funny. I can jump off of these ropes as soon as they start swinging to the right and get like a full right jump.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm good. Oh, I'm so good. Okay. This was a level in like practicing for this event that I would keep underscoring and not knowing why. So I like routed out super specifically to be ready. So it's pufferfish to get a little bit more beats, but I didn't jump into them because I thought I would run through them, but I clapped early. So this fight might be scary. This boss does have an attack that does like a bunch of damage. And for the sake of speed, I'm gonna be like running into it headfirst pretty much.
All right, we have they start getting more difficult like attacks and things like that. Are we even gonna see the laser, or are we gonna kill it too fast?
We're gonna see it. Yeah.
Okay. They do a little enrage.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to do something here where you don't see the laser. There we go.
Nice. So yeah, the Tusk was setting up for a laser attack that just goes throughout the whole thing, and you have to hide behind the pillar to not get hit, but we don't care about that.
Nah, laserless.
Oh, you see it there?
Oh!
Oh, got to see it. Never mind. I spoke too soon. I'm sorry.
I forgot that DK can get sucked into that.
I don't know
I haven't seen that in a while.
I'm going to use a time frame here. I think the first time I learned this run was in 2020. I don't think I have seen that in my like learning run and beyond time scale. I forgot that was a thing that could happen. Usually what we want to happen there, so yeah, as you saw, when they laser, they have like a nozzle. And we hate that laser nozzle because we cannot throw pineapples into their nose during it. So I skipped the first laser by just getting a pineapple before the nozzle switches. And then the second one, it rectifies by starting the laser almost immediately. But I end the laser attack early by hitting their body with a pineapple. And usually what I want to happen there is, if I'm fast enough, the nose will still be like vacuuming, and I'll get the pineapple directly below them in before like they start moving back. It's pretty tight, and like I don't usually get it, but I got pretty close. Like
yeah, that's good.
Usually I'm pretty far away, but I got to do the pineapple throw, which I usually don't even get that far.
All right, big barrel time.
Yeah, this is where the game really picks up, I would say. We need 3 crests here. We're going for gold.
Ice platforming level, so we don't have the running guy this time, and it is, I feel, very easy to accidentally reach the beats here.
Yeah. Usually I want to get both of those guys with the combo, but it's fine. I didn't. Yeah, there we go. So I'll get 100 flowers here. And then I'm going to try and set up 2 combo going into this water. Nope. Ground pounding is tricky in this game. I mentioned it was a really good combo extender, but you do kind of need to be holding both in midair for like a good half a second at least.
Yeah.
And usually you can buffer that, but off a wall slide, no.
Oh, we have 2 of them. One of them, they can throw ice, which is not fun.
We usually need to kill both. The one on the right activates the clappers to leave the arena. The one on the left unlocks the camera. It sure did unlock the camera.
Bye-bye. See ya. Yeah, I did not know you could do that until Lord showed me that way long time ago. I was like, oh my gosh, that rules.
It's not even like a IWC, like to
No,
gain
it's
height.
not that hard.
It's just a backflip.
Yeah. It doesn't even look that different.
Good news and bad news. Bad news, I played this level a little bit underscore than I usually do. Good news, this level has so much.
Yeah,
so much like
Volcano is interesting. There's a lot here. So if you get hit with fire in this game, DK will like zoom in and like you have to like mash to get him to stop being on fire. It's slow, it's annoying. We're gonna try to avoid that as much as possible, of course. Comfy 7 combo. These guys are funny. Got a little like ping pong thing going on here.
We know that guy was cool, but wish he was a fish. You're gonna love the next level.
True.
But yeah, the end of this level actually has another mini boss type we'll get introduced to. And yeah, I'm mostly at 800 now.
Yeah, we're
and this guy I can actually farm pretty well off of. I'll show it off because it's cool. He does a few moves and then attacks. I can do that backflip wall kick to get more combo before collecting the beats, and as you can see, even before the minigame, I'm at 800.
Sweet. Beautiful.
All right.
Bird time.
Yeah, so this bird, like I mentioned earlier, actually takes 5 damage per hit instead of 10 like the easy birds do. So our 2 cycle days are over.
Yeah, it's tragic. Oh.
That's not good.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Nice.
Yes, stun is more important because this guy has a lot of annoying attacks. Okay, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh. Kind of worked out.
You know how I mentioned the minimum sensitivity on the clap sensor is so low? If I'm talking, it can sometimes pick up.
Yep.
That's what happened.
That.
I said I wasn't going to talk too much because of that, but I'm just having a lot of fun. So. Stay hydrated.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're doing great. This is such a cool run so far.
I love this run. And so now, this stage is really fun. It has one of the cooler but more inconsistent infinite wall claps into a really funny boss.
Yeah, this level's from a speedrunning standpoint. I did not like this level casually. This game is difficult. I feel like it has a really high skill ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely.
I played so many hours of this just over and over, repping levels to try and get those platinums, and it's challenging.
Very surprised I didn't get hit there. So this one's funny. No.
We can retry it though, right?
Yeah, pretty easily. Unless I do that.
Oh, uh-oh.
We're good. Jumping too late is the problem there. If I jump early enough, the jump will be more up, but...
Fun, DK. Cooperate with us.
Thank you. I'll go for it a few more times.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Got it.
Yeah!
So now I'm behind a mini-boss. And this is really cool. I have to position carefully here.
Yeah, we're not supposed to be here.
There we go. Yeah, I have to position carefully there so that the projectile, if I'm too close to them, the fish will turn around and won't play with me.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I need to wait long enough after the projectile spawns for it to be send-backable. And I need to be at a good angle as for the projectile to not hit a wall. So doing that from behind is kind of tricky. But it adds up to being a really cool-looking skip if you get it.
It's great. It was totally worth it.
Yeah.
That was pretty awesome, yeah.
Funny story, you're loaded in, so when you do that, you go to the area that the fish, swims through. The visual of the beats is there. The hitboxes are not. So if I tried to collect beats in that part of the level while not on the fish, it just wouldn't do anything. The level's a pretty cool, kind of basic lava level.
Yeah.
There are 2 IWCs that are pretty minor that we can do. First one's gonna be right here. Oh, the beat was too low, so I hit him.
The beat, yeah. Couldn't
Usually you can skip them. Thankfully it's not, slow, too slow. And then the second one is at the end of the level. Sorry to the people who prefer the tennis guy as a fish. And then heading into the end of the level, we have another pretty minor wall clap. End of the level is pretty much right above us. And we have to wait in these moving circle things. I really like these things.
They are so funky. I think as a kid I found them pretty difficult to balance not falling, but it's it's just having you keep track of your wall jumps and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. And then we're gonna hopefully fly away from this one. But
we did not.
Yeah, but that one's tough.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of space to do it. But I'm super good on points.
Yeah.
So this fight upcoming is really funny. The Tusk we're about to fight, usually I don't like Tusks. I like this one. For some reason, the last two Tusks compared to the first two, instead of just instantly ending their stun phase when you get all the pineapples on them, they actually just wait out the timer anyways. So we're gonna wait it out with them to kind of stun loop them.
Yep.
This was definitely part of the era of Nintendo reusing bosses too.
Yep. And people have said it a lot in chat today. This game was made by the Galaxy devs.
Yep. It's awesome.
So as soon as this hit happens, I'm gonna insta-throw the pineapple.
Yep. It's beautiful. We gotta go down to get the other pineapple.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah. Thankfully I was fast enough there, otherwise I'd have to wait another cycle, but at this point, yeah, I'm just doing the same thing again. And that's Torch Tusk.
Yay.
It's gonna take like 15 seconds for him to actually explode, but
We've done it. We have it. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's my favorite Tusk fight, because I don't really like the other ones because they're usually kind of slow, and that one is too. But I love those kind of strats that are just like really clever, you know? Like even if they're not the flashiest in like execution, the like thought behind them is really, really cool. And like the fact that people like can do that. This game requires a lot of like points putting together and routing. I'm not much of like a routing person, but this run is so cool.
Yeah, big shout outs to the people who figured out, okay, this is going to be the most optimal, because there's so many different combinations of what you could do in this run. And going for 100% in this is really, really fun casually. Highly recommend it if you have the ability to play this game. It's very fun.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going for platinum here in Melon.
Yep. We have another one of these levels, which means more plushy time.
Yeah, and this level is really interesting in that we have the addition of the pineapples, and so we can get even more beats by getting all of these birds. So we're trying to do that in the best way possible to hit as many of them, because it scales.
Rambi looking great in this game.
Yeah. I think it would have been cool if this was actually Rambi. But unfortunately, I don't think it like is like a different version of him.
Yeah, then we have this like running boss. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is the dude I mentioned could have shown up in orange if I played that part of the level bad. And we can throw pineapples at him. And he drops 100 beats when he dies.
Yep.
So we can get a lot of beats, not only from the birds, but also from him.
Yeah, we're already doing well on beats. Like, that bunch was just 80. It's ridiculous. Yeah, now the birds are kind of like in the way of us hitting him. But we still are gonna. Very nice.
All right. Do you think this plush is better at the jump?
I'm a believer. Come on, you can do it. Oh?
Much better.
Over 800. Well done.
Just like last time, you don't want to play that. That is slow, but I thought it would be fun.
You can get a lot of beats from those minigames.
Yeah. And so this stage is not one that you would think, looking at it, is like actually like a combo hold stage, but it is. Oh, it is.
This stage is hard.
Yes.
Like, there's a lot going on.
It's one of the levels where the try this video we get at the end of the stage isn't even like a piece of tech. It's just like a really sneaky strat that we're gonna try and pull off.
Yep.
To keep our combo into the end of the level. Hopefully I keep my combo past here.
Yep.
Got it.
Nice.
And then there's this bird.
Oh, the bird is so scary.
All right, here we go. Got it.
Woo!
And yeah, decide how we have our combo at the end of the stage.
It terrifies me every time going through that.
It's so scary.
Yeah.
Even though the controls in this game are like good and consistent,
They are.
it's so scary.
Yep, and this is where you benefit from having that game. You don't even have to stay there the whole time. That's how many like extra we have. We land to make sure we keep it. Yeah.
This guy's luck-based, he eventually drops a pineapple.
Someday. Someday he'll let us leave. Yay.
Oh, and then I need to hit the pineapple.
Come on. There we go. There we go. There we go.
I was playing that kind of silly, but also, like, he did give me a lot of red balls at first, so... Not his fault.
Yeah, we have lots. We're just gonna hang out and dance with DK.
Yeah. No reason to hurt my arms more. The arm... This game is very physical.
It is.
That's something I haven't brought up, but it might have been apparent. This game is very physically, like, demanding. This game is a lot of fun to run, but if you want to do it, take breaks, please.
Yeah.
Wrong way.
No. Yeah, so as you can see, these guys get more and more annoying. It also just becomes difficult to actually get the melons because there's more platforms that break everything.
Thankfully, this guy gets done for like a year for some reason. And this attack does like 50 damage for some reason.
It's so scary. Alright,
yeah, I can harass this guy from coconuts. That platform, yeah, that was a very rocky fight, but like it's just so you have to be pretty specific. And like if you do like one wrong clap, your coconuts are like floating everywhere and the guy's jumping around. It's rough.
But that's why we get extra. You can have extra. It takes a little bit longer sometimes, but we get out. We got the plan though. Really getting to the home stretch now.
Yeah. We're getting close to the point of this run where we get to watch the credits in the middle of the run.
Yay! I love unskippable credits.
Yeah.
Sounds amazing. At what point did we want to take that quick break?
Well, after this, the credits are like 2 minutes out, and I just started moving, so...
All right, we're going.
Yeah, we're going, but after this, I would be super down. Starting off this level, I was supposed to jump over that cannonball.
Oopsies. This level is really hard. I feel like this is a very challenging level, both casually and to get the beats that we're looking for, and that's why we only need silver here, because both this and the next
level our talent. We're also going to do a really big skip in the next level. But this one is mostly just running forward and not trying to not get hit like I did. I have a pineapple on my head. It blew up.
There's a lot of things happening on the screen right now. The ninja monkeys are very mean. There's the birds that are throwing stuff at us. It's mean. That's why we're trying to get through here.
Yeah.
Got cannons. Like, they really just do not want DK.
No.
Lori, do you mind going through the controls a little bit one more time for anybody that's just joining us here? Is it as simple as tap right, you go right, tap left, you go left?
Yeah, and then I press both to jump, and then I press both in the air to ground pound. I'm fighting a guy? Okay.
The zoom in. Yeah, and then there's clapping, which does a variety of things, and then, yeah, we, IWC, which is, blow into the microphone and light up things.
Yeah.
Back to spider. That was quick.
Yep. Another 3 blink. He wants it.
He does not. We're not getting out. We're not.
So for those just joining, that thing I did where I blew into the microphone was infinite wall clap. I'm going to do an extended infinite wall clap in this stage. Enjoy this one.
Yes, this is the best one.
I messed it up.
I know, the sounds are incredible.
The sounds.
It's such a long wall. Yeah! I love that skip. It's so freaking good.
I just think it's funny that Lori gets to say, I speedrun by blowing into bongos.
Yeah. Yeah, it rolls.
Yeah. Not many people can say that.
Yeah.
And now we're
if you
showing
got this game with arm physical, it also is breath physical.
Yes.
And thankfully with our combo and these bananas, we can get...
Yep. You're like, wow, we haven't been getting many beats, but we have a 6 combo right now, so things are good.
Yeah, I think if you successfully clap those Texas sticks, you get over 100 with that combo.
Yep, we only need 400, and we're getting out of here. Like, very, very difficult kingdom.
Oh, pretty fun.
This one's really, really fun.
The dynamic is that we can't straight hit. And that is a good 3 cycle.
That was really nice. Good job.
That is a kind of tricky 3 cycle, so I'm glad I got that. I see a question about the pausing skip. It's weird, because there usually is a limit to how far a wall clap lets you go up before it stops. So you do need to pause, even if you have infinite air going into your bongos, to clap every frame forever without human error, or input rather. I don't know why what pausing changes to make it reset, but pausing is required, I'm pretty sure, even if you could breathe forever. And we do have a big boss coming up, but before we do, I believe we're taking a little break first.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to wrap up this incredible Donkey Kong Jungle Beat run. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will finish up the show. Stick around. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Donkey Kong weekend. This is it, the final stretch, the home stretch. Can I get a 1 in the chat if you've been here all day? I want to know. Don't lie. I'm not going to judge. I'm just curious to know how many of you are left. All right, I want to jump right back into this. Lori D. Bunnykins, are you ready to continue with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat?
I am, and what a time to continue. We have a big boss coming up.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, I'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So Cactus King, we have a very short level leading up to a very funny boss fight.
Yeah, they basically give us some beats so that, you know, if you get hit, you're not going to die, because these bosses, they are kind of intended for you to potentially lose all of your beats as health, which is not typically what you're seeing in other levels.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and flip into the boss room. Got it.
Very nice. So we just go right there. Beautiful.
Yeah, the trigger is usually at the top right of the room, but I think it just stretches far enough down vertically. For this fight, phase 1. Phase 1 done. Phase 2 is very interactive. Depending on what part of Cactus King's body we clap at, it has very different effects. There's a lot of things that can happen. So check this.
It's so good.
And again. And that's Cactus King.
You make it look so easy. It is not that easy casually, I promise, but...
Yeah, so we kind of just stun lock him because he throws us really high up in the air. And there's enough beats for gold, by the way. You just get it from beating the boss.
Yeah, so that's why we weren't worrying about it.
We just watched some bullying.
Yeah, pretty much. Spoilers, the final boss is just a reskin of that. It's the same boss. So we did just get off a break, but I did not say relaxing time was over. As an unfortunate side effect of us running from a fresh file, even though we do have to play every level in the game, from a new file, that includes watching the credits. So I'll always appreciate more of a break in this game. It is demanding, but
yeah, it's chill. If Jiggy has any announcements, it's a good chill time. Unless Lori, you want to show us all your friends?
I could. I'll let you talk first.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk about an upcoming event that we have going on here on the Games Done Quick channel that I'm pretty sure both of you have been a part of before, and I think maybe a part of this time. I definitely think Court is. Super exciting because GDQ's next all-woman and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, will be live from March 9th through the 16th. It will be benefiting the National Women's Law Center. So you got to visit gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for all the information. And I want, this is not a request, this is a demand. I want you to type !FF in the chat right now and check out the schedule. I'm definitely pumped for some fatales.
Yeah, Lori, you want to talk about your run?
Yeah, I actually will be running at Fatales. I will be running Hylix, which is a very weird RPG Maker game. If you've never seen it, it's entirely claymation and it's incredibly absurd. I'll be running that on Wednesday afternoon of the event. So I believe it's around 3 to 4 p.m. on Wednesday, March 12th. And you should check that out. And you should also check out the whole event. I helped with putting the schedule together on the games committee, and it is super stacked. We have so many good runs from things like really solid rhythm game showcases. We have Celeste one-handed. We have a whole horror day, pretty much. Horror and horror adjacent. It's a really good schedule. I would recommend checking out the whole event. That's going to be running a few weeks, like you said, and I'm super excited to take part in it again.
I am also super pumped for Frostbite Tales. It's gonna be a great show.
I also want to shout out a submissions for a hotfix that a friend of mine is putting on the GDQ channel for people like me who are transgender or trans identifying. There are currently submissions for a hotfix themed around the International Transgender Day of Visibility. So if that's a label that applies to you, if that's an identity that you feel strongly with, you should absolutely submit to that.
Yes, that segment or that special will be at the end of next month, if I'm correct.
Yes, it's at the end of next month, and submissions are still open. I'm so excited for it. But with all that being said, it's
time to keep rolling.
So this one, I'm trying to go out of bounds again. There we go.
Yay! I love just seeing the 2 combo in the wall.
Yep. So yeah, this level is a race. We activate the race from out of bounds, and then once I move far enough right, I ground pound and win the race.
Amazing. Wow, good job. That was close.
Yeah.
So do you have to go down there to like activate the tape, or what happens if you
yes.
try and just end the level? It doesn't let you.
You can. You don't get the 500 beats.
Okay, so that's a problem.
Yeah, that's why we have to go down in there and do that.
Makes sense.
And then this is a pretty combo heavy level.
I love
I'm gonna try and carry this combo all level. So I'm gonna focus.
Yes, this clock tower is very, very difficult. I will take the chit-chatting here while Lori focuses. So, like we said, the bird controls are really good. There's just a lot of things that can happen here. Getting hit by enemy cannons, dropping off. The attack controls are, you're stuck in a free fall. You can get in a situation where there's not much that you can do about where you position. But this is looking good.
Yeah.
The monkeys that move up this, I think, are really, really fun mechanic. Yeah, we've got a 10 combo here.
Oh, I dropped it. That's fine.
That's all right. The important thing is you didn't get hit and lose it. We still got to cash it.
Yeah. And usually it would end right after this B, but this B, like those beats right there are enough to get to the 1200.
Yep.
So I do need to play some catch up. Thankfully. Yeah, that collision is fun.
Yeah, there's some extra beats that we can get around here, which is nice. And then of course we're still looking at, that 50-60 from the end. So it's just a little bit of a detour.
Yeah. I'm gonna try this one a couple times. Is what I would say if I could even do it correctly. Okay, that was not what I wanted.
We got this. This one's very tricky.
One more. Okay, yeah, no.
It's tough.
I'm just gonna try and combo onto this bird. So what that one skips is usually here what's gonna happen is when I collect this big beat, you see the clock starts moving. So that would skip me having to wait here for the clock to move like past the the goal, because I need to go to the top, but both of the hands were covering the top.
Yeah. Yeah, this level is not only difficult, it's also like slow. It's rough.
And just a hit. Okay, there's a 4. I'm gonna be super safe at score here. Yeah, okay, that's good. 1185 before the minigame. Yeah, so kind of unfortunately played in the latter half, but thankfully I knew how to back up, and...
Yep. We got there.
This is a pretty scary boss, honestly, so I could have gone in with like 1200 exactly, but I don't feel safe doing that.
No, I would not.
If I do this fight well, it'll be really confusing why I was scared. Otherwise, it will be very obvious why I was scared. So he usually throws 3 of these and then jumps to the middle. Thank you.
Perfect.
And then this is the scary part.
So it's really fast. You do a lot of damage. Okay, this is looking good though.
The arena is just so big.
Yes.
I think that's the best pattern he could have given me.
That was awesome. Yeah, you went right back to the middle. Oh, that was clean.
Usually if he doesn't go back to the middle like pretty fast, it becomes like a goose chase to get him to stop somewhere. But yeah, that is a platinum. That is a really scary level. I got super scared. I did not play, again, I didn't play that ending the best, but it is what it is. And now it's time for another level that's pretty similar. I would say maybe a bit less flashy, but it is another level that is a race into like a big combo hold. So if you like that level, you'll probably like this one. I have to unlock Starfruit first, though. So here we have a much harder bird race.
This one's fun, but also, yes.
There's a few strats I like here, actually. You are going to see me at certain points, including near the start. Dismount, just like that. Because it is faster to run to the next bird rather than ride the bird in like a horizontal pathway. Especially moving down. Every time you move left or right with the bird, it flaps you up a tiny bit. Each bongo kind of correlates to a wing flap. So moving down's not really fast. Which is why we hopped off the bird for it.
Looking good.
Yeah.
The band is also very cute. I like them hanging out.
Yeah. Yeah, usually like my best times on this are like minute flat, so that is a minute 1 second, which is pretty good, yeah.
Hold on.
And then here, we get to chill a little bit. This level starts with an elevator ride into an infinite wall clap. So until we get to the point of the elevator ride where I can do the infinite wall clap, I'm just going to stun these bats with the outer shockwave of the clap.
Good old-fashioned Donkey Kong auto-scroller.
That was the auto-scroller, for sure. Thankfully, it's not very long.
Skippable auto. We love to see.
Yeah. I would say the closest thing this game has to a normal auto scroller is probably like the bull levels, and you're still mashing in those. It's just that your speed is a lot more. Usually, your different Donkey Kong moves, you move faster or slower doing them, but not really with the bull. You just kind of move.
Seven combo. Woo.
Nine combo here. And then I'm trying to beat this lava geyser, which is pretty easy, but you can't beat the second one. And combo 10 for this mini boss.
Yeah, this is it's not too bad, but it is scary.
Yeah, without even playing the minigame at 1240.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Get a few bonus just to be safe.
Absolutely.
And this is Thunder Rock. This is the last rock. Very similar to the last one we fought. We're going to kind of play reactive to where it goes. But the terrain is probably not better than the last one, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. Get over here.
Yeah, that was not a very fortunate pattern, but
It was okay. That's why we have extra. That's why we have extra.
And that was a good one.
Yes, nice. Clean. Clean. Ho is gone forever.
Bye, Ho-Oh! That is our last Ho-Oh.
Yep.
So with that level done, oh boy. You may have heard me talk up this game a lot. This game's really physical, but really cool. This game's really hard. Despite the simple controls, this game is a lot of fun, but it makes me very nervous to run. Take all the nervous and hard and physical and annoying, and we're about to play Chili Pepper Kingdom.
Yes.
This level, even when, we're only going for silver, but we don't really, get a lot of chance to overscore without wasting time. So we're already kind of, scarce for score, and then the boss is probably the hardest in the game.
Yes. This is a really, really challenging. The game really expects you to have a good handle on combos, on movement, everything by this point. Because this basically is optional content. We've already seen the
Yeah.
This is okay, if you're good, we're gonna give you a challenge.
Exactly.
Game, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It absolutely feels that way.
Okay, I didn't skip that. Yeah, if you get that jump in that corner correctly, you can skip using the bubble, but it's weirdly finicky. So I don't go for it forever.
Building back up our combo.
Yeah. If I clap there, it can summon the bees from the beehives, and they are annoying. There, you don't always. If you do that, you can sometimes like get back in the water with your combo, but it does not matter too much if you don't.
That's good.
If it mattered more, I'd probably take the effort to get more consistent.
Right. It's nice, but it's not needed.
Yeah.
A lot of extra flowers here, luckily.
And we don't combo here anyway, just round down to the end. All right. And here's Magma Coliseum. This has a really cool wall clap, and it's supposed to be like a mini boss rush type thing. You're gonna see the armadillo, the chicken, the like pigs on trees. Most of them.
We're just gonna go. We don't need to play this normally.
No, not at all.
That's why we spent a ton of time getting extra crests beforehand.
For this first one, isn't really a cool wall clap. We just kind of do it to not fight that guy. There it is.
Nice.
Oh, I skipped that. I didn't know you could do that. And then this one puts us right next to the end of the level. We just have to fight this guy, and we're done.
And this is a level that casually is really long, really challenging, and it's I love how many skips we have in here. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice job.
And even though I'm well over 400 already, I'm just gonna skip as much as I can for this boss. So this is a really unique boss, actually. I wish it was fun to do fast, but it's just really hard, unfortunately. Stubble Tusk, there's 2 of them. The strat here is I'm going to try and stun both to get the pineapples from both stuns.
Yes.
This is already not good.
The timing on this is tough. Okay, that's good though.
So unfortunately, I missed 1 pineapple.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and do this a little differently. Yeah, I'm gonna just do this.
Yeah, I think that's super fair.
That guy's at 1.
Yeah, I don't know how the splitting health works.
They both have 250. So that does 50, and then a pineapple does 25 in a stun phase. So right now, Left Boy, yeah, he's at 20. Because one of the pineapples only did 5 instead of 25 because they hit his body instead of the heart. But I can just throw that one and he's dead.
Beautiful. Nice.
That was pretty good. Not optimal, but like that fight is really hard to do optimally.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if I get all 8 pineapples on him from the double stun, what happens there is he takes 50 from getting stunned and then 200 from the pineapples, insta-dies. And we just fight the other one kind of like normal. Something to note is that if you stun one of them and then kill the other one does its enrage cutscene and gets unstunned, but without the damage being dealt. Which is why I wanted to be careful there, because you don't want to stun one and then kill the other, because then you won't get the damage from the stun at all, and you're missing out on 100 damage. But with that being said, this is the last level of the main game for the final boss.
Yeah.
And of course we're not playing it normally.
No. We don't have time for a race.
No, yeah, so this is another race. We do a major skip in. We do hit the flag because it extends vertically here, and then we just go to the end.
It's kind of a shame because I think this is actually an interesting
cool
race.
level.
It's a very fun level. It's actually very tough.
The final level is a race? Wow.
The first part of it is, yeah. And then Asteroid Belt is like so interesting of a level.
Yeah.
This really is the Mario Galaxy foreshadowing.
Yeah. That was a good jump.
A lot of challenging platforming. It's very difficult to get a platinum on this level, I would say. It's a really good sense of comboing and not getting hit. It's super fun. It's a great like final challenge, I feel.
It has a lot of beats, but keeping them all is tricky.
Exactly.
But we need 51 to fight the final boss. We're already at 48, so we only need 3. We only need 800 beats.
Yep, we don't need the platinum, so we're gonna be more than fine, as you can see.
This fight's tricky.
What? You did not want to grab that.
It's because I got hit. It reset my state.
Okay.
And that's a good backup I did to stay on the right side of the moving platform.
That was clutch.
Yeah. I feel you don't have to do that because you like kill fast enough that the platform is just on the right like normal, but sometimes you have to be ready.
Backup moments. It happens.
Good landing. All right. Now we get to a pretty funny part of the level. We have Spider into a very small but cool skip. So that is the Spider mini boss. Last time we see him. And then here, when I go on this flower, I'll try one more time. Stop.
Yeah.
Oh, I undid it.
Oh, it was so close. It was so close.
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
You're supposed to like go around this asteroid, and the place that I got up to the second time is like pretty much where the end of it is. So if you like do that wall skid correctly, you can get a lot of like you can do some extra height and get onto like right here pretty easily. I'm not the most consistent at it, so I don't usually go for it forever because we're at like the tail end of the last level of the run, and I don't want to throw a minute to just like getting shot at a flower repeatedly and doing that.
We know it in concept. We see the vision for what would happen.
Yeah. I messed up. There we go. I was trying to get fancy with the combo there, but a little bit too fancy.
And our good friend is here, just in case you need more beats.
Yeah.
Which we do not.
I do. Yeah, I'm 900. For a level, I need 800.
All right, final 2 fights.
So this is Sumo Kong. We're gonna do that like 4 parts.
Nice.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah. All right.
Little shaky, but thankfully the super extra score meant I could get hit a few times.
Yeah, that is why we we take the bonus. It's always worth it.
Yeah. This is the last time you're going to see this screen while the timer's running.
Wow.
I think we're going to see it after the boss, but the time is going to be done by then.
Getting there.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, we have exactly 51.
Yay!
So this is going to be pretty much the same as Cactus King. The level's going to be slightly different. The boss is going to be the same. And time is going to end as soon as the boss dies. So I'm going to get, which means I get to go through the same clip too. Which
Yes,
I
I
like this one.
can't believe they just literally did the same thing again. So much of the level design of this game, very good. This is a big question.
I wonder if they just didn't expect anyone to get this far. And then they were like, if you do, you do.
I mean, this is Nintendo. I think they would have expectations like that.
True.
This does not seem like a game that was designed to be so hard. It was people weren't supposed to beat it.
I don't think so. I think the platinums definitely were like stretch goals though.
The platinums are difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. So time is when this boss hits 0, which it's. I mentioned it's the same fight as Cactus King. We can do the same stunlock. For stun because I grabbed it towards the feet, but it was.
Same concept though.
There we go.
Bam.
And time.
GG. Great run.
Hype in the chat. Hype in the chat for that amazing run. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah. Felt pretty good. I didn't play perfectly, but the vibes were up, and that's what matters.
I think you did awesome. I think you did amazing.
Oh yeah, I did pretty good. Yeah. I say I didn't play perfectly, but that's not to say I played bad.
Yeah, no, this is it's a really interesting, tough run.
Yeah.
Made the backups we needed to. It was great.
That was a 131.23.
Pretty nice. My PB is a mid 128 right now, so 3 minutes off. Pretty cool.
Absolutely.
That's Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. We get to do this ending sequence again, but with the 4 Kongs this time, and it's really funny because one of them is definitely slower than the other 3.
Well, thank you, Lori, for showcasing this awesome run. We really appreciate it. Why don't you tell the audience just a little bit about what you do on your channel and what they can expect when they hit that follow button.
So I don't stream much, but I do stream a variety of speedruns. I run a game like this, and then I mentioned the game that I'm running for Frame Fatales is a claymation RPG Maker game. So you're definitely going to get a variety. But I do focus on speedruns when I'm streaming. I do also play rhythm games a lot on the side. So if you want to learn more about me just in general, I would much more recommend my Blue Sky page, LoriVBunnykins.fastestfurs.com. And just a couple shout outs, people that helped with this run and just my speedrunning in general. I want to shout out the just mentioned Fastest Furs for being a speedrun group that I've been a part of for a long time and is a great place. I want to shout out a few runners of this game. Boone, the current world record holder, if you thought I played good, he's wild at this game. I would definitely recommend checking out the world record if you want to see some of the tougher strats this game has. I also want to shout out Pie Pusher, who is the second place runner and ran King of Swing yesterday. Yes. Also just super knowledgeable about this game, and both of them have been running it for a lot longer than me. So big shout outs to those two for being big innovators of this run and helping me a lot when I was struggling with it. Other than that, I don't have any more specific shout outs to make, so that's it for me.
Thanks for having me, Lori.
Nice.
This was super fun.
Yeah. I was going to say, Court, why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about what you do on your show and where they can find you?
Yeah, first of all, I got on Twitch. I play a lot of Kaizo, and I've been playing UFO 50, which has also been a blast. So come on over, and of course, come watch Frosted Child.
Sounds great. Well, thank you both very much. This was an incredible run. Thank you so much, Lori. And thank you for wrapping up our Oops All Donkey Kong weekend. That's it, everybody. That is it. I just want to say thank you very much for hanging out with me all weekend. If you, I saw a whole bunch of you put the 1 in the chat when I asked at the break. Have you been here since this morning? But seriously, I just want to say thanks again. My name is Jiggy, and I do these Oops events probably once or twice a month, usually once a month. And I just want to say thank you very much for hanging out with me. We will be back after a break with the whole rerun of this show. So if you missed out on Donkey Kong Country Returns any percent, stick around because the rerun starts right after this. And yeah, that's going to be it. I'll see you all next time. And thanks for watching. Bye-bye, everyone.